Lightweight Materials and Technologies for Global Circular Economy Conference. My name is Marek Ziemba, and it's a great pleasure for me to be here with you. I'll be the person who will guide you through the points of the program of our today's conference, today's and tomorrow's conference, actually, because there are 2 days ahead of us. The 2 days during which we will be exchanging thoughts, ideas, sharing experience, and discussing about the latest advancements in hybrid lightweight materials and technologies for global circular economy. During the 2 days that are ahead of us, we will have as many as 8 interesting panels revolving around the topics such as cross-border cooperation, raising funds, and cooperation between science and industry. As you may have noticed already, apart from the place we are here right now, also behind your back there is an exhibitor zone, the zone where you can meet the organizers and the sponsors of our conference. Apart from that, you can also visit B2B meeting zone, a place where we do hope to have lots of interesting meetings and discussions. And as far as the B2B meeting zone is concerned, please remember that we have a conference app, and on the back side of your badges you can get access to the conference app, and this app will certainly help you to have fruitful discussions in B2B meeting zone. And obviously there is also a coffee zone, because everybody needs coffee from time to time, especially when we will be having so many fruitful and insightful discussions. And ladies and gentlemen, first things first, let me just welcome the organizers, guests and speakers of our conference, representatives of the academic community, science, industry sector, municipal authorities, and everybody who decided to spend the 2 days that are ahead of us together with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome Her Magnificence Rector of Białystok University of Technology, Professor Marta Kosior-Kazberuk. Let me welcome Vice Rector for Development of Białystok University of Technology, Mirosław Świerszcz. Let me also welcome Vice Rector for Student Affairs of Białystok University of Technology, Dr. Jarosław Szusta. Welcome Vice Rector for Education at Białystok University of Technology, Dr. Agnieszka Dardzicka-Głębocka. Let me welcome the Dean of the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering at Białystok University of Technology, Professor Michał Kuciej. We have also the Dean of the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering at Białystok University of Technology, here with us, Professor sorry, that was the previous person. Dean of the Faculty of Civic Engineering and Environmental Sciences, Professor Michał Bołtryk, here with us. Welcome, Professor. And there is also Dean of the Faculty of Architecture, Dr. Tatiana Misijuk. Welcome. Welcome, Director of the Investor Service and Economic Promotion Office, Mr. Mariusz Dąbrowski. There is also President of Evoluma Industrial Cluster here with us, Mr. Sebastian Rynkiewicz. Welcome. Welcome, Director of the Polish Construction Cluster, Mariusz Wasilewski. Welcome to the President of the Polish Cluster of Composite Technologies, Andrzej Czulak. Welcome to the President of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Białystok, Mr. Jarosław Antychowicz. Welcome, Head of Division of IVB4 for Construction Industry, Lightweight Construction and New Materials, Resource Efficiency, Werner Loscheider. Welcome. There is also a Director of LITER, which is the Swedish Strategic Research and Innovation Program on Lightweight, Cecilia Ramberg, here with us. Welcome. Welcome, Director of the Implementation Center at Grupa Azoty, Tomasz Węsierski. Please welcome Dean of Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Design at Kaunas University of Technology, representative of the Lithuanian Cluster Association, Professor Andrius Vilkauskas. And welcome Dean of the Faculty of Materials Science and Engineering, Warsaw University of Technology, Professor Anna Boczkowska. There is also a managing director of the Rolls-Royce University Technology Center for Lightweight Structures and Materials and Robust Design at the TU Dresden, Dr. Albert Landkamp, here with us. Welcome. And please welcome Head of Department Processes and Components, Fraunhofer Institute for Ceramic Technologies and Systems, IKTS, Dr. Tassilo Moritz, here with us. Welcome. Dear guests, it's a pleasure for me to be here with you. It's a pleasure to see you here. I hope we are going to have a very fruitful 2 days ahead of us, but now it's high time for me to invite here on stage Rector of Białystok University of Technology, Professor Marta Kosior-Kasberuk, to have a few words of introduction on her side.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have great honor and pleasure to open the international conference LimaCon, organized by Białystok University of Technology in partnership with Podlaskie Voivodeship and key national clusters. I would like to warmly welcome all distinguished guests who decide to contribute some effort to this common endeavor. This conference combines the most important tasks of the university: education, science development, promotion of the latest trends in science development, international cooperation, generally internationalization of our activity, and very fruitful cooperation with the industry and business. As a technical university, we know that these active connections is crucial for the development of all partners, the development of our region and our country. I would like to thank the members of the organizing committee of the conference for their effort for this great, valuable initiative that will create the lasting frameworks for fruitful cooperation within triple and quadruple helix, ensuring the success of all partners. So I wish you fruitful discussions, establishing valuable contacts, relationships, and many ideas for further cooperation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to ask Dr. Mariusz Dąbrowski, Director of Investor Service and Economic Promotion Office of Podlaskie Region, to have a few words on his side on behalf of the Marshal of Podlaskie Region.
Ladies and gentlemen, 1, 2, okay, I think. Ladies and gentlemen, honored. It's not working perfect. Maybe battery is weak. It's okay. But I'm
We'll change the microphone.
yes. 1, 2. Thank you very much. Now will be better, I hope. So I'm very honored to represent Marshal of Podlaskie Voivodeship, Mr. Artur Kosicki, who will join our conference in about 2 hours. With him will be Deputy Marshal, Mr. Marek Olbrich, who will come to sign agreement between Podlaskie Voivodeship and Technical University and clusters, free clusters. We are happy to participate in this conference and support this conference because this is part of promotion of our region, not only in Poland, but all over the Europe. So, short presentation about business promotion. So I will tell you how important for us business promotion of the region. Again, something problem with microphone. So maybe I will finish in this moment, and soon will be my presentation about business promotion. I will tell you more during this presentation. Thank you very much for coming to Podlaskie region, especially guests from abroad. We are happy to host you in our beautiful Podlaskie, and let's start our conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is all as far as the introduction is concerned, but it's just the beginning of what is going to happen. And right now, what is going to happen is the first panel of cross-border cooperation. I welcome you to the first cross-border cooperation panel, where we have extremely interesting presentations. The first speaker, first things first, I would like to invite Rector of Białystok University of Technology, Professor Marta Kosior-Kasberuk, to take the stage. Your Magnificence, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to present some information about the Białystok University of Technology and the university involvement in different projects. The title of my presentation is Fostering Excellence Through International Projects, Entrepreneurial Collaboration and Academic Opportunities. Of course, this
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, the technology seems not to cooperate.
But you know that 15 minutes, it's not sufficient time to present all projects that are conducted in Białystok University of Technology. So let me present only few information about the potential of our university and the possibility of cooperation. So, Białystok University of Technology tries to create the conditions for international cooperation, for cooperation with business, by upgrading the research infrastructure, by enriching our laboratory equipment, but generally by creation the atmosphere for cooperation. In the last 3 years, Białystok University of Technology implemented 30 projects co-financed by European Union with a total amount of over 13.5 million euros. This cooperation with the economic and industrial environment is our third mission that has important influence also on education and scientific researchers. The types of BUT cooperation with the entrepreneurs in R&D projects, as under international partnership projects, under Horizon Europe, Interrex, LIFE, and other programs. EU-funded partnership projects, commissioned works by entrepreneurs, financed from EU funds or financed from the company's own funds. I'm going to present some examples. Considering the number of our agreements of cooperation, active agreements, I can say that during last 4 years, Białystok University of Technology has signed 188 cooperation agreements. The most important ones include joint research and development of a set of machines for sustainable harvesting of green fodder using intelligent technologies from Samash, as our partner from the industry, and the consortium between the university and the Central Military Bureau of Design and Technology concerning the development of a reconfigurable pre-flight power supply unit for aircraft. And we are still looking for new opportunities for cooperation. And for that, I mean that very important project for our university and our partners from region is a pilot project for the development of R&D cooperation between business and universities with the financial support from the Regional Operational Program of Podlaskie Voivodeship. On the basis of this project, we are looking for new ideas, new projects with partners from our region. The examples of commissioned R&D works with entrepreneurs are works commissioned by PKO Bank Polski as a part of the project audit model based on the methodology of continuous risk assessment and control mechanisms using statistical methods and artificial intelligence. And another example, work commissioned by Samash, development of new technologies for welding perfect cut slats. It's Fungi Extract Bank is a very interesting example of the work of our researchers from Institute of Forestry on the basis of regional potential. This bank of extracts from fungi is based on the fungi from Białowieża forest. So the extracts can be used for different purposes, also as medical applications and other. Białystok University of Technology established a special purpose vehicle, Institute of Innovation and Technology, that acquired the status of Research and Development Center. This is the kind of bridge between researchers from the university and industrial and business environment. So development is impossible without international cooperation. So our international cooperation is very active thanks to numerous bilateral agreements with foreign partners. We based on the success of Erasmus Plus projects. We have experience in organizing events for our foreign partners, and everything for creation the international forums for exchanging contacts and experience and for new ideas for cooperation. So the examples of selected international partnership projects. The first one under the program Horizon 2020, Nano to All, Nanotechnology Mutual Learning Action Plan for Transparent and Responsible Understanding of Science and Technology. This was the project with 12 partners from different countries. Other because we are talking about cross-border cooperation, is LTPL cooperation platform supporting newly established business and promoting entrepreneurship. Is in cooperation with Lithuanian partners from universities and from non-universities, non-academic environment. Other project, Go Smart, also with our foreign partners. The main goal of this project was the identification of smart specializations typical for this region. Desire. This is means development of sustainable adaptive peatland management by restoration culture. Also with partners from Germany, Lithuania, and Russia. This project is strictly connected with specific nature challenges connected with our region. Oh. It means this is the most important. Oh, yes. The projects have different goals, different partners. The other example is acceleration of business support ecosystem under Interreg program. Go Smart and Excel is the continuation of the project Go Smart, connected with increasing the innovation of the companies from our region. It means Poland, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Finland, Germany, Sweden, Denmark, many partners. The latest project under Horizon Europe program is towards sustainable land use strategies in the context of climate changes and biodiversity challenges in Europe, with 13 partners from 12 countries. There are more technical, technological projects are, for example, advanced glass interposer with carbon copper composite metallization under Cornet initiative. This is Polish-German international team. And more important that one of the partners is Evoluma Industry Cluster. And another interesting example, the project under 9th Polish-Taiwanese Joint Research Call is crossing boundaries on snooping after biogenic materials based on diatoms, Prodia. As you can observe the results of scanning electron microscopy observations, probably the first worldwide attempt of such investigations. Another example of these observations. The project about the materials, multifunctional utility biopolymers based on polylacid. The project with financial support of National Center for Development and Research. It is, you can observe the involving institutions. Białystok University of Technology is the leader of mobility of students and mobility of employees. We have a lot of successes in gaining the projects for financial support of mobility. But the projects under the program Erasmus Plus, Key Action 2, projects of National Agency for Academic Exchange, the projects under the program Edukacja and Erasmus Plus, Key Action 1 are not only for simple mobility. We gained financial support for conferences, international summer schools, for internships, and also for research activities. Some example of projects under P-Action 2 is Milan, Multifunctional Innovative Learning Assisting Network for VET and in Advanced Manufacturing, in cooperation with partners from Greece, Slovakia, and Estonia, and with cooperation with non-academic partner from Poland. Other project, the FOF designer, digital design skills for factories of the future, in cooperation with partners from many countries of Europe. European Green Deal for cities is a cooperation with Greece, Cyprus, Italy, Ireland, and Bulgaria. Game It Away. This is not. This is the project rather for soft skills development, entrepreneurship, education through game design, and maker-centered learning. And National Agency of Academic Exchange offers the programs for scientists. There are some projects with financial support of this agency. It's a very big project, BUT Inter-Academic Partnerships. Please look at the list of partners from different countries. Under this project, we organized mobilities, internships, conferences, international conferences, of course, summer schools, and preparing tutorials for students, and provide different types of scientific activities. Other example of project identification of damage mechanism of composite materials and protective coatings using optical coherence tomography within the framework of NAVA joint research projects between the Republic of Poland and the Federal Republic of Germany. And identification of thermomechanical parameters of composite materials and protective coatings within the framework of NAVA joint research projects between the Republic of Poland and Ukraine. So the activity of our researchers on the international forum gives them a lot of successes, like medals at International Invention Exhibition. Our researchers are present at prestigious rankings. They are expert in international programs. They obtained international patents, and very often Białystok University of Technology projects were awarded as examples of good practice. We try to involve our students into international cooperation, into international activities. And that's why we can observe their successes, like victories in the international competitions and tournaments. For example, Formula students, Robo Challenge, Robotic Tournament, World Robo Sumo Tournament. Our student participates in scientific conferences, in international research projects, and they participate in national and international competitions for diploma theses with successes. To help our students to develop their creativity and other skills, we create the atmosphere and we give them support, for example, in the form of student scientific teams. We have more than 60 scientific teams in our university. We have academic incubator of entrepreneurship, is the place for development of young companies, and we have very active career development and alumni relation office. This office offers career guidance and helps our students to enter labor market. As the last but not least example of cooperation of our students with the government of region and generally with other units, I would like to present the project Xylopolis. In this project, our students participate in designing the exhibition of Podlaskie Voivodeship at World Expo 2020 in Dubai. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Magnificence. And our next speaker, it's time for our next speaker. And our next speaker is an enthusiast of new technologies and economic history. He holds a PhD in economics and finance from the University of Białystok. And he's the director of Investor Service and Economic Promotion Office of Podlaskie Region, Dr. Mariusz Dąbrowski. Doctor, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I will start my presentation from definition of business promotion, because in different countries it may have different meaning a bit. So what does business promotion means in Poland? It concerns three areas. First, investors' assistance, usually foreign investors' assistance. Second field is support for regional exporters. We help them to grow in foreign markets. And third one is to create positive image of the region, especially business image or economic image. This is a map of Central Europe. We used to show before Russian aggression on Ukraine and even before COVID pandemic. As you see, it's quite a huge market if you connect Poland and Belarus and Baltic states. In a radius of 300 kilometers from Białystok, we have 20 million customers. In a radius of 500 kilometers, you have almost 60 million customers. So peace in the East is so important for us. Now we have to look at Western Europe more than before, and even Far East, because we cannot cooperate with our neighbors like Belarus. We had two agreements as a region with Grodno region and Brest region, but they were terminating after Russian aggression. So I hope this picture will be relevant again in few years. Now it's a bit maybe outdated, but I hope in few years, maybe 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, will be again relevant. If you look at the map of Eurasia, try to imagine, maybe try to close your eyes and imagine huge, vast land between Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean. And on our latitude, we have only one custom border, only one. It's border between the European Union and the Eurasian Economic Union, two huge economic blocks, and this border is between Poland and Belarus and between Podlaskie region and Grodno region. So after geopolitical situation will be back to normal, I think this region will be thriving and has big opportunities to grow. Now most of crossing border are closed. Only one of them is open for trains. We have a few trains a week going from China to Germany on so-called New Silk Road, but we hope will be much more in the future. It was quite promising project for our region, but war changed a lot. So this year we conducted many campaigns in top media and social media. It concerns as well situation at the border, because media were attracted by human crisis or immigration crisis. And image of this is not always positive. So we started our own campaign to show this region is growing, this region has vision, and this region is actually safe. So we conducted campaign in Bloomberg, Euronews. Now we have campaign in Euronews, Polish National TV, Financial Times. I will show you some of them, some examples. This is a campaign in Financial Times we had in June this year. One of 3 articles, Silicon Forest, where does the heart of innovation beat in Poland? Silicon Forest, because Białystok has quite strong IT sector. We have about 4,000 developers, 10,000 people working in IT sector, and around the city we have forest. If you walk any direction from center of the city, it's easy to get to the forest. So we coined this name Silicon Forest. We published another article about logistics and general about economy of our region. I think it was quite successful because other media were interested in our region. Journalists from other countries, and especially from Britain, contacted us, and other media came to write about Podlaskie region, Daily Telegraph, Sunday Times. Sunday Times had a month ago article about innovation in Poland. So half of this article was about Podlaskie region, but we have 16 regions in Poland. So this campaign was very fruitful. This is another campaign. This is rector of Technical University. In Euronews, we recorded 3 movies about our economy, our regional economy. One about investments, one about technologies, and another about project called Agricultural Valley 4.0. I will tell about this project a bit in next slides. So during these videos, program focus, we promote not only our economy, but also our universities. Not moving? Supposed to be moved. Something stuck. Was slow. So if you look at our region, in terms of population, it's not so huge, only 1 million population. We have cattle population similar to human population. And western part of our region is the strongest in Poland in dairy production, and this is one of the strongest regions in the EU in dairy production. We have the largest manufacturer. We are the largest manufacturer of agricultural machinery in Poland, and we decided to connect everything because we don't want to sell product with small margin. Usually, these dairy products are it's milk. It's only liquid, so you cannot make so much money. So we decided to connect everything with science. We have first in Poland Center for Artificial Intelligence in Medicine, which was created a few years ago at Medical University of Białystok. And we try to connect everything in one ecosystem. It not works, again, too much. This is Agriculture Valley 4.0. In this moment, we going to finish conceptual work, and next year we're going to implement this. So Marshall Office want to connect all actors on economic scene. It's sometimes maybe better if it's organic from the bottom, but not always work perfectly. We have some examples of cooperation between technical university and producer of machinery or medical university and food producers, but we want to make something systemic. We want to create real ecosystem connected with corporation, investors, universities, and this ecosystem concerns three fields: agri-tech, food tech, and health tech. This is as well answer to challenges of modern world like climate change, demographic changes, food security or economic security. So we don't want to wait for changes. We have to be part of, we want to create something before these changes would change our region actually. So this is it's not working. Maybe possible to change. Maybe it's a bit too heavy, this presentation. Too much animations. I was thinking I would show you something beautiful, but actually stopped working.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we're talking about lightweight materials, because when the things are heavy, it ends up like
But
this.
It's not so much heavy because this is about 50 megabytes, all presentation. Soon I'm going to finish because time is coming very fast.
Unfortunately, the computer says no.
Oh. Maybe let's wait for a moment. I need presentation because my presentation is only pictures, so without pictures I cannot say anything. Again, we'll be stuck. Next. So I wanted to tell about our activities abroad, our trade missions. we had many missions last year and this year. We started during pandemic with mission to Dubai during the expo, immediately after pandemic. But this is the last slide, actually, almost. But it's okay. So let's leave maybe this one. I had more pictures here. So we organized missions to the Great Britain, to France, to Belgium, to Germany, to Lithuania. We organized study visits to see local innovation ecosystems in Silicon Valley, in Israel, in Finland. We try to support our business as much as possible. And this is one of the events every year at the beginning of the year. The Polish Chamber of Commerce organizes diplomatic opening of the year with about 400 participants. Most of them are diplomats accredited in Poland. So this is a great chance to promote our region. And during this event, usually we can establish relations, which helps to organize missions to foreign countries. So if presentation is not working perfectly, so maybe I will finish in this moment. And we are a bit run of time as well, I think, before signing agreement. So let me to finish my presentation this moment. I think we can talk about this more during today's event. So thank you very much. And that's it.
There were some technical glitches, but I bet that's you have lots of time and opportunity to speak more about the achievements of the Marshal's Office today. And ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker is the head of division IVB4 for construction industry, lightweight construction, new materials, resource efficiency in the Department of Industrial Policy at the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. He is the member of European Lightweight Network, Mr. Werner Loscheider from Germany. And the topic of his speech is the lightweighting initiative of the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. The stage is yours.
Yes, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure and honor for me to be here and to talk about lightweighting. And let's get started with the agenda. I'm going to start with the lightweighting initiative of our ministry, then turning to the federal government's lightweighting strategy, followed by the funding program, and afterwards the new funding guideline. And then I'm going to talk about international activities, and finally I am going to give you a brief outlook. So let's get started with the lightweighting initiative of our ministry and what lightweighting is about. Lightweighting is defined as a construction, a design philosophy for reducing weight whilst improving resource efficiency and functionalities. And as you can see here, some examples where lightweighting is used. And lightweighting helps reducing the use of raw material in the manufacturing phase and in the design phase, and secondly, it helps to reduce energy when using, for example, lighter cars, which means it reduces as well greenhouse gas emission, and that's very crucial for climate action. There are strong arguments for using lightweighting. So lightweighting is used more or less by any industry and is open for any material. Not surprisingly, it addresses as well several SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. At least it addresses 6 SDGs, as you can see here. Maybe the most important one are economic growth, innovation, and climate action. To leverage the full potential of that cross-cutting technology, collaboration and networking is key, because lightweighting consists of many different stakeholders with different goals, and so collaboration is key, bringing them together at one table, working together, and believe me, that is not a self-fulfilling promise. That is here, work has to be done, and we have done at least some of this work within our initiative in the last years. Basically, that initiative it is about cooperation, networking, but today it's much more. We have developed a strategy, we have set up a funding program, we have done a lot of work in the international surrounding. We have developed a digital tool which is called Leichtbauatlas.de. You can find it online, and currently it is used by more than 1,250 companies and organizations, mainly from Germany, but all over Europe. And they use it to present their lightweighting skills, to find new partners, to improve matchmaking. And so it might be a good idea to have a look at it, as well as for you as Polish companies and organizations, if you like to cooperate with other companies in Europe. Another important tool of our initiative is that we organize workshops and conferences. The most important one is the Lightweighting Summit at the Hannover Fair, usually opened up by our minister. And that's an important event because we do need it for raising awareness and emphasizing the importance of lightweighting. Let me introduce to you one more element of that initiative, that is the advisory body of to our ministry. It consists of several stakeholders from industry, cluster, academia, and from the representatives of the state lightweighting organization, and they all bring in a lot of expertise and experience, and it is a strong political base for our work, which is very important. Moving on to the federal government's lightweighting strategy, which was adopted in July by Cabinet. We have developed it with 7 more federal ministries. So it is for us a milestone in our work. And what are the goals? Let me name 3. The first one is boosting climate action by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The second one is the protection of natural resources by decoupling raw material consumption and economic growth. And the last one is strengthening our industry through lightweighting technologies and lightweighting materials. The strategy consists out of 8 packages of measures. The measures addresses funding, transfer, standardization, regulation, up to international activities. And every package consists as well of several specific measures, and I'm going to introduce one specific measure later on. First, let's have a look on another element of that strategy, which is about flagship projects. So we want to underline some very important initiatives, like in the European surrounding about the European Lightweighting Network, and that is an initiative I'm going to introduce later on. Now let's have a look on the specific measures within that strategy. Here's one measure I want to show you about the European and transnational research cooperation, about ERANET and Eureka. It might be as well interesting for you or for other countries in Europe. We have worked on it, and we have defined the topics for that transnational Eureka lightweighting core, which you can see here. And we have defined as well the time schedule. It's not finished yet, but that's the plan we have. So we want to start with the announcement of the call in the next month. We want to start and the opening of the call at the 1st of March, so that the projects could start at the end of 2024. We have strong countries at our side. but the message is that this call is still open for more countries, from maybe for Poland, maybe for Lithuania. It's still open, so it would be a pleasure and a strong support if you would join that Eureka call as well. Moving on to the funding program, which is called the Lightweighting Technology Transfer Program. We have launched that funding program 2020. What are the goals? Let me name two. The most important one is boosting technology and knowledge transfer, and the second one is supporting climate action. A lot of money is available, and all that money comes from the Climate and Action Fund of the government, and that underlines how important climate action is for lightweighting, and vice versa, how important lightweighting is for the contribution of climate action goals. And let me give you one, from my point of view, a very impressive figure about that funding program, because it helps a lot for reducing greenhouse gas emission. That funding program accounts for 2.3 million tons of CO2 reduction, which is a lot. Having a look at the participating sectors, you can easily see that the funding program is obviously very interesting for more or less any industry. Moving on to the new funding guideline. What is new about it? We will have new guidelines, and we will publish that funding guideline in the next months, and we will have a new funding focus, which will be material efficiency. We will have an increased focus on circularity and the protection of natural resources, and we are able to participate and start transnational activities, transnational calls. Important thing about that funding program is that it is as well open for foreign companies and foreign organizations. So if you are interested as a Polish company or organization, it will be possible to join that funding program. If you do have a plant in Germany, you can get the funding. If you don't have a plant in Germany, you can participate as an associated partner. Moving on to the international activities of the initiative, and maybe the most important one is the market entry program from small and medium-sized enterprises. It's an instrument we offer as ministry, and it supports SMEs doing business abroad, finding new international business partners, especially on challenging but interesting target markets, like for example South Korea is one, and we organize trips to South Korea, to Poland this year, and we will organize a trip to Estonia next year. Another nice tool is the joint stand. This is called Sustainable Lightweighting Made in Germany, and with the help of that joint booth we can visit trade fairs globally, and that helps a lot for supporting our small and medium-sized enterprises. Let me introduce to you one more important initiative on the European level. It is called, and I mentioned it already, it is called the European Lightweighting Network, and it is about supporting networking collaboration in Europe on the governmental level. And we have launched that initiative 2020, and the important goal is to contribute to achieve the European Green Deal goals, and meanwhile we have strong partners, member states at our side, and I'm happy to hear that Poland is on the way to join that initiative. That's a great news, and that is a great support for all of us, because our goal is to develop a European lightweighting strategy to shape the framework in Europe. And the next meeting in Belgium in 2024 will be a very important step towards this common European lightweighting strategy. So finally, let me give you a very brief outlook. Yes, lightweighting is for us a very important transformation technology key for climate action, key for industry. It is key for industry because we want to have a competitive, sustainable, resilient industry, and that means making industry more independent from raw material and energy imports from certain countries, which is key in these days. And of course, we are facing some challenges. Let me name two. The most important one from my point of view is circularity in terms of composites. So here we have to support R&D, design for circularity, design for recycling is a very nice solution. And let me name one more challenge. Making the benefits of lightweighting clearer to consumer and to politics is a challenge because many consumers use lighter products, for example, if they ride a bike, but they don't know that it's made out of carbon fibers and they don't know how beneficial lightweighting is for their own life. And so that's something we have to change because we do need the support and the acceptance of society and politics for lightweighting and advanced materials. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, our next keynote speaker, Mrs. Cecilia Ramberg, is the director of LITER, which is the Swedish Strategic Research and Innovation Program on lightweight. Mrs. Ramberg is a senior program director at RISE, which is the Swedish Research Institute. She holds a Master of Science in Engineering Physics, and she is also a member of European Lightweight Network. The topic of her speech is the Swedish contributions to the European Lightweighting Network. The stage is yours.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for the invitation. I'm happy to be able to speak after this excellent presentation by Mr. Werner Lorscheider. Sweden is a much smaller country than Germany, and my hope is to present how Sweden can cooperate internationally, and then I think this was an excellent introduction. Thank you. So I am I am the director of the Swedish National Innovation Program on Lightweighting. It's called LITER, and my name is Cecilia Ramberg. LITER has been in operation since 2013. It was from the beginning an industrial initiative. Industry representatives, researchers, and also people from in research organizations, academic researchers also, joined forces and wrote a research agenda on lightweighting with the goal to lower the greenhouse gas threat and to bolster innovation. And it's a cross-industrial sectors initiative and cross-disciplinary sector, disciplinary competences initiative, supported by 3 Swedish governmental organizations or financing agencies. And we have many large exporting global companies in Sweden that are dealing with the lightweight every day. So it's a strong export focus. Even if we have all those, large automotive and aerospace companies, we have a 60% small and medium-sized companies in LITER being active. And we see when we have the large companies with us, the small ones will join automatically. And I think maybe we can support the small ones even more crucially, because much of the innovation is done in the smaller companies. And we try to create a cooperation environment between small and medium-sized companies and the large OEMs in order to speed up innovation. And the important thing is the network, that we work together, we try to understand one another's perspectives and to really inspire one another. And of course, like in the German presentation, the goal is to create sustainable growth, but it's also to speed up innovation and to take research initiatives or research results from low technology readiness levels, like from 1 to 3 academic results, to an industrial implementation faster. We need to move fast in order to solve our common problems. Oh, sorry, that's back. So I think the red thread in Sweden is the Swedish lightweight agenda. And it was written, as I said, back in 2013 for the first time. And over 100 organizations took part in the process of writing the agenda. Then we update the agenda every third year. And to know where to go is just crucial. And I think also that's why I really appreciate the initiative from Germany for the European Lightweighting Network that I will come back to, where we are looking at creating a European lightweight strategy. But in the last updating that we'd made last year, we have written down 3 recommendations for Sweden. And I think they can also be used on a European perspective. But of course, we need to listen and to include many other perspectives as well. But in Sweden, we see that optimizing energy and material use, that is, to be resource efficient, that is exactly what lightweight is about. Lightweight is the tool to reach resource efficiency. And that is what we need. So we really, really need to cooperate on how to use our resources more efficiently. The second, we think that we have found a way of getting results within resource efficiency quick and tangible. The second recommendation is about creating sustainable, what we call value circles or circular value chains. We know that resource efficiency is absolutely necessary for our world and for industry in order to survive. But we see that if we can present lightweight solutions that also are circular, we have an even stronger case. So we would like to add the circularity in order to make it sustainable in the long run. And the third recommendation is that we see that the solutions that we create make most use for society if we can export them to other industrial sectors or to also society as a whole within the building industry or the infrastructure industry, that we can use the same type of knowledge. So we think that cross-industrial sector perspective is very important for lightweight to really bring as much progress as possible to society. I would like to just show you one picture on the circular value chains, because we think it's important for lightweight in every one of those steps, like for the raw material use, for the production step, for the distribution, the use, repair, reuse. Of course, the most important thing is to make your product, make the life length as long as possible. That's the most important thing within circularity. And then waste collection and remanufacturing and recycling. All those steps we can improve within lightweighting. And I think that is a good issue to work on a more international perspective because the value chains are international. So I'm looking forward to cooperating in practical projects with you on this. The agenda you can find on lighteragenda.nu. It is in both Swedish and English, and the main version is digital, but we have also a small brochure, like 6 pages only, but we try to work more digitally. And don't hesitate. Please contact me if you have any questions around it. We are very happy to listen to other people's perspectives and try to, as I mentioned, look for a European strategy together. We had the honor to be the hosts of the 3rd European Lightweighting Network Conference in Stockholm in June. And being part of the working group for the conference was very rewarding. And I think we had some key progress there, not thanks to Sweden only, but because we had to work together to arrange the conference, several countries together. And I think I can see now the key components of a European lightweight strategy taking form. And as Mr. Lorscheide said, it would be very inspiring to see Poland in this group being with us, forming the European strategy. And we also have an activity matrix where we do a lot of practical things together, which I really think is crucial in order to see the strategy developing. And also to expand the European lightweighting network is important to us. We are looking for countries with a political interest in lightweighting. And also, of course, in Sweden, we work mainly with an industrial perspective, but we will really try to anchor it on a political level as well. And we are happy to see the interest of Poland and Slovakia. And as Mr. Lorscheide said, it's so good to see that the coming ELN conferences have hosts already decided upon. That makes it easy to see a future together. Something about Lighter's international activities. We have an international conference within Lighter every other year. So the coming next year it will be in June, 18th to 19th of June in Gothenburg. And that's where we invite international speakers. It's an academic and industrial conference where we have some hopefully very interesting key note speakers from industry, where we try to outline lightweight challenges. So please feel welcome to come to Sweden and network within lightweighting in June. Here you will recognize much of what was presented in the German presentation earlier. Sweden is active within the European Lightweighting Network, trying to strengthen the European perspective. We also work actively within ELCA, which is European Lightweight Cluster Alliance. It's a research and company network where you can find good project ideas and good project consortia to develop applications for calls. And we have, I think that's also important with a very practical cooperation with other countries. Looking to come up with activities to strengthen the European lightweight strategy. And we've been participating in Eureka Lightweighting this year. We'll see how it will be for 2024, but I think it's an excellent initiative. We're hoping to go to France in 2024 with an industrial delegation. And we also have a PhD network within Lighter that we work internationally with. We have an academic network that we work internationally with. And then we try to, together with European Lightweighting Network, be active within initiatives concerning advanced materials and Horizon Europe. So both Advanced Materials Initiative 2030 and I'm for EU, Innovative Materials for EU. We have had discussions, we've had possibilities to have a dialogue on how to form the coming funding possibilities for innovative materials in Europe. And I think lightweighting is a important enabler for a more sustainable world. Before I say thank you, I would like to say that please feel free to discuss any matter with me during these days. This presentation was more about Swedish ways of contributing to the international possibilities, but I could also individually describe a little bit more about what Leiter does in Sweden. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dear guests, our next speaker, Dr. Andrius Vilkauskas, is the Dean of the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Design at Kaunas University of Technology. He holds a PhD in Technological Sciences, Mechanical Engineering, and before serving as a Dean, he took various positions in defense technologies industry. Later, he was sharing his experience in a NATO Industrial Advisory Group, representing Lithuanian delegation as the head of delegation and deputy head. In parallel with academic activities, Dr. Vilkauskas was working in power and district heating manufacturing industry, taking part in waste-to-energy plant development from the greenfield till commercial operations, and since 2016, taking a position as the chairman of the board at Kaunas cogeneration plant. He's also vice president at Engineering and Technology Industries Association of Lithuania. Doctor, the stage is yours.
Hello. I would say good morning, but almost already good day. And thank you, host, for inviting us and for giving a possibility to join your event and an opportunity to join Lightweight Network and Lightweight World. So now I will speak today more from the Lithuanian engineering industries and technology perspectives and from Association of these industries, LIMPRA. And just to give some understanding where we are, because, okay, Sweden is not a big country, but Lithuania is much more smaller. So it means, as Lithuania, in the engineering industries, we really have to work a lot with international cooperation, because internal market is too small if you really wish to develop something and to go ahead. So all our industries, from the beginning, after regaining independence, were really oriented to go into the international market and to be a part of some supply chains of bigger players. This is reality. And it gives some advantages, but also it gives some, and also not disadvantages, but some things that we have to consider. So what is LIMPRA in a couple of words? It is organization that tries to unite leading companies with some leading mindset. Also, it is part of our activities as being some kind of ambassadors in the world of Lithuanian engineering industries. We're trying to join with our companies and to contribute to the country's development. Today, one of the biggest agendas for us today is education, STEM education, to help the country and to young people, let's say, to choose future engineering and, let's say, manufacturing careers. And we always try to attract, let's say, really companies that keen with the development. will not discuss a lot of business areas, but lightweight and composites are still missing, but that's also it is an opportunity. There is main activities and pillars, but I will discuss only three of let's say three pillars, last three pillars. So it is digital transformation. During COVID, it was really clear what companies really need this one. Limpra companies already started much, let's say, more earlier, and it was really helpful for us to maintain the businesses in this COVID restriction periods, and even our companies managed to grow really a lot during this period. That's some little example. The manufacturing part in our GDP really grew up in the, let's say, last couple of years. Some more important things just to understand where was our goal of association and the industry to increase our education. And just some figures, number of employees have not increased a lot during the last decade, but turnover and export increased in times. So it means that we had really to learn a lot, and we did it. Okay, export markets, we are really Baltic states, our partners are around Baltic Sea. It's a classic view, but just a couple of remarks. For last decade, several companies today are really good in titanium, let's say, machining, and it's also part of lightweight materials. So it was quite big challenge for the beginning, but today we are running parts and let's say quite big parts of supply chains for bigger players in the global market. Electronics, laser industries is also part of this field, and plastics and rubbers. It's important part for the composite industry. But in Lithuania, composite industries are really distributed. Some of them companies dealing in the textile industry, as an example, but manufacturing some matrices for composites, and also some companies dealing in the plastic and rubber, let's say, sector, but we are really dedicated to the, let's say, composite field. Engineering activities, I will skip now, and maybe three main objectives. So innovative solutions for the companies, what Limpra does, and in our network, how we cooperate and working together. Anyway, we have to deal with business and the increasing turnover and export growth of the companies, and of course profits, and efficiency and productivity. What we're dealing between our network inside, we're taking big part for education of our companies and for ourselves. And now let's switch to the lightweight. And at the beginning, when we discussed this event in summer with Dariusz, I asked our companies, do we have some composites? First answer was no. But we are dealing in some electronics, in some machining, in some automotive industries, in some aviation industries. I showed the same pictures. Guys, look, in the last 50 years, in aviation, from 1% of composite to 50% of a composite. So if we are dealing somewhere, and let's say in some sectors, so it means that already this change appeared. So let's look what we are doing now. And let's look what is motivating us to do this one as an industry. And you can say it is only three main topics, but it will motivate us and will push us to go. It's a Green Deal. It's already discussed before. Digital transformation, I mean from the point of view that in composites it's much more easy also to install and to integrate all possible digital gadgets and so on, which will be important in let's say in the future with digital passport of a product and whatever. And security and energy. Security from a point of view, and since 2014 we already see what is world, it's not so nice sometimes. So we have to secure our supply chains and everything that is possible, and also to secure our energy, let's say, production. And now we went back to our, let's say, Engineering Industries Association members, and the easiest way to show for ourselves, for the beginning, we're dealing a lot with composites, mainly for companies who deals with automotive industries today and with aviation industries. So there is two companies in Lithuania who, let's say, manufacturing, one of them manufacturing electric buses, another one with some minibuses, minivans. It is hybrid or whatever, but it is mainly in cooperation with Mercedes and Volkswagen. We are allowed to rework these machines and still keeping the brand name of Mercedes or whatever, or Volkswagen. And now, just saving the time, the basic idea is almost everything from composite. Of course, batteries not, some electric drives not, and so on, but almost everything from composite, and everything is manufactured locally. So I say, guys, we are composite. Let's say also, composite is part of our activity. Maybe you're not recognizing, but gives for us new opportunities, new possibilities, new products, and so on. So we have to deal with this one. So at the end, I would say that we are in the stage what we want to be part of this world, of this lightweight, let's say, materials and industry world, but we also have to find out how we're going to innovate in our products, in our ideas, and even processes to adapt this one, or maybe even to start to become, in some parts, let's say, even subcontractors or manufacturers of some, let's say, solutions. So basic idea of Limpra, and what we have told, but in some cases we are not, let's say when we are more dealing with subcontracting, you do what your customer asks, and it's normal. And it's okay. But also we have to look around and to look for new innovative solutions and possibilities to develop your own products or co-develop with your partners. So I think this kind of events, it is a possibility for all of us to find out these possibilities. And but also for closing my presentation, just I would say that I see the big opportunity and potential really for this region. And I would say it's Białystok is the right place just to connect all these activities in one place. So thank you for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Basically, you can stay on stage and have a seat. Yeah, already. Yeah, it's high time to have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, it's this point of the program of our today's event when we will be having our first panel discussion. So therefore, I would like to ask all our experts that had their speeches to join me on stage. I would like to ask Professor Marta Kosior-Kazberuk to join me on stage and have a seat. Dr. Mariusz Dąbrowski also, please join us on stage. Mr. Werner Loscheider, you're welcome here to have a seat. Mrs. Cecilia Ramberg, and we have also already on stage Dr. Andrius Vilkauskas. So please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a chance to listen to 5 interesting keynote speeches, and it's high time to say a few words about what we've heard and deepen a little bit the topics mentioned before. So the first question, don't worry, I'll ask everybody, so you have your time. But the first question I would like to ask goes to Professor Marta Kosior-Kazberuk. And in what ways does the university foster a culture of academic excellence, and how does it leverage international collaborations to enhance the quality of education and research?
Thank you.
During my presentation, I would like to show a few aspects the basis of our international cooperation and the successes in this international cooperation, but also in education and cooperation with the environment around us. I mean, with companies and institutions. So I will start from the university. I mean, the key aspects for development of the quality of education, research activities, and general cooperation is the atmosphere. The atmosphere supporting the researchers, the atmosphere supporting the students, but because university is a hierarchical institution, we need stable conditions. So I think this is the basic need. But now we also need professional help. I mean about dedicated at the university, dedicated offices responsible for help for researchers in application for projects and for management and formal aspects of projects conducting. I mean about the Office of International Programs, Office of International Relations. Other aspects of course, permanent, systematically provided upgrading of infrastructure, some kind of sharing economy, stable cooperation with other partners, I mean the universities, in some kind of exchange of potential, particularly infrastructure for research. What more? What is more important? I think that financial and non-financial motivating factors, so because it's connected with the atmosphere and some kind of awards for our researchers for their successes.
And that's basically plenty of things that you've mentioned. So,
and of course, maintenance and development, the international relations. International relations with social and economical environment. Because these relations could be kept, for example, for waiting for the opportunities for new projects. So both sides, sometimes three sides, should look for the opportunities for new projects. So the atmosphere and some motivating aspects and factors at the university, and permanent contacts, established contacts, relations with the surrounding, with our partners, and the way how to keep these relations. There are the events like international weeks, like international conferences.
thank you very much. And from the perspective, from the point of view of the Marshall Office, that's the question to Dr. Mariusz Nombrowski. How does the Marshall Office address challenges faced by businesses in the region, and what resources or support systems are in place to ensure their sustained growth?
we are listening to voices of our entrepreneurs very carefully, and we can help in two ways, actually. First, to foster the growth, and second, sometimes to help survive. Maybe I will start with second one. During the COVID pandemic, we supported especially small and medium size enterprises to survive. We saved about a few thousand jobs, I think, in our region. But it was a special situation, it was a crisis situation, but we don't like this. We prefer to support, we prefer growth. We, as a Marshall Office, we are manage EU funds. This is the strongest what we have, the strongest instruments in our hands. So we support our business in research and development, in foreign expansion. We support our exporters. We organize trade mission. We give grants for foreign trades for our businesses. So we have, I think, many instruments, but mostly thanks to EU funds, because we don't have too much money from budget, own budget, like government or even some big cities. But our main instrument is EU funds, and we try to spend it effectively as much as possible. And I think we have good cooperation with our business, and I hope they are happy.
We do hope they are happy too. I bet that you do a great job. And the next question. Now we are moving abroad from Podlaski region. We are moving to Germany. So the first question to Mr. Werner Loscheider. You've talked about a light-weighting initiative of the Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. And the question is, what industries or sectors stand to benefit the most from the initiative, and how does it contribute to the overall economic and climate-related objectives?
Yes, thank you. I guess more or less any industry benefits from lightweighting, but of course there are differences. I showed you one picture, and you saw there that the most beneficial sector was the automotive sector, second mechanical engineering, third aviation, and fourth construction. That was the ranking of our funding program, but at the end of the day, any industry benefits from lightweighting, and I think maybe the most important message is that lightweighting is beneficial for all of us in our daily life. If you ride a bike, you use a lightweighting product, and it is beneficial because lightweighting helps us dealing with the climate change, helps us reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and help us saving and reducing raw materials. And I think that's a great message, especially towards politics.
Great, thank you. And now the Swedish perspective. Question to Cecilia Ramberg. How does the Swedish Strategic Research and Innovation Program on lightweight solutions collaborate with other European partners within the network, and what are the key areas of focus for this collaboration?
I think I mentioned a few in my presentation, and I'm happy to be a little more concrete now. We're trying to work in the European Lightweighting Network and European Lightweight Cluster Alliance as a group, strengthening the whole European perspective. But besides that, we also work bilaterally with the countries involved in the lightweight work. And of course, Germany is very interesting for us. We've had German industry delegations coming to Sweden. We've been to Germany visiting with the Swedish delegation as well. We've also been to Switzerland and Austria. And we are, as I said, planning to go to France. And that's really a very good way of fostering cooperation, industry to industry directly, or researcher to researcher. I also would like to mention the bilateral funding possibilities that we have, and that's mainly with Germany and Switzerland that we've been working. The Eureka lightweighting calls that Werner Loscheide mentioned is an excellent way of cooperating concretely with other countries. And then we try to make our own instruments or innovation mechanisms more international. And I mentioned then Lighter PhD Network and Lighter Academy, where people are welcome to join and take part of the Swedish experiences and results. And last but not least, we welcome the world to Sweden every other year at Lighter International Conference. So that's a way of welcoming cooperation also. And of course, we try to be very active in other conferences, both nationally and internationally, just showing what we do and what we think about. So,
Great. Thank you. And since we're talking a lot about the collaboration between the academic environments and industry, and you've mentioned, it's the question to Dr. Wilkauskas. You've mentioned the LINPRA Association, right? And how is Kaunas University of Technology collaborating with LINPRA to advance research and innovation in the field of lightweight composites within the Lithuanian engineering and technology industries?
I would this answer divide into two parts. One of them is general, not only to the lightweight, but for the industry, engineering industry as a whole in Lithuania. So the main idea that we need to have in the future more future engineers. So this is what we're trying to foster and understanding in Lithuania. We are not only a basketball country, but also engineering country as well. And today we have also LINPRA made some challenge, so we call STEAM team. So it means that it is some educational activities for schoolboys and girls to take a part and try to become future engineers, making some competitions and so on. But it's good that already in national level, Ministry of Education and so on took us an idea, and I think in next year or the second year already as a plan to build in Lithuania some kind like national engineering, let's say, some competition for schoolboys, as an example. In the smallest case and more, what we're dealing today, so we have also, with the help of our state, I mean, through also financing some grants and so on for industry and academia for joint projects. It's one, some more formal way. And another one, it is we're trying as much as possible to attract, let's say, business-related problems into a PhD and the master studies. So this is where one of some practical ways when we're taking these challenges from the industry, of course, putting in some academic, let's say, view and so on, and putting in our studies process and research process. So I think today, what already from this presentation, was companies who developed always, let's say, this way products with the composite materials. Main engineers were our past PhDs, let's say, students, today already PhD doctors, and also some of them today are taking a part at universities. So it is a direct cooperation connection with putting our efforts together. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're free to ask questions. I have to mention that because I've asked my questions already. I have more, no worries. But perhaps if there's anybody in the room who would like to ask a question to the panelists, feel free to do that. Just raise your hand. You will be provided with the microphone, no worries. If there are any questions in the room, do we have some? Not yet. So take your time. Take your time and think about the question, so I'll continue with mine. Wow. Yeah, the first question, what is it? Yeah. Okay, so my next question goes to Mr. Loscheide, because obviously we're talking a lot about collaboration and fostering relationships within different sectors, and every time you try to foster a collaboration and relationships, there happen to be some challenges. Yeah, And what challenges or obstacles has the initiative that you've mentioned encountered, and how is the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action addressing these challenges?
That's a good question. I guess the most biggest challenge is that we are dealing in a cross-cutting technology. That means we have many different stakeholders with very different goals, and bringing them together at a table is a real challenge, because everyone wants to push for his own goals, and that's not always the goal from the partners, the potential partners. So it needs some time and some work to explain that such an initiative is beneficial at the end of the day for the whole cluster. And yes, doing that is just work that has to be done. And I think that only can work if you do it together with, with a ministry or a governmental institution, because yes, you have to promote that idea, and you have to convince industries to work together. And so our experience was it is good to arrange such an initiative under the roof of our initiative of our ministry. That's one important point. And let me mention one more point. Of course, we have raised awareness for lightweighting for advanced materials, because it's a kind of competition which is going on in the political discussion. Everybody is arguing for his topic, and lightweighting is only one topic. And so you have to make clear, especially towards politics, how important you are, and that it's a great industry with very great researchers, and yes, you have to get the message across how important you are for society and for climate action. And for industry, don't forget that.
Thank you. And if there are any questions in the room, I'm still... Yeah, they have one question. That's great.
Yes, and this question is especially for Mr. Lohscheider. So in this last annual economic report of your ministry, there are some new criteria mentioned to evaluate the economy, this sustainability criteria. I think it was the first proposal, there was some discussion about that. Do we have to expect that we have to consider in future much more this criteria when we report about our economy?
I'm not sure what you are addressing. Do you mean the lightweighting strategy or the funding program?
No, the economy, so I will say it in German. So it's Jahresforschungsbericht der Bundesregierung 2022 und the topic was nachhaltiges und inklusives Wachstum, Dimension der Wohlfahrt messbar machen.
Okay, that's not in our responsibility, and it's not in my responsibility, but so it's kind of difficult to answer for me as a small civil servant, but maybe I can help you with that answer. Of course, sustainability is key. I mentioned it, and I give you the example of our funding program, technology transfer program for lightweighting. There are more than 100 million euros per year available. And all that money comes from the Climate and Transformation Fund of the government. And I mean, that message is very clear. Climate action is key. And sometimes representatives of industry ask me, is it beneficial or not? Climate action is the most important driver for lightweighting. It's super beneficial for that technology.
Okay, thank you. I have a further question, if it's okay.
Yeah, that's
with all this more reporting, more regulations, and so on. So what can we do as engineers, as scientists, to support industry, because they are complaining about more and more bureaucracy. But I think this bureaucracy is needed for this reporting, but what we can do on that?
Yes, we do need you as scientists, as researcher, to get the message across. You have to help us to make clear how important the technology is for society, and that's not an easy thing, because it's a technology, and many ordinary people don't know that, and even politics don't know how important it is, and that's a complicated challenge. And so we do need you as academia, we do need you as a scientist to get the message across. Without you, it won't work.
Okay, thank you very much for this answer.
Thank you very much for the questions. And okay, so basically just one more question, I guess. Perhaps we'll manage with two. We'll see, because we are running out of time. But the next question goes to Cecilia Ramberg, and that's an interesting issue, because always when you look for innovation, when you try to foster innovation, there is always this matter, this issue of practical applicability. You know, on the one side you have the innovation, on the other side you have this practical applicability. And how does the Swedish Strategic Research and Innovation Program on lightweight solutions address the balance between fostering innovation and ensuring the practical applicability of lightweight solutions in various industries?
I think the key is that the whole initiative is industrially driven. So the industrial implementation was central from the very beginning. It was concrete problems or challenges that they really needed to be solved. And then the way it was done was to write this lightweight agenda that I mentioned, and to make it cross industrial sectors. So each sector had to be really clear on their strategy and what they needed to reach within lightweighting. And then also the other idea, industrial implementation was the one thing. The other one was to speed up the innovation process, taking more radical research results from technology readiness levels 1 to 3 up to industrial implementation. We had like 7 innovation mechanisms that we developed in order to make that journey quicker in fewer years. Normally that would take a long time. So I think the common idea is to work more resource efficiently, work towards greater resource efficiency in a more radical and faster way. That is the key of that's what we say in the agenda. We describe, we have a roadmap where we say, if we work in this way, we can do that together. And then maybe one key that I can mention is the small and medium-sized enterprises, because they are very here and now, and they are normally, like you mentioned, limited by certain crises that tend to appear all the time. And therefore, you need to just have results. So I think having the larger OEMs deciding on the agenda and the smaller companies to be very active could be a key here to your question.
Thank you. And basically, I'm running out of time, so I would like to ask just one short question to Professor Marta Kosiorka-Zberuk, but a very short one, okay? Very short answer, please, because we have just like 2 minutes, 3 max. So looking ahead, what are the university's key priorities and goals in terms of international projects, entrepreneurial collaborations, and academic opportunities?
Okay, it is very difficult to answer in short time, but our main objective is preserving the status of research and teaching university, and maintenance and development of all scientific discipline in our university. So, at first one is active forming the scientific policy to identify the innovative and interdisciplinary areas of research and strengthen them financially. So, other objective is development of a doctoral school and increase in the number of international PhD students, because it's our future. In case considering the education, is the most important objective is involvement of external stakeholders, I mean practitioners and also professors from foreign universities into didactic process, and to involve them in design of curricula of study. It's also important for modern engineers. Other objective, proactive action of university towards all partners and creation the wide offer of our potential research and scientific potential to the partners from the industry and the partners from foreign universities.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the debate. Thank you for the questions from the audience. Thank you, dear speakers. Now, dear guests, it's high time for a short break. As I said in the beginning, everybody needs coffee from time to time. So let's have a cup of coffee, just 5-minute break, and so we meet again at a very crucial point of the program of our today's event. So don't be late. We meet again in 5 minutes. Thank you.
So our aim is to build the structure between the Podlasia region, between the three key national clusters, Evoluma Industry Cluster, Polish Cluster of Composite Technology and Polish Construction Cluster, with cooperation with Białystok University of Technology and Foundation of the Development of Białystok University of Technology. This is the quadrupole which shows the connection between the government, between the industry, society, and the science. The mission is to raise awareness of advanced hybrid materials and composite technologies, increase innovation and transfer of the new materials and technological trends. Goals and activities: raise awareness, design communication roads, develop an implementation plan and strategic goals, and organization of the events for all of these organizations in quadruple helix. To build this quadruple helix, we also need the international collaboration, as well as collaboration with the universities from Poland. So because of that, we kindly ask the institutes from Germany, from Latvia, Estonia, as well as Warsaw University of Technology in Poland, to collaborate, to build the Excellence Hub and to prepare the Baltic Ecosphere, the leadership in industrial eco-solution excellence. Why we would like to do this? Because this ecosystem should be adaptive, so should establish a relation between the industry cluster and society, should be synergetic, so it will be the connection between the university and industry clusters, dynamic, so the interplay between the region and the industry cluster will be also very important, and inclusive, the bond between university and society. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention, and now it's the most important part of our event.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a very crucial moment of our meeting, and that is why I would like to invite on the stage, first of all, the Marshal of the Podlaskie region, Dr. Artur Kosicki. Welcome, please join me on stage, have a seat. In a minute, we will be signing the ceremony of the signing of the documents. I would like to ask to join us on stage Mr. Marek Olbrich, Deputy Marshal also. Please also join us Rector of Białystok University of Technology, Professor Marta Kosior-Kasberuk, to have her place at the table. And leaders of the key national clusters, Sebastian Rynkiewicz, Evoluma Industry Cluster, please join us on stage. Mariusz Wasilewski, Director of Polish Construction Cluster, welcome. As well as Andrzej Czulak, Polish Cluster of Composite Technology and Director of Foundation for Development of the Białystok University of Technology. Please join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very crucial moment, so dear guests, please take your seats. You have the documents, you have pen. Okay, one more person, Mr. Grzegorz Kurski, please join us on stage. Now is the time to take the photos that will go down in history, and I believe will also be the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers and news. Ladies and gentlemen, the Open Innovation Network of the Podlaskie region is now being officially established. Just a few more signatures. Lots of partners means lots of documents, lots of signatures, and lots of fruitful cooperation. I guess we are all set, right? So just, ladies and gentlemen, just have like a few more photos. Thank you for the signing. This was the ceremonial establishment of Open Innovation Network of the Podlaskie region. And now we have like a few souvenirs for our guests, for the people who signed the documents, signed the establishment. So I would like to ask to join me on stage, Ms. Izabela Zglobicka, a few more photographs. I guess we all have it. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to a point that is a very crucial point of the program of every conference, because irregardless of the topic of the conference, irregardless of the place, irregardless of whoever is the guest, there is always one point of the program that is very crucial for every participant of every conference, and that is lunch. So let's have a short break for lunch, and during the lunch, obviously, make use of it, make it to the best of your benefits, and have lots of fruitful discussions. apart from a tasty meal, and see you again at 12:30. At 12:30, we will start with another panel on raising funds, possibilities, tips, and questions. Now, lunch break. operational program of the Podlaskie Voivodeship and the European funds for Podlaskie in the area of R&D and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, Emilia Malinowska, Marshal's Office of the Podlaskie region. The stage is yours.
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Korzystając z możliwości tłumaczenia, moją prezentację przeprowadzę w języku polskim. Program Fundusze Europejskie dla Podlaskiego to program skierowany przede wszystkim dla firm, które działają w naszym regionie, dla instytucji funkcjonujących w naszym regionie, dla organizacji badawczych itd. Jednakże chciałabym Państwu zaprezentować, iż w tej perspektywie będziemy stawiać też mocno na współpracę, nawet w ramach tych funduszy dostępnych w ramach programu regionalnego. Nasz program regionalny to 5 celów polityki, więc jest to program bardzo przekrojowy. Obejmuje nie tylko obszar badań i innowacji, również obszar związany ze środowiskiem, zmianami klimatu. Do tego oczywiście inne sektory, jak sektor transportu, edukacji czy włączenia społecznego. Ja natomiast w mojej prezentacji chciałabym się skupić na tym obszarze badania i innowacje. Alokacja tutaj wynosi 167 milionów euro. I co ważne, nasze środki w obszarze badań i innowacji będziemy koncentrować na tak zwanych inteligentnych specjalizacjach województwa podlaskiego. Nasze dokumenty strategiczne określają 4 główne specjalizacje. Przemysł rolno-spożywczy, przemysł metalowo-maszynowy i szkutniczy, sektor medyczny i nauk o zdrowiu oraz sektor ekoinnowacji i nauk o środowisku. Tak więc tutaj, biorąc pod uwagę tematykę naszej dzisiejszej konferencji, myślę, że bez problemu projekty w tym obszarze mogą wpisać się chociażby w tą specjalizację związaną z ekoinnowacjami. Do tych specjalizacji dołączamy tak zwane łańcuchy wartości oraz sektor IT, o ile też działa na rzecz rozwoju tych głównych specjalizacji. Na te specjalizacje będziemy koncentrować największe środki. Do tego mamy wyodrębnione również specjalizacje wschodzące. Tutaj będziemy wspierać branże, które są wpisane w nasze krajowe inteligentne specjalizacje oraz inne sektory, które wykażą wzrost zatrudnienia znacznie przewyższający tą dynamikę w skali naszego kraju. I przechodząc już do konkretnych instrumentów, chciałabym powiedzieć o naborach, które już zostały ogłoszone i które już są dostępne do naszych firm i naszych organizacji badawczych, ale również organizacji badawczych spoza naszego regionu. Pierwszy nabór dotyczy działalności badawczo-rozwojowej i infrastruktury badawczo-rozwojowej przedsiębiorstw. Pierwszy nabór trwa do 29 listopada, ale przewidujemy takie cykliczne nabory, tak żeby zapewnić Państwu możliwość złożenia wniosku o dofinansowanie właściwie w każdym czasie. O wsparcie mogą się ubiegać tutaj przedsiębiorstwa mikro, małe, średnie, ale również przedsiębiorstwa duże. Przedsiębiorstwa mogą realizować prace badawcze, mogą zakupywać infrastrukturę badawczo-rozwojową. Może być również realizowany komponent związany z wdrożeniem wyników prac badawczo-rozwojowych. Ten komponent jest niedostępny tylko dla dużych przedsiębiorstw. Dla MŚP jest on również dostępny. I co ważne, w tym naborze premiujemy również współpracę. Współpracę w postaci konsorcjów przedsiębiorstw, czyli współpraca między firmami oraz konsorcjów przemysłowo-naukowych, czyli współpraca między firmami a jednostkami naukowymi czy innymi organizacjami badawczymi. Na co można uzyskać dofinansowanie? Po pierwsze, wspieramy realizację projektów badawczo-rozwojowych. Można realizować prace rozwojowe, badania przemysłowe. Elementem może być ochrona praw własności intelektualnej. Elementem projektów w przypadku MŚP może być wdrożenie wyników prac badawczo-rozwojowych. Tak więc finansujemy cały proces badawczy, zaś warunkiem niezbędnym jest zobowiązanie do wdrożenia wyników tych prac w okresie 3 lat od zakończenia realizacji projektu. Drugi komponent, który można realizować, jest związany z zakupem infrastruktury badawczo-rozwojowej. Tak? Firmy mogą kupować środki trwałe, wartości materialne i prawne, na których będą po zakupie tej infrastruktury prowadzić prace badawcze. Tak więc jest to projekt inwestycyjny, zaś warunkiem niezbędnym jest nam przedstawienie planu prac badawczo-rozwojowych, który firma zamierza zrealizować na zakupionej infrastrukturze. Wielkości tych projektów: minimalna wartość wydatków kwalifikowanych 150 000 złotych, maksymalna 8 milionów złotych i tu podstawową formą wsparcia jest przede wszystkim klasyczna, bezzwrotna dotacja. I to, o czym wspominałam, tutaj w ramach oceny tego rodzaju projektów będziemy premiować współpracę. Projekty dotyczące prowadzenia prac badawczo-rozwojowych realizowane w konsorcjum uzyskują od razu na ocenie dodatkowe punkty. Natomiast jeżeli te konsorcjum jest tworzone z firmą z Krajowego Klastra Kluczowego, z organizacją badawczą z siedzibą w kraju bądź organizacją badawczą z siedzibą za granicą, jeszcze kolejne punkty są w trakcie oceny przyznawane, tak więc tutaj największe preferencje dla właśnie form współpracy, czy to z przedsiębiorstwami, czy z organizacjami badawczymi. Tak samo jeżeli chodzi o projekty związane z zakupem infrastruktury badawczo-rozwojowej. Jeżeli beneficjent wykaże, że w ramach planu prac badawczo-rozwojowych będzie współpracował z organizacją badawczą naszą krajową bądź organizacją badawczą spoza naszego kraju, również otrzyma dodatkowe punkty, co znacząco zwiększa szanse na pozytywną ocenę i dofinansowanie. Firmy oczywiście znajdują się na różnych etapach rozwoju, tak więc w naszym programie przewidzieliśmy również takie uproszczone instrumenty mniejszej skali, mniej sformalizowane. Po pierwsze, przewidujemy wsparcie firm, przekazując im bony na badania. Bon o wartości do 150 000 złotych będzie może zostać zrealizowany na zlecenie wykonania usług badawczych na zewnątrz. Zaplanowaliśmy również bon na cyfryzację, również o wartości do 150 000 złotych, który może być zrealizowany na wdrożenie specjalistycznych rozwiązań cyfrowych w firmie. Chciałabym jeszcze krótko powiedzieć o inicjatywach strategicznych, które planujemy realizować w naszym regionie. Już pokrótce pojawiało się tutaj hasła i informacje o tym. Pierwszy z nich to Podlaskie Centrum Eksportera, czyli kompleksowy projekt wspierający rozwój eksportu i umiędzynarodowienia MŚP. Ten projekt będzie realizowany przez województwo podlaskie. Jego liderem jest nasze Biuro Obsługi Inwestora, tutaj na czele z panem dyrektorem Mariuszem Dąbrowskim. Będą realizowane tu kompleksowe usługi wsparcia w zakresie wyjścia na rynek zagraniczny, również bony na wyjazdy targowe czy organizacja różnego rodzaju misji gospodarczych celem rozwoju działalności naszych przedsiębiorstw na rynkach zagranicznych. Kolejna inicjatywa to nasz regionalny projekt w zakresie procesu przedsiębiorczego odkrywania oraz współpracy sieciowej. Tutaj również my jako Urząd Marszałkowski będziemy liderem, oczywiście współpracując z naszymi instytucjami otoczenia biznesu. Planujemy powołanie liderów naszych poszczególnych specjalizacji, którzy będą budować sieć współpracy w poszczególnych specjalizacjach z uwzględnieniem również różnego rodzaju działań związanych z nawiązywaniem współpracy międzynarodowej i organizacją wydarzeń, które przyczynią się do tworzenia możliwości współpracy przy projektach w skali międzynarodowej. I jeszcze jedna ważna inicjatywa w naszym regionie to rozwój ekosystemu innowacji Dolina Rolnicza 4.0. Aktualnie jesteśmy na etapie zakończenia prac przygotowawczych nad uruchomieniem tej inicjatywy. Mamy nadzieję, że wkrótce, z początkiem przyszłego roku, rozpoczęte zostaną działania w tym obszarze budowy ekosystemu innowacji w specjalizacjach, w których już jesteśmy silni jako województwo. I tu mamy przede wszystkim na myśli budowanie potencjału współpracy i innowacji w obszarze agritech, healthtech i foodtech. Tak więc zapraszamy podmioty zainteresowane do współpracy przy tej inicjatywie. I tutaj między innymi jesteśmy już wymieniani w skali europejskiej jako region z potencjałem do rozwoju innowacji w obszarze bezpieczeństwa żywnościowego, czy też generalnie w obszarze biogospodarki. Tak więc wkrótce startujemy z tymi inicjatywami, natomiast jeżeli ktoś poszukuje możliwości wsparcia projektów badawczych i innowacyjnych, zapraszamy na naszą stronę fundusze.ue.podlaskie.eu. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker is the Deputy Head of Development at International Programs Department at Białystok University of Technology, Project and Financial Officer of several projects with a total value of over 60 million euro, addressed to over 20,000 participants. He is also an expert in Horizon EU and EU funds. His name is Tomasz Harkiewicz. And the title of his speech is Why is it worth getting to know Horizon Europe?
Dzień dobry Państwu. Bardzo miło, że mamy możliwość zaprezentowania się jako horyzontalny punkt kontaktowy Polska Wschodnia na konferencji LimaCon 2023. Moja prezentacja będzie skierowana do osób, które zaczynają swoje kroki z horyzontem. W dalszej części wiem, że będzie materiał dla bardziej zaawansowanych, także korzystając z okazji pozwoliłem sobie na zasadzie wprowadzenia, tudzież, nie wiem, utrwalenia informacji dotyczących horyzontu popełnić tą prezentację. Czym w ogóle jest Horyzont Europa? Horyzont Europa jest największym w historii programem ramowym w zakresie badań naukowych i innowacji. Na badania innowacyjne i rozwiązania budżet jest przewidziany na całą perspektywę na 2 lata 2021-2027 w wysokości 95,5 miliarda euro. Jest to 9. z kolei program ramowy, także to już jest, no, jak Państwo widzicie, kontynuacja. Jak wygląda struktura Horyzontu Europa? Struktura jest podzielona w zasadzie na 3 filary. 4. jest ukierunkowany na poszerzanie udziału i wzmacnianie europejskiej przestrzeni badawczej. No i tak pokrótce omówię, co jest najważniejszego w tych poszczególnych obszarach. W ramach 1. filaru doskonała baza naukowa. Jest on ukierunkowany na wzmocnienie jakości bazy naukowej Unii Europejskiej i podniesienie konkurencyjności badań naukowych i innowacji w skali globalnej. Składa się on z 3 działań. To jest Europejskiej Rady do Spraw Badań Naukowych, gdzie finansowane są badania pionierskie prowadzone przez najlepszych naukowców wraz ze swoimi zespołami. Działań Marii Skłodowskiej-Curie, czyli wyposażenie naukowców w nową wiedzę, w nowe umiejętności dzięki mobilności i szkoleniom. I trzecim elementem są infrastruktury badawcze, czyli zintegrowane, połączone infrastruktury badawcze klasy światowej. W ramach drugiego filaru jest on ukierunkowany na globalne wyzwania i europejską konkurencyjność przemysłową. Tutaj Horyzont Europa stawia nacisk na badania oparte na badania, które w zasadzie wspierają wyzwania, które społeczeństwo tutaj stawia przed światem, przed Europą i ma na celu wzmacnianie potencjału technologicznego i przemysłowego poprzez tak zwane obszary tematyczne, czyli klastry w ramach wyzwań o charakterze ponadnarodowym, można powiedzieć globalnym. I w ramach drugiego filara są wyróżnione klastry takie jak zdrowie, kultura, kreatywność i społeczeństwo integracyjne, technologie cyfrowe, przemysł, przestrzeń kosmiczna, bezpieczeństwo cywilne na rzecz społeczeństwa, klimat, energia, mobilność, żywność, biogospodarka, zasoby naturalne, rolnictwo i środowisko. W ramach każdego z tych klastrów, to już nie będę omawiał, bo to jest zbyt obszerny temat, no i w zasadzie każdy z nich mógłby być tematem odrębnej prezentacji. Jak Państwo widzicie, w każdym z klastrów, w których było wcześniej, są obszary interwencji i powiedzmy te, które można podciągnąć pod obecną konferencję w ramach technologii produkcyjnych, materiałów zaawansowanych, internet nowej generacji, gałęzie przemysłu o obiegu zamkniętym, nowe technologie prorozwojowe. Także myślę, że tutaj Państwo, jeżeli byście byli zainteresowani, to w pierwszej kolejności należałoby szukać wsparcia dla siebie. I trzeci filar jest to innowacyjna Europa. Tutaj Europa musi wykorzystywać swoją naukę, innowacyjne przedsiębiorstwa, aby móc konkurować na rynkach światowych, które cały czas prezentują i wymyślają nowe technologie. I Komisja, dostrzegając jak gdyby ten problem, wprowadziła jako trzeci filar tak zwaną inicjatywę, która się nazywa Europejska Rada do Spraw Innowacji. Tutaj jest ukierunkowanie na wsparcie dla przełomowych innowacji w rozpoczynających działalność małych, średnich przedsiębiorstwach, a także w spółkach o średniej kapitalizacji. Jest to niejako uzupełnienie prac Europejskiego Instytutu Innowacji i Technologii i powiedzmy tutaj dzięki nawiązywaniu kontaktów z takimi regionalnymi, krajowymi innowatorami ma to służyć wzmacnianiu europejskich ekosystemów innowacji. I ten nieformalny czwarty filar to jest szersze uczestnictwo w wzmacnianiu europejskiej przestrzeni badawczej. Program Horyzont Europa zachęca do szerszego uczestnictwa i zmniejszania luk w zakresie badań naukowych, innowacji, wzmacniania europejskiej przestrzeni badawczej właśnie za pomocą tego komponentu. Jest on ukierunkowany na zapewnianie szerszego uczestnictwa, rozpowszechnianie doskonałości, reformowanie europejskiego systemu badań naukowych i innowacji. Chodzi o to, żeby potencjał Europy nie odbiegał od tego, co się dzieje w świecie, i Komisja Europejska, dostrzegając to, jak gdyby stwarza możliwość finansowania badań czy w szerokim zakresie, już nie tylko wśród państw, tylko stricte z Unii Europejskiej. No i chodzi o to, żeby Unia Europejska dalej jak gdyby była liderem w dziedzinie badań i innowacji w świecie. Kolejnym obszarem, którego dotyka Horyzont Europa, są misje w zakresie badań naukowych i innowacji. Są one jak gdyby ukierunkowane na działania o szerokim zakresie ponadczasowym, dotyczącego bardzo szerokich obszarów. Jak Państwo zobaczycie, jest ich 5. Te obszary to badanie nad rakiem, adaptacja do zmian klimatu, oceany, wody, morza, neutralnie klimatyczne i smart cities, a także zdrowa gleba i żywność. Każda z tych misji ma swoje określone cele, założenia, także też w okienku czasowym na pewno się nie zmieściłbym, gdybym omawiał poszczególne tutaj zakresy działań. Jeżeli Państwo będziecie zainteresowani, to oczywiście zapraszam, czy w kuluarach jestem w stanie. Do kogo w ogóle jest program Horyzont Europa kierowany? On jest kierowany do uczestników z całego świata, nie tylko do państw stricte z Unii Europejskiej. Oczywiście każdy ze swoich konkursów ma swoje ograniczenia, wykluczenia, ale generalną zasadą jest, że są to osoby prawne, które są powołane na mocy krajowego prawa obowiązującego w miejscu ich siedziby, lub na mocy prawa międzynarodowego. Mogą to być uczelnie, na przykład mogą to być duże przedsiębiorstwa, małe, średnie, instytucje publiczne, szpitale, fundacje, organizacje międzynarodowe. Także można powiedzieć generalnie, że jest to program otwarty dla uczestników z całego świata. Tak jak wspomniałem, należy zwracać uwagę na dokumentację konkursową, bo tam jest clue problemu wyłączenia mniejsze lub większe lub zachęty co do możliwości uczestnictwa państw towarzyszonych czy z krajów trzecich. Także tam w pierwszej kolejności trzeba weryfikować, kto może być uczestnikiem danego wsparcia. Jak wziąć udział w Horyzoncie Europa? Generalną zasadą jest, że większość projektów jest realizowana w konsorcjach międzynarodowych i ich generalną cechą jest udoskonalanie, tworzenie nowej wiedzy, technologii, produktu, usług przy wykorzystaniu wiedzy, zasobów, partnerów, których to konsorcjum tworzy. Tak naprawdę mamy tutaj granty też indywidualne, z których mogą skorzystać naukowcy, którzy są na różnych etapach kariery naukowej. Są to na przykład w ramach Europejskiej Rady do Spraw Badań ERC dla naukowców po doktoracie, a także działania w ramach Marii Skłodowskiej-Curie. Tutaj nawet nie trzeba posiadać, nie trzeba być zatrudnionym, na uczelni, ale trzeba mieć jak gdyby informacje czy uprawnienie do rozpoczęcia studiów doktoranckich. Jakie typy projektów są finansowane w ramach Horyzontu Europa? W ramach Horyzontu Europa są finansowane projekty badawczo-innowacyjne, gdzie możemy dostać dofinansowanie do 100%. Projekty innowacyjne, tutaj jest finansowanie do 70% dla jednostek przemysłowych, dla jednostek non-profit do 100%. Tak zwane projekty wspierające, gdzie finansowanie można otrzymać do 100%, a także działania w zakresie szkoleń i mobilności, gdzie finansowanie jest do 100%. Gdzie możemy szukać informacji podstawowych na temat konkursów w ramach Horyzontu Europa? Zgadzam się, że jest tego bardzo, bardzo dużo. Podstawowe adresy to są portale Komisji Europejskiej. Komisja Europejska ponadto prowadzi dedykowany portal Funding and Tender Opportunities, gdzie są wszelkie informacje na temat konkursów w ramach Horyzontu Europa, dokumenty źródłowe, programowe, a także dokumentacja konkursowa, jakieś faki dotyczące poszczególnych konkursów. Ten portal to jest jak gdyby podstawowe miejsce, gdzie powinniśmy się rejestrować i dalsze kroki prowadzić związane z aplikowaniem i później realizacją projektu. Tak jak wspomniałem, jestem przedstawicielem jednego z 6 HAPEK-ów, które działają w makroregionach Polski. Nasz HAPEK jest prowadzony wspólnie z Instytutem Agrofizyki Polskiej Akademii Nauk w Lublinie. Oni są liderem, my jesteśmy partnerem. Ponadto mamy swojego przedstawiciela też na Uniwersytecie Medycznym w Białymstoku. Mam nadzieję, że Państwa nie zanudziłem. To było bardzo duże wyzwanie, żeby nie wiem, w okienku czasowym się zmieścić i powiedzieć, czym się Horyzont zajmuje. Mam nadzieję, że warto się tym zainteresować. Jeżeli Państwo będziecie mieli jakieś pytania, zapraszamy do nas na Wiejską 45A, pokój 17B. Tutaj są nasze telefony, kontakty mailowe. Także dziękuję bardzo za uwagę. To tyle.
Okay, thank you very much. And the title of the next speech is Excellence Hubs, a prospective tool for creating sustainable place-based R&I ecosystems. And so the speaker is Karina Barentseva, Chief Operating Specialist at the National Contact Point Department for Horizon Europe at the National Center for Research and Development. The stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, so first and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this conference for giving me the floor to address to you and to present to you not just maybe one of the possible funding schemes or funding tools, but a project topic under Horizon Europe, which is really tailor-made for your activities and for this newborn network which was created today, as well as for our foreign partners. And this topic, it exists in Horizon program under the widening program, WIDERA program, widening component, and it exists only starting from Horizon Europe. So there was only one call of this project. And this project is called Excellence Hubs. The project description, the topic description, contains practically all the key words, key notions that were mentioned today, as, for example, excellence hubs, ecosystem, research and innovation ecosystem, quadruple helix, and so on. But let's start speak about this possibility. So, first and foremost, the sense of the Excellence Hubs topic is allowing innovation ecosystems in widening countries and beyond to team up and create better linkages between academia, business, government, and society. So, practically, the idea is the same as all that was done today. Then I would say that the target of this teaming up is creating of a real place-based innovation culture in widening countries based on a strategic agenda aligned with regional or national smart specialization strategies. And now I'm going to describe in several words these different positions of the last sentence. So first and foremost, the second position, what is widening countries, and then first and third positions, explaining what is the specific feature of this topic and why I say that it is tailor-made for you, then explaining who can apply for this funding, and then explaining what the consortium is to do in this project. And of course, a few words about budget. So, first and foremost, widening states, sometimes it is possible to hear that people say widening states is something created for states that are very weak and poor in their research. It's not like this. It's a legend. So, really, widening idea is the idea to support the European states, and not sometimes European states, but states associated with Horizon, when their indicators in research activities do not correspond to the highest level of research, which is the indicative position in European research area. So, widening states are not weak, but they need some support. And the idea of the widening program is not to repeat Horizon as it is for widening states, but vice versa, I could say, to prepare widening states to be more active and to be more successful in the whole Horizon program. Here you can see the list of widening states, and Poland is among them, as well as Lithuania. And we speak about associated states, so it is Turkey. So all these states can be leaders in widening projects. And as for the project I'm going to speak now, the coordinator of the project is to be from these widening states, but not only the coordinator. This special program for widening states, which is called Widening Component in Widera Program of Horizon Europe, it contains different instruments to support widening states to improve their access to excellence in research. What is excellence in research? There are sometimes debates, but I could say that it is necessary just to read the ideas of the European Commission. But here I'm not going to speak about excellence. I'm going to speak about excellence hubs. So different instruments in the widening program support different efforts and bring different results. And I could say that starting from very small projects and easy as twinning or hop-on, we can then proceed to big and serious projects as Teaming for Excellence and Excellence Hubs. What is Excellence Hubs? So now I'm going to speak about its specific features. First and foremost, this topic is created to implement the ideas, the strategic objectives of a new era for research and innovation communication from the European Commission. And these objectives are to prioritize investments and reforms in research and innovation. So this project concerns public authorities to improve access to excellence for research across the European Union. It concerns cooperation to enable research results to reach the market and the real economy. It concerns transfer of innovation from research to its implementation to business, to strengthen the mobility of researchers and free flow of knowledge. It concerns also this exchange of experience and skills. The main characteristics of the project Excellence Hubs. So, it is not a research project, as the majority of projects in the widening program. It is a coordination and support project, but widening program is different from all the other coordination and support projects because it gives a possibility, and in our case, it gives even a necessity to conduct a small research project inside a coordination and support project and gives the possibility to use some budget for it. It's a single stage project. It's a single stage project. Its deadline is the 7th of March, so there is some time to prepare the application. The budget is, the general budget for the call is 60 million euros. Expected EU contribution per project is from 2 million to 5 million. And if the project is involved also in mentoring activities, so it is possible to extend the budget by 1 million euro. Indicative number of projects expected to be funded is 12. So it is absolutely different from the second pillar, main pillar of Horizon, where 1, 2, or maybe 3 projects are funded. And the expected duration of the project is up to 4 years. But you still do not understand why is it tailor-made for you. So let's continue explanation. Excellence Hub projects are a part of this great group of widening projects supporting research activities. So they are in the same group with teamings, twinnings, era chairs, EEI projects, but they have a very specific feature. They are dedicated to transfer of innovation. So they have this strong innovation component. And it is not just necessary to create innovations in the projects or something like this. In this project, it is necessary to create an ecosystem where scientific innovation very quickly becomes product which is implemented by industry, first and foremost, big industry, but SMEs too, and is supported and accepted by society with help of public authorities and civil society. There is no prescribed geographical reference to this meaning place-based ecosystems in excellence hubs. So it does not mean that we have to match, for example, ecosystems of special nuts regions or something like this. So it is possible just to create this project involving different types of territories which could be more or less corresponding to each other. For example, the successful projects have, for example, Cyprus as a region and some part of Greece as a region, as two ecosystems, territorial ecosystems. The same could be as, for example, Estonia or maybe even Lithuania, though it is rather big. I can't agree that it is too small. And some region in Poland or 2 regions, official regions, administrative regions in Poland. It is possible even to create border-crossing ecosystems if they exist on one territory, as for example some Baltic-specific ecosystems in different Baltic states. There is a question to the European Commission. Is it possible to create these ecosystems not connected with the territories? So, for example, we have some institution in, some research institution, for example, in Lithuania that produces very interesting innovation ideas. Some Polish institution implements them, and, for example, some Portuguese public authorities and social actors are greatly interested in implementing them. It is possible, says the European Commission, because there are some situations when such ecosystems exist, but just an additional ecosystem to territorial-based ecosystems. And now I'm going to speak about the second moment I was to reveal, to show you. So, who can create this project and apply for it? First and foremost, it is necessary that the consortium of the Excellence Hub would consist of at least two innovation ecosystems existing, created in 2 different widening states. So it is necessary not just speak about this ecosystem that was created today, this network. It is impossible to speak about a very big ecosystem created by you, for example, with our foreign partners from Sweden, Germany, Turkey, and so on. It is necessary to speak about local territorial ecosystems created in one widening state and other widening state. But these ecosystems should be created according to the principle of quadruple quadruple helix. So they should have in their this system academic institutions, business entities, public authorities, and so-called social actors as citizens associations, end users, media, cultural actors, etc. Then, if to speak about these social actors, and it's a question that appeared in my head while this our network was created. They are not be just, for example, associations, because there are different types of associations. They are to be specific associations. So all institutions can be treated according to this call as social actors, but the only condition is that such actors cannot be either commercial entities or part of the public administration. And business associations are not usually considered social actors unless the application demonstrates that they deal with broader social aspects and their role is non-commercial. So it is necessary to be socially responsible and to work first for society and then for profit. And I would like to underline that it is possible to use all these four types of institutions as members of the ecosystem separately. So it is necessary to create some network officially registered, some association, to establish some specific institution which will join these four institutions. It is possible to have several research institutions and only one social actor, or vice versa, but it is necessary to remember that it is possible also to create this hub, local, territorial hub for this ecosystem out of umbrella institutions. If an umbrella institution, an umbrella organization contains all the four parts of quadruple helix, it is possible to have just one partner in the project, one beneficiary from this state. It is possible to have more, of course, but it does not. It is necessary to have some additional partners which do not participate in this association. Then, what is the number of consortium members? You see, if to speak about such institutions which are separately creating the quadruple helix, we can speak that one state is to present at least 4 institutions in the project. Then the second state, 4 institutions more. So 8 or maybe 10 institutions is the minimal number of partners if we do not speak about associations representing quadruple helices. But it is impossible to have more than 25 partners according to the European Commission point of view. It is not forbidden. It is possible officially, but the statistics show that projects having more than 25 partners are not highly evaluated. And one more moment concerning consortium. In the majority of widening projects, it is necessary to have leaders from widening states and advanced partners from non-widening states, so from Western European states. In excellence hubs, it's not necessary. So in excellence hubs, these 2 hubs in widening states is enough. But it is possible to extend the consortium and, for example, to have hubs from some other states. It is necessary just to explain why are they necessary for the project. What do they do? What do they convey? What do they transfer? And what do they get from both other widening hubs? One more moment is that it is possible also to include separate partners, not ecosystems, not quadruple helices from other states, but just to explain why do you need them. It is possible to involve even partners from non-European states. It is possible to involve a great number of partners, but in this case they won't be beneficiaries and they will become associated partners. They won't get budget in the project, they won't be included in the budget table, but it's one and practically the only project where it is possible to employ them and to employ their employees at the institutions which are beneficiaries of the project. It's forbidden in all the other types of projects. So it is possible to support associated partners with budget, involving them in different activities and even employing at beneficiaries organizations their employees. The only demand is that it is widening states who have to get not less than 70% of the project budget. And as I have said, it is possible to organize a mentoring scheme when these ecosystems which create a project consortium support states in Western Balkans or in Eastern Partnership and helps them to create their research and innovation ecosystems. In this case, as I have said, it is possible to add up to 1 million more to the project budget. And now, what is necessary to do in the project? First, the most important thing, it's necessary to create during the project implementation a cross-border joint research and innovation strategy for the whole consortium. So for all these ecosystems creating consortium. Then it is necessary to implement a research small project, which is not the main target of excellent hubs, but it has to show that these ecosystems can conduct research and innovation activities together. Third, it is necessary to create the investment plan for the implementation of the strategy created according to the first point. So, it is necessary to think about future commercial activities, sponsors, and project activities, including participation in regional and territorial and state programs funded from structural funds. And you have already heard presentation about our regional possibilities. And it is possible to make some conceptual design of these or those necessary infrastructural elements, but it is impossible to fund them from excellence hubs. So in this case, it is necessary to organize these synergetic activities with different programs funded from structural funds, as the ERDF, Interreg, pre-accession instrument, RRF, and so on. And in this case, to show that the project is not just to get 5 or 6 millions, but to develop the regional research and innovation. And of course, it is necessary to organize some accompanying activities, as, for example, workshops, conferences, visits, study visits, expert visits, and so on, so forth. So the project is very interesting because it is complex and it combines research and innovation activities together with the ecosystem development activities. And as I have said, optional mentoring scheme. It is necessary to create synergies with different European programs and initiatives. It is better to think about this list of possible initiatives and programs of the European Commission, but it is not necessary to create these relations today. It is necessary to plan them in the project text. And of course, it is necessary to root the project in implementation of regional programs. Though the European Commission says that it is possible to divide this orientation target of project either to orient it much more on European programs or to smart specializations, but I would say that without targeting at smart specializations and those elements of smart specializations, so-called KISSes, and as we call them in Poland, and it sounds very nice in English, we have to think about similar ideas in these territories where these excellence hubs will be created. So we have to think what is similar in smart specializations, for example, in our region and in Lithuania or in some other state which will participate in this project. And practically the last but not the least information, budget. So in these projects, as in all the Horizon projects, it is possible to fund salaries, it is possible to fund personal costs. And these salaries are not connected with special activities in the project. So administration, management, organizing of different activities, conducting these activities, everything could be counted as person months. So these units for counting our work and for paying for it. Now, once more, I would say that it is possible to fund all the travels, summer schools, conferences, publications, and some other activities. The things that are forbidden in this type of project is acquisition of large equipment. What is large equipment and small equipment? The European Commission does not say distinctly. Then, research and innovation infrastructure. It is necessary to go at this moment to Marshall Office and to speak about possibility of participation in some projects funded from the European funds, from structural funds, to fund the infrastructure. And construction works. So all these works are not funded from this type of project. But some preparatory activities for creating infrastructure and some research activities necessary to understand which infrastructure we need could be funded from this project. And two more positions at the last slide. So, also, from this project, it is possible to make a financial support to third parties in the form of grants. It means that it is possible, for example, to organize a competition for small and medium enterprises which are willing to implement the research innovations created by these research and innovation hubs. And as I have said already, it is possible to give a part of budget to associated partners in different ways, which is practically forbidden in the majority of other projects. And this is my contact. So if you are really interested in this project, and I know you are, so please contact me, and not only Polish participants, foreign participants also can contact me, and then we will discuss to whom shall they address in their states, because I know people work in the same activities as I do in these states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please do not leave the stage. Let's have a seat. Let's have a seat, and I would also ask to join us on stage Mrs. Emilia Malinowska and Mr. Tomasz Harkiewicz for a short discussion panel during which we will have a chance to exchange thoughts, ideas, and perhaps ask questions to our panelists concerning the topics of their speeches. First of all, I would like to thank you for the insightful keynote speeches that you've given to us, and I do hope that there will be some questions in the room. If there are so, please do not hesitate to raise your hand and ask. There is one question. Okay, so I will just move to you in a second, okay? And perhaps I will just start with the first question before the mic goes there. And the first question goes to Emilia Malinowska. The question is about national smart specializations and regional smart specializations. And the question is, how does the program aim to foster collaboration between research institutions, industry and other stakeholders to maximize the impact of funded projects on the local innovation ecosystem?
Jeżeli chodzi o te krajowe specjalizacje i nasze regionalne specjalizacje, w dużej mierze nasze regionalne specjalizacje zostały wymienione również jako te specjalizacje krajowe, przy czym te krajowe specjalizacje są szersze, chociażby obejmują teraz technologie morskie, które nie są naszą regionalną specjalizacją. W naszym programie regionalnym będziemy się koncentrować właśnie przede wszystkim na tych naszych regionalnych, mocnych stronach. Tak więc zostały one wyznaczone między innymi w oparciu o poziom koncentracji w zatrudnieniu. Tutaj mowa o przemyśle rolno-spożywczym i metalowo-maszynowym. Sektor medyczny jest naszą specjalizacją ze względu na wysoki potencjał badawczy i naukowy, przede wszystkim mając na względzie Uniwersytet Medyczny. Natomiast ekoinnowacje naturalnie się wpisują w charakter naszego regionu, w wizerunek naszego regionu. Tak więc myślę, że jest to również specjalizacja, na której możemy budować swoje przewagi. W naszym nowym programie regionalnym koncentrujemy się właśnie na współpracy. Mamy szereg różnego rodzaju instrumentów, gdzie będziemy premiować współpracę w różnych formach, tak? Chociażby projekty badawczo-rozwojowe skierowane do firm, tak jak wspominałam, tutaj będziemy premiować, jeżeli będą realizowane we współpracy z organizacjami badawczymi. Planujemy również kontynuację pilotażowego projektu, który dotyczył budowy współpracy między naszymi uczelniami. Tak więc mamy nadzieję, że będziemy wspierać dalej projekty naukowców pracujących na naszych uczelniach, które mają potencjał do komercjalizacji, ale generalnie wszelkie te inicjatywy, Dolina Rolnicza bazują na tym, że musimy budować ekosystem, czyli przechodzimy od wsparcia takich pojedynczych projektów typowo inwestycyjnych w kierunku właśnie wspierania projektów, gdzie będziemy nawiązywać różnego rodzaju współpracę, relacje. Mocno też chcemy wychodzić na rynki zagraniczne, zarówno kierując tutaj doradztwo i wsparcie dla firm z sektora MŚP, ale chcemy też umożliwiać możliwość współpracy, nawiązywania relacji także naszym uczelniom. Tak więc mam nadzieję, że te projekty, inicjatywy, które rozpoczniemy z nowym rokiem, znacząco się przyczynią do budowy ekosystemu współpracy w naszym regionie.
Thank you very much. And we have a question in the room, so let's have this one.
Thank you. I have a question about Excellence Hub. I probably missed, but I did not remember what was the evaluation. So how is evaluated this project? Is it new product or it is not science project? New product or first, I understand in beginning can be evaluated the idea, but what can be evaluated when project is done?
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for the question. I would say that it's a traditional question and it sounds in Horizon maybe vocabulary as what are to be deliverables and KPIs of the project. So I would say that it is possible to announce as your deliverable some research results. It is possible to announce some products. It is possible to announce some changes in mind of people of the region. But all these products are supposed to be additional. And there is a list of main products, main deliverables that are to be created. And first and foremost, the first product of this project, it was marked at the first point. So the strategy of joint creation of innovative products and their dissemination, the information about them to not only immediate target groups and stakeholders, but to the society. And the second very important result of this project is creation of these investment plans and funding plans for sustainability of these excellence hubs. So demonstration of their possibility to stay, to exist first exist and stay after the project end. And second, their development after the project end. Because sometimes we create some scientific idea, we convey it in some technical and technological processes, we implement them in our life, and then we just repeat this process as, for example, giving some specific activities, some specific products for our users. But in this case, we have to show that the main idea and the final product is not this technology or something, but further development of strategy and further conveying in a very quick way innovations from research to their implementation in practice. This is the main product which should be produced.
Thank you. But here is one thing you mentioned, startups, what widely are used. But I see here is very big risk if we have one startup in our project. And if they have, how to say, very, very such complex or difficult problem, and if they fail, so what happens? Project is, or one startup is just not good idea to consider.
You speak about your project excellence hubs?
Yeah.
First and foremost, it is necessary to ask your project officer what is the problem, because it seems to me that there is a technical problem inside the project. And the second moment is that these projects are not created for startups. As maybe you remember, I never pronounced this word combination, startup, during my presentation. So the European Commission thinks that startup and just venture capital is not the main basis for developing and sustaining these territorial hubs. It is necessary to think about big industry, and that is why it is necessary to have at least one big industry enterprise. And it is necessary to think not only about venture capital, but about this market activity, market strength of this hub. And as for startups and venture capital, they are much more interesting in some other horizon parts, as for example in the third pillar in EIC projects, a special accelerator.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. And since the question was about the problems and pitfalls, let's continue this topic. So I would like to address the question to Mr. Tomasz Harkiewicz. Are there any key challenges or common pitfalls that organizations should be aware of when applying for funding through Horizon Europe or seeking to establish excellence hubs?
W mojej opinii należy mieć już odpowiedni poziom nauki i innowacji, chcąc tutaj już aplikować do Excellence Hub. Ważne jest, posiadanie strategii badań naukowych, innowacji. ważny jest również, no nie wiem, wspólny plan inwestycyjny, który no nie wiem, będzie wspólny dla konsorcjum. No i no, co by było dobrze, no nie wiem, powiązanie nauki z biznesem, żeby tutaj no, to nie szło w próżnię. Także takie główne jak gdyby elementy. Może pani Karina tu mi uzupełni.
Well, I'll continue and I support all that was said, but I would add that one of the pitfalls and obstacles exist in our heads, and it is discussed widely in widening states and not only widening. So they say that all these widening projects, they support already strong institutions and they do not support those researchers which have no achievements, no colleagues, no cooperation, no networks, and it is necessary to support them. So in this situation, we kill the main principle of Horizon, excellence. And of course, I agree that it is necessary, first and foremost, to have an idea, to have partners, and to understand the content of the project. One of the pitfalls and problems that created the situation when in Poland during the first call there were none projects funded is that sometimes you do not understand the idea of quadruple helix. Quadruple helix is not just the idea of cooperation with different types of partners. In the majority of projects, we had something like a public institution being a partner, or at least writing this letter of support, and some maybe NGO, and so on. But they were just participants of some conferences, and maybe sometimes they created some article or some other informational materials as dissemination and communication. Quadruple helix is absolutely different. So quadruple helix is the situation when all the four types of institutions are involved in peer process of creating research strategy, because the public authority is to think not just about some simple cooperation, but about being a strong partner which not only helps research institutions and industry to implement innovation, but also makes some corrections in the strategic plan, in the research strategy, and explains how it is necessary to develop the strategy to be really useful and implementable, feasible for implementation in the region. This is a very important moment that this cooperation at this level is to start at the very beginning of preparation of the project proposal.
Thank you very much for the insightful answer. And are there any more questions in the room, perhaps? There is one. So one final question, because you're running out of time.
I have one more question to Karina. My name is Łukasz Nazarka. I work at the Faculty of Engineering Management of Białystok University of Technology. So for the excellent hubs, would clusters such as Evoluma, Polish Construction Cluster, Polish Cluster of Composite Materials, would they be considered social actors or business actors?
Thank you very much for the question. I know your name and I know you, Łukasz, but unfortunately I do not know all the background of creating of these clusters. And if they are created just for scientific and production cooperation and for profit, and they do not pretend to be social actors at a higher level. They do not think about, for example, social responsible business or something like this. They cannot be regarded as social actors.
So it's a matter of looking if such clusters in their strategy, in their mission, if they have social responsibility mentioned, and if they can prove that they have a track record of some kind of activity in that field, right?
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for your answers and the participation in the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, bravo for our participants. Applause. And it's time to move to the next section, to the next panel, next part of our conference, and we've spoken a lot today about Horizon projects, and the topic of the next panel is presentation of the Europe Horizon projects. It's quite self-explanatory, but at least you know what to prepare for, because basically Horizon projects represent the pinnacle of scientific innovation, and throughout this session you will have the privilege of hearing directly from the individuals who will present the Horizon projects. So please prepare to be inspired, informed, and captivated by the incredible work that awaits. The first presentation is going to take place online. I do hope that we have Dr. Peter Hostak together with us on Teams. I do believe we have him, since our technical crew is trying to catch the connection. I will just mention that Dr. Peter Hostak, since 2017, he has been leading the team responsible for project management and administrative support of the Center for Functional and Surface Functionalized Glass, that is called FunGlass, at the Alexander Dubček University in Trenčín in Slovakia. And together with his colleagues, he contributed to the transformation of the Center of Excellence, which in its 6 years of existence managed to raise more than 35 million euro in competitive funding for domestic and international scientific research projects. Project Glacier Hub, the European Innovation Center for the Glass and Ceramic Industry Excellence Hubs project from Dr. Peter Hostak. This is the topic of the next presentation, of the next speech. I do hope that we have our speaker online.
Yes, this is Peter Hostak speaking.
Great, great. Pleased to hear you. Just one technical thing. Please show your presentation full screen, okay? Because in this mode, it's going to be visible to our audience. And I guess
it should be in full screen right now. If it's not, then I will stop sharing and upload it one more time.
It's okay. It's okay. I get the info that it's full screen, so it's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, so Dr. Peter Hostak, the stage is yours.
Dziękuję. Dzień dobry. Nazywam się Peter Hostak. Rozmawiam z Państwem z miasta Trenčín na Słowacji. Jestem wdzięczny za możliwość zapoznania Państwa z projektem Glacier Hub, choć bardzo kocham język polski. Na potrzeby tej prezentacji wszystkim będzie lepiej, jeśli przejdzie na język angielski. So let me switch to English, which I master a little bit better than the Polish language. And as I said, I'm honored to present the project Glacier Hub. And my task today is, well, to tell you a story of our Excellence Hub project. And I think, as it's very often the case, every Excellence Hub project has its own story. But I will try to do it in a manner that I hope you will find helpful. So as it was mentioned, I come from FunGlass, which is at the upper left corner of the Glacier Hub consortium. And as you can see, the consortium consists of many partners. I will touch on that later on. Trenčín is in Slovakia, and actually our main partner for the place-based ecosystems is the city of Brno, which is 134 kilometers from Slovakia. That's the beauty of being a small country. I don't think you cross the borders of Poland if you travel 134 kilometers from Białystok. I know it would take 733 kilometers to reach Trenčín, but in any case, we opted for a partner which is very close, but I don't think that's a necessity. Funglas is a coordinator of the project, and I'm one of the co-authors and principal instigators of the project. Let me share with you a few words about what the Funglas is. It's a university-embedded center of excellence. We have a quasi-faculty status because our teaching is limited to doctoral program. Our primary focus is basic and fundamental research, and we try to do more and more of applied research and international networking. I think Ms. Barantseva mentioned in her presentation also a call teaming. Actually, Funglas was created through the support from the teaming project. We are a so-called the first generation of teaming. Right now, I think the call has been repeated already 3 times. And these are our principal partners which helped us to reach the status where we are today. We have several departments which span from Department of Biomaterials, Department of Coatings, Functional Glass, Glass Processing, VIA, which is a joint department with Slovak Academy of Sciences, Central Laboratories, and I'm head of administration and European Projects Office. Actually, if I am to think about the lightweighting, then maybe the closest department is to this topic is Department of Glass Processing. They are involved in additive manufacturing techniques. They also are involved in the development of geopolymers materials with applications in construction industry. And last but not least, they own a utility model for the plasma flame synthesis production of hollow microspheres, which are very promising for different applications in various composite materials. Now, the Glacier Hub project, the full title is Glass Ceramic Innovation Ecosystem for Implementation of New Research Directions in Applications. It's a project we opted for the duration of 48 months, so for the whole 4 years, and the budget is almost 5 million euros. The primary scope is the glass and ceramics innovations. So what is our project about? And I think every good project needs a good story behind it. So when we read the call for the Excellence Hub, we were thinking, well, okay, what's in it for us? And if I am to summarize our conclusion and the main idea behind the project was that, well, why does society fund research institutions? We do basic research, we do applied research, then it transfers into technological development. And in developed economies, actually, research generates prosperity. We happen to be closely acquainted with Tecnalia. It's the Basque Research and Technology Institute in Spain, but you might be more familiar with Fraunhofer as an example of institutions that really are able to convert research into prosperity. But frankly speaking, if we look on what we do as a Funglas, we look at the Funglas ecosystem, we have a lot to learn. We educate doctoral students, but very often they leave us and they help others in the pursuit of prosperity. We are very good at publishing. We had more than 150 impacted publications over the last 3 years, but we filed only 4 or 5 patents. So the further I move towards commercial exploitation, the less active we are. And in a sense, we do create prosperity, especially through educating doctoral students and publishing our results, but for others. And when it comes to working with industry, very often we do respond to the requests of our industrial partners, which are very focused on applications. But we need to do a better job in converting our basic research and pushing it through the whole technology readiness level spectrum towards the end where the commercial exploitation happens. So in a sense, we know what we are good at, and we also acknowledged our weaknesses, and the solution is something we try to embed as a background story for the Excellence Hub project. So the Klaster Hub project is very focused on the glass and ceramic sectors. It's also very focused geographically. I have mentioned city of Brno, which is in South Moravia. And both countries, Slovakia and Czechia, they do have a long tradition in the glass and ceramics industry that we can build on. A good thing about being small is that you happen to know each other. And within the Klaster Hub project, we came up with a set of activities that we believe will help us to get better in what we are trying to do. And there are some limitations, as it was mentioned. This is a coordination and a support action. So like there are no infrastructure investments supported through the call. So the Klaster Hub will develop a common research and innovation strategy, starting with our main academic partner in Brno, which is Brno University of Technology, the CETEC Center, but also working with our academic partners, which are not members of the consortium, but have a common interest in our passion to search for new glass and ceramic-based materials. This common research and innovation strategy will not only identify topics of interest, but also one of the outcomes will be an infrastructure investment plan that we actually already started to implement through some recovery plan calls, which were announced recently in Slovakia. So we had a relatively busy summer at Fanglas. The other very important dimension of our project is results-oriented training of future innovators, focused primarily on the researchers within the ecosystem, because the training that they receive typically is focused on the science, but not on the skills that are necessary to convert science into commercially viable innovations. And once we train them, we have a work package with targeted activities to support technology transfer. Again, linking it to the previous presentation, as one of the key performance indicators within the impact, we have creation of startups, but not as something that's directly supported from the project, but as something that is the outcome of the project and will happen out of the project budget. And then we have intense innovation-focused networking. The consortium is already relatively large, but actually, if we are talking about the ecosystem, our ecosystem is already larger than the consortium, and we will create local chapters in Brno and Trenčín to get our other partners involved in this ecosystem and to benefit from the outcomes of the project. Then we have in the project a special work package that will implement the action plan to assure long-term sustainability of the Glacier Hub, and we decided not to tie our hands to a very specific set of actions, but instead we came up with, I think, a credible set of activities that will lead to creation and assessment of possible solutions, how to ensure long-term sustainability, and only in year 3, at the end of the year 3, we will make a decision what will be the next stage for this project, and in year 4 of the project we will sort of start to implement this decision. But right now everything is on the table, so we can keep Glacier Hub within the institutions that are leading the project, but also it's possible to create it as a standalone legal entity. And then in the project, we have communication and dissemination plan to engage citizens and increase the visibility of Glacier Hub's importance to the region. It was mentioned it's important to align the project with the regional research and innovation strategies. This is how we did it for our project. The glass and ceramic industries are actually relatively small. So like in Slovakia, there's a whole domain of intelligent specialization dedicated to automotive industry. But there's no domain dedicated to glass or ceramics industry. But our research is focused on development of several key enabling technologies and that are relevant for different dimensions. Whether it's waste, energy, aerospace, health, climate, sensors, raw materials. So actually it was not, we did our best to explain to the evaluators how the research that is behind the ecosystem that we're going to create correlates with the regional research and innovation strategies of Slovakia and Czechia, and also with the European Union strategic goals, such as climate. It was mentioned that it's important to keep the consortium size to be reasonable. There's a trade-off, the larger is the consortium, the greater is the impact, but the more difficult it becomes to coordinate. So we opted for a consortium which is based only in 2 countries, and I'm saying only because I know that there are excellence hub projects which opted for 3 countries, and then you have a greater impact. And perhaps if this would be one of the things I would maybe reconsider. If we had a chance to write this project again, maybe we would look also for the 3rd country to get engaged, because we are very happy with the results of the project so far, and it's really once you start implementing it, the more engaged partners you have, the better. But also, when it comes to putting the project story together and writing a competitive grant applications, I think you need to limit the number of leaders. In our case, the leadership was shared between Fanglas, CETEC in Brno, and then we invited one partner from Spain, Inveniam Group, and they are responsible for technology transfers activities where we clearly acknowledge that this is our weakness, and we wanted to have an advanced partner to take care of this portfolio of activities. The other part, the beneficiaries of the project is Rona, which is a glassware producer based in Slovakia, Slovak Chamber of Commerce as a representative of the society, and they have an excellent reach out to other potential industrial partners of the ecosystem. Then from Czech Republic, 2 industrial partners, Activer and Best Business. JCMM is the South Moravian Center of International Mobility, again, a representative of the society, Helix. The government is represented actually as associated partners. These are participants in the consortium, but without the budget. And from Brno, it's South Moravian Innovation Center, which is actually really one of the examples of good practice, how to support innovation. They already operate several facilities. They have different training programs. They also have schemes to provide venture capital financing. So in Brno, the partner is actually doing what the Glacier Hub ecosystem has an ambition to do in the field of glass and ceramics. And the government partners, local government partners from Slovakia is City of Trenčín and self-governing region of Trenčín. And one of the things we did is actually the City of Trenčín and self-governing region of Trenčín and the university signed together a memorandum of understanding, which was signed by the mayor, by the rector of our university, and by the chair of the self-governing region. So we had a very high-level support in Trenčín. And one of the unique features of our project, we have also a Creative Institute of Trenčín participating in the project, because City of Trenčín will be a European Capital of Culture in 2026, and this is the institute which is in charge of implementing this project. And one of the activities we want to do is to connect our researchers with artists. Now, to point out some of the main challenges during the proposal preparation. I mentioned it that it's time consuming, and a lot of information needs to be exchanged within the quadruple helix of excellence. So it's a large consortium, and the coordination effort is significant. Nevertheless, we were able to prepare our proposal more or less within 3 months of the intense work. Then, once we had the story, the challenge was how to convert project story, the idea behind our project, into implementation structures. And then when it comes to section on impact, we tried our best to come up with measurable and verifiable metrics and indicators of progress. And there, the challenge always is, well, we want to be ambitious. On the other hand, to be realistic. For example, I don't know how it's in Poland, but in Slovakia and Czech Republic, we never know what the infrastructure investment opportunities will be in years to come. So we were sort of hesitant to commit ourselves to very specific infrastructure investment targets. And actually, the evaluators criticized us for that. And in the final phase of the project, there were space constraints. You need to address a lot of dimensions. The call identifies several outcomes. We wanted to touch on each one of them, which is a necessity. And then you realize that, well, you really need to be concise, and that was a challenge. So I also put on my slides feedback from evaluators from each section that we were evaluated on. When it comes to excellence, actually, we were surprised that one of the comments was that the research component has been only briefly assessed. And we did that actually by being a bit hesitant to talk too much about research, because this is a support and coordination action. But in any case, if I had a chance to do it again, maybe we would work more on the research component, talking about some pilot research activities, which actually is the passion of our researchers. So here I'm sharing this comment just to encourage you. Don't be afraid to talk about excellent research that's behind the project. Still, it has to be done just within some limited space and resource allocation framework. And we really tried our best to make our objective specific and achievable and realistic, and this was noticed by the evaluators. I will not read all of the comments. You can read them on your own. I think the presentation will be shared with you. When it comes to impact, we were surprised with the comment that dissemination activities are underestimated. This is perhaps related to our underrepresentation of the research component. And we are pleased that the evaluators appreciated our effort to identify all the potential barriers. So again, we were very frank. We were very open about telling them what we think are the potential threats and barriers, but also we had a plan how to address them. And in implementation, actually, there's a comment from evaluators that I still disagree with. They commented on the fact that most of the budget is allocated to leading academic institutions by saying resources allocated to two partners. So this means FANGLAS and SEITEC are relatively high compared to the resources allocated to the SMEs and NGOs, and this is not sufficiently justified. So perhaps we could have justified it better, but really, I think as academic institutions, we are there to serve the ecosystem, which has an ambition to reach out to other industrial partners. And that's why it's good if most of the resources is with the academic institutions, because when it comes to industrial partners, they really need to think about their owners and about maximizing their profits rather than maximizing the impact of the ecosystem. So here I'm not on the same page with the evaluators, but perhaps we should have done a better job in justifying our strategy. And evaluators appreciated that there was a good interrelation between work packages. So some farewell tips. I'll have a story to tell. Sell your strengths, but acknowledge your weaknesses and convert them into opportunities. Scientific excellence matters, but needs to be supported with proper administrative and implementation structures. So, well, that's all I have to share with you, and I hope you will find the story of Glacier Hub helpful. Also, when it comes to Funglass, we are happy to be coordinating this Excellence Hub project. And actually, we are willing to entertain a possibility of joining some Excellence Hub consortium, but as a minor partner. And this is because, as I said, it really already created several very positive spillovers, and through the conversations which we started during the preparation of the project, we ended up building networks that already resulted in two other projects that we are implementing. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Dr. Peter Hostak from Slovakia. And our next speaker will also be online, so we are trying to connect our next speaker right now. And as we are trying to connect our next speaker, let me tell you that the title of the next presentation, of the next speech, is Project Excel for Med. That's the name of the project. And it's an Excellence Hub in Green Technologies, introducing innovation ecosystems in the Mediterranean food value chain. The author of the project is Professor Vasilis Valdramidis. And Professor Valdramidis leads a strong group in the area of applied microbiology and microbial disinfection. He is a supervisor or co-supervisor at 4 different Marii Skłodowska-Curie individual fellowships. He was, in fact, awarded himself a Marii Curie-Skłodowska integration grant at the beginning of his academic career. And his presentation is about to start in a few seconds. Do we have the connection?
Do you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you. Great to hear you. So it seems that we have the connection. We can hear you in the room. So please remember to turn your presentation on full screen. I guess you've done this because we can see it. That's great.
Yes.
That's great. Okay. So, Professor, it's time for you to take the floor and to have your presentation. We're eager to hear from you. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation and the opportunity to share some experience working on this Horizon project. I'm sorry I couldn't make it to Poland. I hope next time we'll have a chance to interact physically, which is very important, especially speaking about science and research. So what I'm going to present you is a project we are coordinating, and it's under the Widera Excellence Hubs call, and this is coordinated by myself and my team here, and we're coming from the National Kapodistrian University of Athens. I mean, our department is the Department of Chemistry, and as the chairman mentioned, I have an interest on food technologies and food microbiology. So our project is called Excel for Med. And the main idea started some time ago. This was back to 2021. I mean, it was a period I was moving back to Greece. I'm originally from Greece, but I have been away from the country for about 20 years, which also helped me a lot, to be honest, to build up a network, and it helps me also sometimes to form a consortia for this type of proposals. So back in December, I will start speaking with some colleagues, and we decided to submit a proposal to address a call on excellence hubs, which was submitted in March. And after the evaluation and the successful outcome, we have the opportunity to start back in January, and we're close to finish the first year running this project. So how did we build the whole thing? I mean, we were based on some problem statements which are available also in different European sites, for example, the Eurostat, as you can see here. And what they mentioned there is actually they mentioned that the R&D intensity in European countries varies a lot. And I think we are both aware of that in the sense of where our countries are ranked. And we can see Poland just next to Greece. And this was a motivation for us to see how we can address this issue that is a top priority of the European Commission. And to my understanding, that was the reason that they developed these specific calls for what they call widening countries. So, and what they wanted to address is the gaps in scientific excellence and innovation output, and then to try to see how a brain drain can be tackled. At that time, I was interacting a lot with colleagues in Malta, so we thought to choose two countries which are classified in this widening category, and this was Greece and Malta. And we tried to identify some common areas of interest. And what we wanted again to address, apart from increasing the R&D developments in our countries, was to see how the lack of collaboration between academia, business, regional governments, and central actors can be further improved, which is actually what is required from this type of calls. And for this lack of innovation, I mean, what they expect is, or what they aim to, the European Commission aims to develop is to see interactions between research institutes, incubators and accelerators, just to result in some research and developments that can have a direct impact to the society and to a specific business. So in our case, we had an interest, and because of our expertise, to focus in what we call agri-food value chain. And then we wanted to see a cooperation between different regions in specific value chains, and specifically in the area of food science, which is our background. So what we have done, it was to try to identify a niche or a certain interest that can be addressed, in our case, in the Mediterranean area, because the two partner organizations, the main partner organizations, were coming from Malta and Greece. And we wanted to revisit a bit the Mediterranean agri-food supply chains. And we want to take into account two major aspects, which were what is the impact of the climate change and in the farming and the production, or in the valorization of the food waste, and what type of technological innovations can we introduce or implement to address this type of changes. And then we want to address what is required from the call to improve the linkages between science, business, knowledge transfer, and business models. And we focused on some specific products which are of interest to both countries. These are the perishable food products. In our case, we are looking at citrus fruits and also at pomegranate fruits, and we want to see how activities in relation to that can support small-scale farmers. So we came with the idea of preparing this proposal that we call Excel for Med. So to create this excellence hub for the Mediterranean region, focusing mainly on green technologies, which was also a reason to address, actually, which was a way actually to address what is described in the European Green Deal. So to implement some green food process technologies that can go from farm to fork, or parts of the food supply chains for some specific products which are of a major interest to the Mediterranean area, and that would have addressed the main requirements of this type of calls. And we focus mainly on the waste valorization. So this is where we are looking to focus on specific waste which is produced, and try to exploit or reuse this type of waste by using green technologies. Just to give you an idea of how we build it up, as you can see also on the call, they speak about creation of innovation ecosystems. And what do they mean with that? They mean that through this interaction between the two countries, in our case, Greece and Malta, we want to create different type of ecosystems in which both countries and both different actors from these countries can benefit. So we defined explicitly which are these three ecosystems, and all of them, they had something in common. They were going around green technologies. I mean, that was our approach. I mean, it could be another priority, of course, depending on the science that you are working on. But in our case, one ecosystem had to do with extraction of important compounds from this type of products, especially the waste of this type of products. The other ecosystem was about the application of these green technologies to produce new functional food products. And the last one was really focusing on the valorization of the side streams. And this was the three ecosystems which we present in our project, and you can see it also by visiting the site of our project, and you can see all the details about this type of ecosystems. So the main, as I mentioned to you, we want to create a certain scenario, and we wanted to see it in relation to specific regions. And of course, the scale is very different because we speak about Greece, which is of 10 million of a population, and Malta is close to 500,000. So we decided to focus on specific area. We chose Attica, which is the bigger area of Athens, let's say. And then we took a scenario of a region in relation to a country. And then at the same time, we involved an external partner from a non-widening country, and we could justify that because this requires a justification. We brought expertise that has to do with agronomic studies and techno-economical assessments. So that's how SICHAM joined our consortium as a partner. And the most important in all the type of the consortium is to find the right actors and partners to join this consortium. And as the call requires, all of them, or the majority, 90% of them, were coming from the widening countries. And here you see all the logos and different partners appearing in this consortium. It doesn't have to be an equal number of partners, but I think the most important, which you need to understand, is first of all to make sure that there are entities that can address different aspects of these ecosystems that you want to implement, and also the fact that they can closely interact between them. If I reframe the role of this type of partners, I think you can see this slide, which is a requirement actually of this type of calls, to create what they call quadruple helix. So what does it mean? That you have to have academic institutions interacting with business entities, public authorities, and societal actors. Because the outcome of these projects, to my understanding, or at least to the way we presented the project, is to try to make some new policies. And of course, new policies might not be the interest of my university or myself personally, but we want this knowledge to be transferred to the industries, to go to public authorities, and then the societal actors should interact and make this type of policies. So this is how you see here the distribution of the different actors. So these are the academic, as I told you, the business, public authority, societal actors. In each country, we try to have at least one of each category. And I think that was quite critical. Now, in relation to what we aim or we promise to address, was to develop some excellent sustainable pace-based innovation ecosystems between these two countries, and this is what is expected, the interaction between widening countries. We also promise to create some joint research and innovation strategies to run projects which can be a bit more, can be the outcome of the research that is demonstrated to the food businesses, and then to create opportunities for SMEs. That's why we wanted also the SMEs. And all this knowledge, ideally, we want that is transferred to develop entrepreneurial skills which can be used for new type of business and operations. I mean, here it's a nice graph that illustrates how we try to achieve the objective. I mean, just in a summary, you see the objective one, for example, we achieved through the development of this type of ecosystems. I mean, again, for the objective 2, we need to have interaction between the different stages of the food value chains and try to address it. If we want to see it a bit more in detail, you can see, for example, we want to build excellence. So for that, we have the academics and the research institutes working on activities related to green extraction methods. We also want to train, actually, entrepreneurs or also people from the consumer as well, with the idea of consuming products which are the outcome of this project. We want to engage citizens. For that, we run specific what we call living labs to get their input and impact, what they consider impact of our research. We also do pilot assessments which can address quality, safety of food products, or at the end of the day, they will give us an answer in relation to the feasibility of what we try to do. And all of this, as in each European projects, we have to build up through very strong dissemination activities, which could be workshops, social media, publications, etc. In another graphical representation of our activities, I can show you here all the linkages, and you can see it also in our site if you just Google the name of our project. Between all these work packages that we built it up, you see that one of the core elements is the different ecosystems that we are building, and this is feeding, for example, activities that they have to do with the pilot application of the technologies, activities that they have to do with here are the pilot applications that I mentioned, with demonstrations of the technologies. Then they feed back the citizen engagement by having some awareness events. And then the overall outcome would be to create all these collaboratory platforms to try to show the impact and have the impact to our society through this type of ecosystems. So that's more or less what we have built. Here you can see an example of the core packages that they try, based on which we try to address these activities. I mean, as you know, it's a 4-year, it can run for 4 years, this type of projects. And you can see here that all these work packages are very much linked with the objectives that I mentioned to you. And we also try to make sure that we have a good distribution of core package leaders that can involve both different actors that have been involved in this type of project. I think that's more or less a summary of this Excel format. I'm invited you to visit our website and also the LinkedIn posts that we have there, so you can get updates of our activities and you can get some more ideas on how, at least at the moment, we try to implement this project while we're close to conclude the first year of the project. So that's from my side. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
Thank you very much. And dear guests, it's high time for a well-deserved cup of coffee. A short coffee break, have fruitful discussions, sipping a hot cup of coffee, and let's meet again here in about 5 minutes, because in 20 to 3, we are about to start the next section of our conference. A few minutes break. commitment to the success of this event, because this event wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for their engagement. They not only believe in our mission and vision, but also provide the means to turn our dreams into reality. And this is in the atmosphere of gratitude and appreciation that we want to present our sponsors to you. And the first sponsor is Podlaskie region, because that's quite obvious. We're in Podlaskie region. We've had our guests from the Marshal's office also today. And in the next few minutes, what you're about to see is a video. But it's not just a video. You're not just going to watch a movie, because basically Podlaskie is more than just a logo and a video. It's a story to be told. And we want you to engage in this story and discover a place where the past meets the future, and where industries thrive alongside the untouched beauty of nature, because that's exactly what Podlaskie region is. So this is the story we want to show to you. Enjoy. You have to admit that it's a natural place to do business, natural in the very essence of this, of the meaning of this word. And the title of the next presentation is VIA CARPATIA, a growing network of technical universities. So this is going to be a speech by Professor Mirosław Świercz, Vice Rector for Development of Białystok University of Technology. Professor, please take the floor. We're willing to hear what you've got to say.
Bardzo dziękuję. Serdecznie witam Państwa, uczestników dzisiejszej konferencji. Chciałbym Państwu zaprezentować pomysł 3 uczelni technicznych na to, aby połączyć siły i stać się jeszcze większą organizacją, bardziej znaczącą na rynku edukacyjnym i naukowym. Otóż Po prawej stronie Wisły mamy 3 publiczne uczelnie techniczne, które mają podobną tradycję, mają podobną wielkość, ale mają również swoje osiągnięcia w różnym zakresie. Tymi uczelniami jest Politechnika Białostocka, Politechnika Lubelska i Politechnika Rzeszowska. Otóż postanowiliśmy wspólnie zawiązać taką sieć uczelni, która dzięki temu, że łączymy nasze siły, przenikają się nasze kompetencje, pozwoli na podniesienie jakości badań naukowych i kształcenia i ogólnie rzecz biorąc dobrostanu w Polsce Wschodniej, a będzie również eksponować swoje pomysły i ekspandować te pomysły na inne obszary naszego kraju. W 2022 roku, czyli troszkę więcej niż rok temu, uzyskaliśmy finansowanie projektu, który nazywa się Politechniczna Sieć VIA CARPATIA. Nawiasem mówiąc, VIA CARPATIA jest również nazwą drogi międzynarodowej, która no, może jeszcze nie całkiem łączy te 3 ośrodki, ale przynajmniej na razie łączy 2 z nich. Proszę zauważyć to logo naszej... Czy tu gdzieś jest? Aha. To logo naszej sieci, które w fantazji grafika symbolizuje wschodnią granicę Polski i 3 ośrodki akademickie promieniujące pomysłami na pozostałą część naszego kraju. Otóż wydzieliliśmy 3 obszary, które są koordynowane przez każdy z ośrodków, reprezentujący, że tak powiem, największy potencjał, największą siłę w każdym z nich. Pierwszym z obszarów jest kształcenie, który koordynuje Politechnika Białostocka. Drugim badania koordynowane przez Politechnikę Lubelską i komercjalizacja badań naukowych, który koordynuje Politechnika Rzeszowska. W sumie wydzieliliśmy 10 działań, 4 w obszarze kształcenia i po 3 w tych 2 pozostałych obszarach. I pozwolą Państwo, że ja pokrótce scharakteryzuję cele działalności w każdym z tych 10 tematów i no, pochwalę się rocznymi osiągnięciami w realizacji projektu. Projekt w ogóle jest wart, że tak powiem, nieco ponad 32 miliony złotych na wszystkie 3 uczelnie, na 3 lata jego realizacji, a więc nieco ponad 10 milionów złotych rocznie. I pierwszy z obszarów to edukacja, kształcenie. Działanie nazywa się z technikum na politechnikę. Celem tego działania jest podniesienie jakości kandydatów, którzy kształcą się dalej na studiach technicznych, a więc w ramach tego działania przewidzieliśmy sporo zajęć dla uczniów szkół średnich i nie tylko zajęć teoretycznych, ale również zajęć praktycznych z wykorzystaniem potencjału laboratoryjnego naszych uczelni. Również w tym obszarze próbujemy pomóc szkołom w modernizacji programów, tak żeby lepiej dostosować wiedzę i umiejętności kandydatów, którzy rozpoczynają studia na uczelniach technicznych. No i oczywiście różne ciekawe wydarzenia przeznaczone dla uczniów szkół średnich. W ciągu roku realizacji tego działania w sumie przeprowadziliśmy około 6 czy nawet ponad 6 tysięcy godzin, dla 6 tysięcy uczniów szkół średnich przeprowadziliśmy około 700 godzin zajęć. Podpisaliśmy 26 porozumień ze szkołami średnimi, objęliśmy patronatem 15 klas w szkołach średnich z tych 3 województw, z całego regionu i braliśmy udział w organizacji 8 olimpiad przedmiotowych. Drugie z działań to wyrównać szanse. Działanie to jest przeznaczone przede wszystkim już dla studentów, szczególnie tych pierwszych lat studiów na wszystkich 3 uczelniach. Działanie to się okazuje bardzo istotne, szczególnie w okresie po pandemii. Zauważyliśmy, że poziom przygotowania studentów pierwszych lat w okresie po pandemii jest jednak zauważalnie niższy niż w okresie przed wybuchem pandemii. W działaniu również przygotowujemy nowoczesne, ciekawe materiały dydaktyczne. Jak Państwo widzicie na tym slajdzie, w sumie ponad 260 grup studenckich, a liczba godzin na poszczególnych uczelniach jest tutaj wyświetlona. To są te zajęcia wyrównawcze. Również znacząca ilość materiałów dydaktycznych powszechnie dostępna dla każdej z uczelni partnerskich została tutaj opracowana. Trzecie z działań, wymieńmy się tym, co najlepsze. To z kolei jest działanie przeznaczone dla nauczycieli akademickich. Każda z uczelni wypracowała swoje metody, swój styl działania, swoje unikalne praktyki, które warto upowszechniać, warto rozpropagować. A więc celem tego działania jest wymiana informacji o takich właśnie wypracowanych metodach i narzędziach dydaktycznych, co realizowaliśmy w formie różnego rodzaju spotkań, warsztatów, konferencji, które objęły w sumie blisko 500 nauczycieli. Zwróciliśmy tutaj również uwagę na działania w ochronie zdrowia psychicznego. To też jeden z poważnych problemów w kształceniu studentów, dotykający zarówno młodzież akademicką, jak i nauczycieli akademickich. I wreszcie czwarte z działań to szkoła twórczego działania, przeznaczona przede wszystkim dla kół naukowych. Studenci kół naukowych realizujący unikalne, bardzo ciekawe projekty, organizują wspólne konferencje, wymieniają się swoimi doświadczeniami, podejmują projekty w składzie zespołu z wielu uczelni. Tych spotkań odbyło się już blisko 170. To są również spotkania z pracodawcami, bo uznaliśmy, że kontakt z odbiorcami naszych absolwentów jest równie ważny jak działania wewnątrz każdej uczelni. Dla studentów organizowaliśmy również wizyty w zakładach przemysłowych. Tych wizyt, jak Państwo widzą, odbyło się w sumie na tych 3 uczelniach 25. Drugi z obszarów w ramach Politechnicznej Sieci VIA CARPATIA to kształcenie i ten obszar jest również podzielony na działania przeznaczone dla uczniów szkół średnich i dla kadry akademickiej 3 uczelni. A więc pierwsze z nich to naukolatek, nastoletni naukowiec. Działanie polegające na wyszukiwaniu i promowaniu najzdolniejszych uczniów szkół średnich, którzy wykazują talent do prowadzenia badań naukowych i których bardzo chętnie widzielibyśmy na naszych uczelniach. Otóż odbyła się już jedna zakończona edycja, w której zgłosiło się w sumie 40 kilka zespołów ze szkół średnich z projekty, które, jak Państwo widzą, były prowadzone na poszczególnych uczelniach z naszej sieci, zostały zrealizowane. Uczniowie w nagrodę otrzymali wstęp na uczelnię. W tej chwili została ogłoszona druga edycja tego konkursu. Drugie z badań to drugi z działań to po sąsiedzku, działanie przeznaczone na staże, krótkoterminowe staże, które pracownicy każdego z uniwersytetów technicznych odbywają u partnerów. No, celem jest wymiana doświadczeń, jest wyszukiwanie nowych tematów badań, jest jakaś synergia tematów badawczych podejmowanych do tej pory indywidualnie w każdej z uczelni. Jak Państwo widzą, tych staży odbyło się już całkiem sporo w ciągu jednego roku prowadzenia projektu. Generalnie w pierwszej edycji to było 55 osobomiesięcy, w drugiej edycji 38 osobomiesięcy. Muszę powiedzieć, że nauczyciele w każdej z uczelni bardzo chętnie zgłaszają się na te staże, gdzie oczywiście wyłaniani są stażyści w trybie konkursowym. I wreszcie poważniejsze działanie w sensie zarówno finansowym, jak i oczekiwanych efektów, to iskra tworzenie międzyuczelnianych zespołów badawczych. Otóż w trybie konkursowym wyłoniono 12 interdyscyplinarnych projektów, po 4 z każdej z uczelni partnerskich. Warunkiem było to, ażeby zespół badawczy obejmował przedstawicieli wszystkich trzech uczelni. Finansowanie na taki jeden projekt jest blisko 500 000 złotych, a więc generalnie można spodziewać się, że po powiedzmy roku realizacji, a to będzie za kwartał mniej więcej, te projekty dadzą efekty, a więc wartościowe publikacje w tych najlepiej punktowanych czasopismach. Jak widzicie Państwo, te projekty należą do bardzo różnych dyscyplin naukowych, właśnie rozwijanych we wszystkich 3 uczelniach partnerskich. I ostatnia grupa działań należąca do obszaru komercjalizacja jest również nastawiona zarówno na szkoły ponadpodstawowe, jak i na pracowników uczelni. Pierwsze z działań nazywa się biznak. To realizowanie przez zespoły uczniów szkół średnich projektów zgłoszonych przez przedsiębiorstwa. Te projekty wynikają z rzeczywistych potrzeb przedsiębiorstw przemysłowych i kończą się bardzo ciekawymi rezultatami. Mogę Państwu powiedzieć, że w pierwszej edycji zostały zgłoszone 44 tematy do realizacji przez przedsiębiorców z regionu Podlasia, Lubelszczyzny i Podkarpacia, z czego komisje konkursowe wybrały 8 projektów w Białymstoku, 8 projektów w Lublinie i 7 projektów w Rzeszowie. Może powiem tylko, że w naszej uczelni pierwsze miejsce zajęła realizacja rękawicy służącej do automatycznego tłumaczenia mowy na tekst. Rozwiązanie znakomicie wspomagające osoby niesłyszące. Tekst, który jest potem zapisywany w pliku w jakimś z formatów wymiennych, może być w dowolny sposób przetwarzany. Drugie miejsce z kolei zajął pomysł zgłoszony przez Białowieski Park Narodowy. Prosta maszyna do usuwania nasion z ubrania, szczególnie z nogawek spodni. Temat, który może brzmi wesoło, ale w przypadku, kiedy wchodzimy do rezerwatu ścisłego, wnoszenie tam obcych gatunków roślin jest rzeczą niepożądaną. I dwa następne tematy, komercjalizuj z sąsiadem, mają na celu przygotowanie ofert usług badawczo-rozwojowych poszczególnych uczelni. Przede wszystkim również ankietyzację przedsiębiorstw dotyczącą współpracy z uczelniami i tematyki, której ta współpraca byłaby najbardziej pożądana. W przyszłości oczywiście chcemy podnieść rangę współpracy z przemysłem. Ta rzecz jest zapewne do poprawy w każdej z uczelni technicznych. Poziom komercjalizacji wyników naszych badań, a z drugiej strony realizacja wspólnych projektów badawczo-rozwojowych, aplikowania o pieniądze w różnego rodzaju programach unijnych. Są to raczej słabsze strony działalności uczelni. Chcemy ten stan rzeczy dość wyraźnie poprawić. I ostatnie z działań, tak zwana identyfikacja kluczowych aktywności partnerów. Po pierwsze, tworzymy taką chmurę kompetencji 3 uniwersytetów, ale również finansujemy w ramach tej działalności projekty nazywane InnoSpin. Projekty, które są wyłaniane w trybie konkursowym. Zadaniem takiego projektu jest podniesienie poziomu gotowości technologicznej rozwiązania wypracowanego na uczelni. Warunkiem oczywiście uczestnictwa w tym projekcie jest też to, ażeby zespół wykonawców reprezentował wszystkie uczelnie w sieci VIA CARPATIA. Jak Państwo mogliście się, mam nadzieję, przekonać, inicjatywa, którą podjęliśmy, wydaje się być taką prawdziwą inicjatywą tworzenia sieci uczelni akademickich, czego niewątpliwie do tej pory brakowało. I również pewnego systemowego zwrócenia się do szkół średnich, które z jednej strony dają nam kandydatów na studia, ale z drugiej strony chcielibyśmy, ażeby ci kandydaci byli jak najlepszymi kandydatami. Więc przeznaczamy dosyć dużo środków, dosyć dużo energii na to, ażeby podnieść jakość kandydatów. I wreszcie trzeci aspekt tego programu Politechniczna Sieć VIA CARPATIA to to, że jeszcze szerszym frontem zwracamy się do przedsiębiorców z propozycjami współpracy, przekazujemy im to, co umiemy robić dobrze, co chcielibyśmy, żebyśmy robili wspólnie. Zachęcamy ich do tej współpracy. Myślę, że projekt, którego właśnie minął pierwszy rok realizacji, już jest pewnym sukcesem. Mamy nadzieję, że tym sukcesem będziemy się mogli dzielić z innymi uczelniami technicznymi w kraju. Dziękuję Państwu bardzo za uwagę.
Thank you very much, Professor. And our next speaker is here with us online. So in this case, you are obviously having a connection right now. And the speaker is Henryk Kubicek, a manager with over 12 years of experience in managing a team of specialists developing and implementing innovative technologies and solutions. Today, as director of the Strategy and Development Department at Grupa Azoty He is heavily involved in the development of the hydrogen economy and decarbonization of the chemical industry. He's very passionate about innovation and a huge advocate of cooperation with startups. And Henryk Kubíček will talk about the circular economy, a new challenge for chemistry. And do we have the connection? Can we hear each other?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Pleased to hear you. So please take the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, just give me 1 second to broadcast my presentation. I hope it will work. Wait a second. Wait a second. It's this image. This just please confirm that you see my presentation.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Thank you very much once again. Good afternoon. My name is Henryk Kubíček, and I'm really got this pleasure to be with you today during this conference. However, not in person in Białystok, which I really regret to not today. Venture. Who represent Grupa Azoty in Białystok and hopefully answer all questions regarding our new product. But before I start the presentation and discussion about our product, please. Okay, wait a second. It's not this slide right now. Okay, it should be correct. Short information about Grupa Azoty. Grupa Azoty, some of you maybe know our company is the largest chemical group and significant chemical industry player in the EU. We are mainly present in Poland. We've got 5 main production sites. Our main business area is fertilizers. We are the second biggest producer of mineral fertilizers in Europe. We produce also polyamide 6 as I said, many in Poland. However, we've got only companies in Germany. It's ATT Polymers and Compo Expert, which is also famous company. We produce the specialized fertilizers for all over the world. What we do is shortly, we've got 3 business areas. Its first main is agro means the fertilizers. Plastics, it's plastic polyamides and polyolefins. There is a new brand production facility in north of Poland, Grupa Azoty Polyolefins. As I said, it's brand new. It was started up this year. And of course, chemicals, pigments, take great area, and Oxoplast, like I said before, this is alcohol oxo. According to our current strategy, all the directions, all the main activities regarding this strategy are connected in one big project. We call it Green Azoty strategic project. Key objectives of the project is, as you can see on this slide, this is strictly connected to circular economy, diversification of feedstock towards green sources, delivery of ESG strategy is maybe not so much connected to circular economy. However, ESG looks deeply and pay attention on circular economy, which is important to our stakeholders. Implementation of technological solutions involving renewable and alternative green energy sources, decarbonization and reduction on environmental emissions. All these activities, including R&D projects, are strictly connected to circular economy. But, ladies and gentlemen, I was, preparing the slides for this conference. I was started thinking about what is circular economy, and if it's a quite new phrase, very trendy, very catchy, that everybody talks about circular economy. And it turns out that there is before the circular economy, there was something like green chemistry, and green chemistry was discussed in the beginning of 1980s. And what is this green chemistry? This green chemistry is a different way of thinking about how chemistry and chemical engineering can be done. Because, up to this time, there was a linear economy, just take, use, and dispose. It was simple. However, right now we see how, maybe not dumb, but very not smart, maybe, let's say, not smart way of thinking about how to use our natural resources and how to use the products we produce every day. So different principles have been proposed that can be used when thinking about design, development, and implementation of chemical products. This is very important to take into account this whole chain, yes? Design, development, and implementation of chemical products. It's a whole chain of production, of thinking about and using about the chemical products. These principles enable scientists and engineers to protect and benefit the economy, of course. But what is important is to, this challenge was to finding creative and innovative ways to how to reduce waste, conserve energy, and discover replacement of for hazardous substance. So today we've got the circular economy, which is redefining the economy, focusing on eliminating waste and preserving resources. This is very important. And as I said before, unlike the traditional linear economy, which follows the take, make, and dispose, the circular economy adopts the regenerative approach, which is, as I said, is very, very important. And in circular economy, we can use this 5R policy, let's say. It's recycle, reuse, reduce, renew, and redesign. And sometimes you can meet additional definitions. Yesterday, I found the 10R policy. Additionally, there was refuse, rethink, repair, refurbish, repurpose, and remanufacture. What is, in my opinion, more or less about the same approach. So how it looks, the circular economy at in Grupa Azoty. So first, when we take into account reuse, definitely there is energy waste recovery from chemical processes. Of course, in the world, we would like to be self-sufficient with the energy. Maybe in some processes we can use energy coming from these processes. There is no need to add additional energy. At least maybe it's in small amount. Then recovery of hydrogen stream from the PDH unit is a very specific. In our brand new factory in Police, we use this hydrogen coming from dehydronation. Sorry, I think it's proper word. Dehydronation of propane, and we use this hydrogen in production of ammonia to reduce the production of CO2 emission. And we've got reduce. It's a simple reduction of unit energy consumption in production facilities, improve process efficiency, and of course we use efficient fertilizers formulations that help reduce greenhouses emission. That's the one thing. Then we've got renew, and there I put the two things: implementation, of course, implementation of renewable energy, including PVs, wind, and biomass, but because it's a obvious way and first, I would say, direction to start decarbonize our process, decarbonize energy we need. Then we've got big area, green hydrogen and ammonia production. It's definitely it's an area and topic for additional 2 conferences to discuss how to do it efficiently. But we also think about the process. Then we've got reuse of production byproducts from polyamide and polypropylene production. It's it's a byproduct we gain during production startup, some failures, some stoppage. It's the normal thing that there are some byproduct components we can use and again put into production to normal process. Of course, there is very interesting process as well, phosphorus and potassium recovery from alternative sources, which is this phosphorus and potassium is important in our fertilizers. And last but not least, the 2 things about redesign. So defining new product, and the new product is the line of biodegradable and compostable polymers, and also development of innovative range of nitrogen stabilizers as a liquid formulations of urease inhibitor. What I would like to dig deeply is our new product EnviFill, which is biodegradable and compostable polymer, which is our brand new product. You can see on the booth on the conference, as I mentioned at the beginning, Magda and details, because they are specialists on that. But I'm really proud of this product, because this polymers have been designed based on exclusively on biodegradable raw materials and thermoplastic starch, and we've got the application on that. The composition of the products do not contain microplastic for an environment, and EnviFill granules are sources, which is, in my opinion, good feature, and confirm that this product is absolutely according to circular economy. What you can see on this slide is the process of composting the film made of EnviFill F40 material, and after 160 days, actually there nothing left. The product is fully compostable, which perfect suits to some application in agriculture and food industry as well. So in my opinion, what is very interesting and worth to mention is that the degradation time of EnviFill products can be tailored to meet product life cycle requirements. Ladies and gentlemen, this is actually the end of my presentation, short presentation. I hope I had this chance to introduce you Grupa Azoty as a green partner, chemical, which represent chemical industry, and shows that we also take care about circular economy. And I really hope that this product, NVFiller polymer, is of course first, but is not the last product in our portfolio. And I definitely agree with this statement that there is no chance to stop the circular economy. There is no turning back. So I hope there will be more products from Grupa Azoty according to circular economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was Henryk Kubicek, and our next speaker, Maciej Bukowski, PhD, is an international analysis expert in the 3W department. And the 3W stands for water, hydrogen, and carbon in Polish. And he's working at BGK, Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego in Polish. Basically, BGK is a Polish development bank. Maciej Bukowski is a James S. Denton Fellow at the Center of European Policy Analysis and Transnational Security Initiative Fellow with the International Republican Institute. A graduate of Sorbonne and Cornell Law Schools, he's completing a PhD dissertation at the Jagiellonian University on the impact of climate change on great power competition. The title of the speech, the topic of the speech, Advancing the 3W Economy. Maciej Bukowski, Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego.
Hello, can you hear me loud and clear? You can, wonderful. Good evening, everyone. It's like 4 p.m. almost, so I hope you still have some energy to absorb what I'm going to tell you about. Because 3W is a never-ending story that's being written every day, and we could devote this whole conference just to discussing what I am going to tell you in 10 minutes. So this will be just in a nutshell. And as suppose I'm the only non-engineer in this room, this will be all the more difficult, but let's try anyway. I'll do my very best. So 3W, in a nutshell, above all, is the flagship sustainability project at BGK, the Polish Development Bank. But not only, because we do not really see it as only something that is run by us, but rather it is a program that is meant to nurture an entire new branch of the Polish economy that is based on the 3 resources, which we identify as the fundamental ones to the future, because they have already proven themselves to be the key to the past: water, hydrogen, and carbon. But why these 3 resources precisely? Water, we all know it's important, and we all know also that in the next 3 decades or so, there will be less and less of it, and most of countries in the world will be experiencing some sort of water stress, so basically shortage of water. Then there's climate change in all its manifestations as it impacts our well-beings, our households, the ways we run our systems, our companies, our businesses, our states even. And the hydrosphere, indeed, is that biological sphere which is arguably affected most by the effects of climate change. And so we think that with different types of water technologies that run from this briefly described value chain, from raw material, basically water production, to end-user related technologies, to wastewater treatment, to water reuse and conservation, and the monitoring and management software services, that we can contribute to solving these issues. And what do we mean by us, we? It's not us as a bank, rather, we is you, meaning entrepreneurs, government leaders, NGOs, businesses, scientists, the broader society in a nutshell. All the stakeholders of the economy that are in different ways advancing these technologies forward. We've already worked with a bunch of companies that have developed technologies and different solutions related to water that we can sort of brag about and even tell you more about. But given how short we are on time, I'm not really gonna dig into this too much into detail. But we've already have a portfolio of projects, I mean our partners have, that concern different parts of the value chain that I just mentioned. Rainwater retention, wastewater treatment facilities technologies, monitoring and control, desalination, water treatment, and so on. Basically, all these things that are necessary to tackle the water crisis. Then there's hydrogen. The hydrogen thing you may have heard about as the next big, the next big thing in the energy transition. Is this going to be the case? Really so? Well, maybe, to some extent at least. Hydrogen is certainly not replace electricity. Yeah, there's a room of engineers here, so no need to explain it why. But what is certain is that already today we've seen a lot of promising applications where hydrogen could somehow contribute to our broader national decarbonization effort by bringing hydrogen there where it works more efficiently than electricity. Where would that be? Transportation? I mean, buses or trains, maybe. But above all, in large-scale facilities, whether it be big manufacturing facilities, or whether it be plants, or whether it be refineries, and so on and so forth, wherever you need a lot of energy intake for the facility to be run, it seems that all sorts of studies try to convince us that hydrogen may be well more efficient electricity in such cases and circumstances. And so we realized that in order to hydrogen market to pick up, and we're only focusing on green hydrogen, which is that is produced from renewable energy, because there is no sustainability in gray hydrogen or all the other kinds of hydrogen that are made from fossil fuels, because in that case, there will be only sort of replacing the link in the overall value chain of hydrogen production, where the emissions and the other externalities would be placed at. So only green hydrogen we see as the one that we should focus on in order to advance our broader sustainability ambitions. Raw material, so basically hydrogen production, storage, transportation, application. We seek companies, businesses, scientists that are engaged at every step of this value chain. We've already worked with a bunch because, as you can tell, there is a whole bunch of companies, big and small, that have a portfolio of projects related to the development of green hydrogen that are part of our broader network. And then carbon. Oftentimes portrayed as the bad people in the class because, you know, carbon is close to coal and coal is bad, as we learn now, because of the emissions and so on and so forth. However, what we focus on is simply, purely, and solely carbon as the chemical element. So that element, which we can use in order to enhance the strength of different materials or create new fibers and products that are stronger, more resistant, more enduring, lighter, better. I mean, basically all the things that you seek to learn about at this very conference, given its name. So it also has proven to be a very promising market in Poland and beyond. And the carbon value market chain goes from, of course, resource, because we need to obtain the product, like the very produce from which then we bring products to life, right? Products, semi-products, because you could have entire carbon-made products, or you could just include the carbon in various kinds of other products of which carbon only becomes one composite. Different forms of application and disposal. And then, basically, the sky is the limit here as to where you could possibly put carbon fibers in order to achieve amazing results. We are only at the very, very beginning of this path. However, given the expertise of Polish scientific universities, I'll tell you a bit in a moment about how they are part of our network. We've already identified ideas and needs from both the scientific communities and businesses that tell us that, for instance, graphene, one of the carbon elements, was applied in electric conductors, or in medical solutions, or in biomedical applications, or in construction, for instance, in adding carbon to graphene, to concrete. We reduce emissions, carbon dioxide emissions in the overall process of building construction by up to 30%. So the future is here. And what does this all that I just told you mean actually? Because these are different sectors of the economy, these are different resources, and yet they all intertwine with each other. You need water to produce hydrogen. You need carbon to filtrate water according to the latest tech trends, and so on and so forth. Each of these three resources is important by itself. But then the way they interact with each other is yet another layer of importance which we identify. And so to advance all these things altogether economically, at a political level, but also the business level in the country, we come up with all the kinds of solutions that collectively we call the 3W idea. We support, we educate, we strengthen, we facilitate. We do things that, as I call it, contribute to nurturing, let's say, an emergence of an entire new business ecosystem in this country. Because why shouldn't we take advantage of it? If we've already identified certain fields in which we could excel, that we could sell at huge margins, both domestically and abroad, why do not embrace this opportunity? If the French have become the masters of nuclear energy, if the Koreans have become masters of nuclear energy too, or some other high-tech industries, maybe Poland should embrace this direction. That's our idea. And so we've established an entire network that wishes for the future in here to go from this to that. From emissions for economy that is basically gray, that has a lot of externalities, a lot of, in form of, I don't know, pollution, high emissions, environmental degradation while we produce energy from coal and so on, to a world that is essentially emissions-free. Because that we need to embrace that net zero emissions-free future is, among other things, a requirement set up for us by the European Union. So there's pretty much no escape. But to do it so and to pursue that path in a way that is both sustainable and financially enticing, perhaps that's what we should do. Unite. Unite under, for instance, our ICI 3W network, which I know that some of the institutions that you represent are already part of. So 35 universities thus far in Poland that exchange knowledge, know-how, technology, news, and so on and so forth, in order to create a vibrant network in which the 3W technologies are conceived and developed. And this is part of a broader network. The 3W ecosystem that thus far is made of 120 companies, institutions, both domestic and foreign. And basically this entire, let's say, 3W cake, if you like, is growing for all these sorts of direct and indirect impacts and connections. And so it's only been 2 years since the 3W initiative has been set up. We are in 23. Next year, we hope for 3W to become a sort of quasi-governmental think tank that brings together all these efforts that I told you about, and that is acknowledged internationally. And if you have not yet learned about how your organization, unless it already is part of the 3W network, but wishes to become part of, please reach out. We would be very glad to have a chat, to learn from you what are your needs, what is it that you are looking for in terms of support in order for your connections, technologies, and solutions ideas to take hold and go big, essentially. We'll be more than happy to discuss that. And maybe the opportunity for that would be in just 2 weeks, when we are going to hold our third and thus far largest 3W Congress that is going to take place in Warsaw. 1,500 plus attendees from all walks of business life, government, big and small, scale-ups, startups, embassies, governments, local central scientists, university people, and so on and so forth. This is the go-to event this year, not only Poland, but the entire CE region for all things water, hydrogen, and carbon related. So thank you, and should you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them by email because unfortunately I have to go. So thank you again.
Thank you very much. 3W, woda, wodór, węgiel. In Polish, that's what the 3W stems from. And our next speaker and the next sponsor is Mila, a company called Mila, represented by Jacek Karpiński, General Manager and graduate of the Faculty of Chemistry at Warsaw University of Technology and MBA at Łazarski School of Commerce and Law. Mr. Karpiński has 30 years of experience in B2B sales of specialty materials for composite industry. The stage is yours.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Bardzo dziękuję, że wytrwaliście tak długo. To już jest naprawdę popołudnie. Trochę mamy poślizgu, więc postaram się jak najszybciej przekazać kilka informacji. Ja zajmuję się organizacją sprzedaży. Nasza firma Milar, którą reprezentuję, jest firmą handlową, ale my nie ograniczamy się do handlu. Staramy się edukować naszych klientów, w jaki sposób przy użyciu innowacyjnych technologii, innowacyjnych materiałów oni mogą po prostu zarabiać pieniądze. I zarabiać, bo firmy są po to, żeby zarabiać pieniądze i często się spotykamy z tym, że wszyscy wiedzą, circular economy, obieg zamknięty, ochrona środowiska, sustainability i tak dalej, ale kiedy dochodzi do konkretów, to mówią, no tak, ale ja jestem za małą firmą, żeby to stosować, mnie na to nie stać. Albo spotykamy się z takim podejściem, no tak, sustainability, wiemy, że to jest potrzebne, ale nasi klienci nie są w stanie zapłacić więcej za nasz wyrób, więc nie możemy być tak naprawdę sustainability. Musimy robić tak, jak robił nasz dziadek, pradziadek, ojciec i tak dalej, no bo tylko w ten sposób możemy sprzedać nasz produkt. Otóż okazuje się, że to nie do końca prawda. Na produktach i technologiach zrównoważonego rozwoju można zarabiać i one niekoniecznie muszą zwiększać koszty produkcyjne. Trzeba też pamiętać, że jeżeli nie będziemy sustainable, nie będziemy dążyć do ograniczenia eksploatacji naszego środowiska naturalnego, to po prostu my żyjemy na kredyt, który będą spłacały nasze dzieci i nie możemy się na to godzić. Musimy patrzeć, w jaki sposób możemy temu zaradzić. Ja chciałbym powiedzieć o kilku takich prostych, małych kroczkach w dziale kompozytów, gdzie możemy być jednocześnie i sustainable, i circular, i ograniczyć koszty. Czyli nasz wyrób może być tańszy i bardziej sustainable. Jednym z takich produktów czy grup produktowych są kompozyty termoplastyczne. Wszyscy zapewne kojarzą kompozyty jako materiał, gdzie mamy jakieś wzmocnienia, tkaninę bądź włókna oraz matrycę polimerową, żywice. Przeważnie te żywice są albo chemoutwardzalne, albo termoutwardzalne, ale w tej chwili możemy również jako matrycę zastosować produkty termoplastyczne, dzięki czemu możemy osiągnąć kilka efektów. Jeden z nich to jest przyspieszenie procesu produkcji. Co to ma wspólnego z sustainability? Dlaczego to ma być sustainable? Przede wszystkim jedna rzecz, to jeżeli mamy kompozyt termoplastyczny, znacznie łatwiejszy jest recykling jego niż kompozytu termoutwardzalnego. Możemy po prostu łatwiej go powtórnie przetworzyć. Dodatkowo taką plusem jest to, że mamy redukcję odpadów. Nie ma na przykład tych folii z vacuum badgingu, czyli z jakichś technologii, czy z technologii autoklawowych. I bardzo niski koszt energii na jedną część, ponieważ w przypadku kompozytów termoplastycznych możemy wyprodukować z jednej formy jednego dnia kilkaset, kilka tysięcy nawet elementów, czyli oszczędzić ogromną ilość energii. W przypadku dużej skali produkcji zarobimy pieniądze, ponieważ mamy niższy koszt zakładu na jedną sztukę wyrobu, mniejsze zużycie energii na jedną sztukę wyrobu i jednocześnie jesteśmy sustainable, ponieważ zużywamy mniej środowiska na sztukę i możemy poddawać recyklingowi, czyli możemy mieć kontrolę nad całym cyklem życia produktu. W stosunku do materiałów niekompozytowych, kompozyty termoplastyczne po prostu oferują niższą wagę przy określonej wytrzymałości, a to oznacza, że możemy zredukować ilość kilogramów, a jeżeli nasz autobus będzie lżejszy, to będzie palił mniej paliwa, no i znowu mamy przykład sustainable. Także małymi kroczkami, jednocześnie zarabiając pieniądze, możemy po prostu być sustainable, czy robić cokolwiek dla środowiska. Innym przykładem, też małego kroczku, są na przykład tkaniny, tak zwane media płynące, tkaniny szklane, które zastępują siatki przy technologiach infuzji w produkcji kompozytów. Standardowo, jeżeli mamy infuzję, musimy zastosować jakieś siatki, folie do rozprowadzania żywicy, żeby dobrze przesączyły one tkaniny. Natomiast zastosowanie takich mediów płynących powoduje, że możemy tego uniknąć. Czyli z jednej strony mamy redukcję odpadów, bo nie mamy na przykład tych po każdym procesie siatek, które zanieczyszczone żywicą są w zasadzie do wyrzucenia, poza tym one są z reguły uszkodzone, więc są jednorazowe. Mamy mniejsze zużycie energii ze względu na szybszy proces. Po prostu takie media płynące lepiej rozprowadzają żywicę niż siatki, w związku z czym wyrób uzyskujemy szybciej. Jeżeli uzyskujemy go szybciej, to znaczy, że ilość konsumpcji energii całej firmy, no bo firma zużywa ileś tam kilowatogodzin energii, więc jeżeli zrobimy więcej wyrobów na godzinę, no to jednocześnie oszczędzamy energię. Dodatkowo takie medium płynące pozostaje w laminacie i stanowi część wzmocnienia, w związku z czym możemy zrezygnować z zakupu części tkanin szklanych, czyli rezygnujemy z zakupu siatek, rezygnujemy z zakupu części szkła, uzyskujemy kompozyt szybciej, taniej i jednocześnie bardziej sustainable i bardziej circular economy, czyli mamy znowu sposób na zarabianie pieniędzy na gospodarce zrównoważonej. Jeszcze inne rozwiązanie, znowu mały kroczek, tkaniny szklane, które są pokryte klejem. Nie wiem, pewnie każdy z Państwa spotkał się z żółtymi karteczkami, które się przykleja, odkleja. Takie żółte karteczki występują również w postaci tkanin szklanych do produkcji kompozytów, gdzie po prostu są one pokryte klejem. Dlaczego taka tkanina pokryta klejem jest sustainable? No, po pierwsze, redukcja odpadów. W przypadku produkcji kompozytów, jeżeli mamy kompozyty wielowarstwowe, musielibyśmy standardowo do ich umieszczenia używać klejów sprayu. Wszyscy, którzy mieli do czynienia z kompozytami wielowarstwowymi, wiedzą, że tam coś trzeba zastosować, zanim się żywicę zastosuje, żeby nam się te tkaniny nie przesuwały. I standardowo stosuje się kleje w sprayu. Te kleje w sprayu to później puste opakowania, które są zanieczyszczone rozpuszczalnikiem, klejem. To również emisja drobinek kleju w postaci mgły podczas procesu aplikacji, a więc zagrożenie dla pracowników. I również oczywiście pewne większe ryzyko braków, ponieważ nie mamy kontroli nad tym, jak dużo tego kleju w sprayu pracownik nałożył na tkaniny no i czasami może być tak, że będziemy mieli odpad, a odpad w przypadku wyrobu z laminatu to tak naprawdę jest dosyć duży problem, dlatego że to nie jest łatwo zrecyklować. To nie jest wyrób z termoplastu, który można zmielić i jeszcze raz przetworzyć. To jest rzeczywiście odpad trwały. Także zmniejszenie ilości odpadów, zmniejszenie ilości braków to również działanie na rzecz ochrony środowiska. No i wreszcie czyli w długim terminie zmniejszenie ilości odpadów. i obniżenie kosztów procesu. Tutaj troszeczkę inne podejście do metody zrównoważonego rozwoju, zastosowanie włókien naturalnych w produkcji kompozytów. Tu akurat może nie tyle zarabiamy pieniądze, ile, w pewnym stopniu, dlatego że możemy taki wyrób zaproponować nowej grupie klientów, do których nie mogliśmy dotrzeć z naszym produktem opartym na włóknie szklanym lub węglowym, a nowy klient oznacza zarabianie pieniędzy. Więc znowu możemy na przykładzie, w taki sposób jednocześnie generować i dodatkowy biznes, i być dla środowiska mniejszym obciążeniem, ponieważ używamy materiałów, które mają ujemny ślad węglowy, no bo włókna naturalne to jest związany dwutlenek węgla, a nie wyemitowany dwutlenek węgla podczas procesu produkcji. I wiele innych małych kroczków. Mamy na przykład w ofercie kleje do opakowań, które mają ujemny ślad węglowy, ponieważ w ich produkcji wykorzystywano materiały, które więcej węgla wiążą niż emitują. Czyli jeżeli na przykład kleimy później takim klejem, to cały nasz wyrób ma mniejszy ślad węglowy. Produkty, które nie wymagają primerów, a więc znowu mniejsza ilość chemikaliów. Co ciekawe, jeżeli mamy mniejszą ilość chemikaliów, bo nie mamy primera i mniejszą ilość operacji, to oszczędzamy pieniądze, czyli mamy proces klejenia, który jest tańszy i jednocześnie bezpieczniejszy dla środowiska, czyli bardziej sustainable. Zmniejszenie ilości rozpuszczalników. Także ja mam nadzieję, że się zmieściłem w tych 10 minutach. Zapraszam, mamy też takie małe stoisko. Chętnie pomożemy, jeżeli poznamy proces produkcyjny, możemy podpowiedzieć, jakie inne kroki można podjąć, żeby zarobić na ochronie środowiska. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, trójwymiarowi.pl. Trójwymiarowi.pl is the next sponsor of our conference, and this is the company represented by Mateusz Stefanczuk. Mr. Stefanczuk is going to prove that 3D printing is something fascinating, and printing itself is not only reduced to printing in paper. His designs have universal applications from industry to sacred objects, so I guess it's going to be a really fascinating presentation. Trójwymiarowi.pl. Mateusz Stefanczuk.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Dziękuję za możliwość wypowiedzenia się dzisiaj przed tak szanownym gronem. Dziękuję również organizatorom gdybyśmy mogli tylko prezentację odpalić, za zorganizowanie tak ciekawego wydarzenia przy tak doskonałej właśnie organizacji i prezencji Wydziału Architektury. Nazywam się Mateusz Stefanczuk i reprezentuję dzisiaj firmę Trójwymiarowi.pl. Na co dzień zajmujemy się drukiem 3D. Mam nadzieję, że uda mi się pokazać parę zdjęć, jak już się odpalał na rzutniku. Firmy, z którymi współpracujemy na co dzień są to m.in. firmy produkcyjne, ale również inne drukarnie, dla których świadczymy usługę, jesteśmy, nawet mamy logo, zobaczcie, dla których świadczymy usługę obróbki wydruków firm, które wykonują lub wspieramy technologią, która akurat jest u nas dostępna. Technologia, w której my drukujemy, jest to technologia podstawowa FDM, w której wykorzystujemy filamenty i są to różne tworzywa sztuczne, m.in. tworzywa sztuczne biodegradowalne, które też wspierają środowisko. Widzę, że dzisiaj dosyć duży nacisk jest na to postawiony, natomiast przede wszystkim powinniśmy odpowiedzieć sobie na jedno pytanie, czym jest druk 3D? Druk 3D do niedawna, bo ledwo około 10 czy 12 lat temu niektóre z patentów zostały uwolnione, dzięki czemu w szerszej widowni został ten druk 3D zaprezentowany. I tu mogę w sumie taką przypowiastkę powiedzieć, że dzwoni do nas klient i pyta, czy mógłby wydrukować notatki, bo przeczytał w internecie, że jesteśmy drukarnią. Natomiast to, czym my się zajmujemy, jest urzeczywistnianie myśli naszych klientów. Czyli jeżeli przychodzi do nas klient i chciałby coś wykonać, coś ciekawego, nietypowego, coś przy wykonywaniu czego miał pewnego rodzaju trudności, my takie rzeczy umożliwiamy. Można powiedzieć, że od spokojnie 10 lat już jesteśmy obecni właśnie w polskiej branży druku 3D, co powoduje, że zdobyliśmy dosyć spore doświadczenie. Swoje kilogramy materiałów nadrukowaliśmy, co właśnie przekłada się na dosyć dużą wiedzę technologiczną. I to, w czym my się akurat specjalizujemy w dosyć dużej mierze, to są wydruki gabarytowe, czyli wydruki, które w swojej formie składają się często z wielu podzespołów, tworząc elementy duże. I w jakim przypadku wydruki gabarytowe właściwie znajdują zastosowanie, a raczej na jakie problemy lub trudności wydruki gabarytowe odpowiadają. I w tym przypadku, jeżeli mamy elementy, które są dosyć skomplikowane geometrycznie i trudne do wykonania w innych technologiach właśnie z uwagi na ograniczenia tych technologii, to druk 3D jak najbardziej jest dobrym rozwiązaniem na to, żeby właśnie takie wydruki wykonywać. Kolejnym aspektem, który jest też dosyć istotny, to właśnie to skomplikowanie geometryczne, o którym wspomniałem. I przykładowo na zdjęciu mamy złotą ramę, którą mieliśmy przyjemność drukować do roweru. I tutaj konstruktor tego urządzenia, tego właściwie prototypu, mierzył się z dosyć dużym problemem, który polegał na tym, że nie wiedział do końca, jaką technologię wybrać, która w dosyć prosty i efektywny sposób pozwoliłaby mu na wykonanie tak skomplikowanej geometrii. Tutaj akurat przyszedł z pomocą druk 3D, który sprawił, że tą geometrię dało się wykonać praktycznie w tydzień czy 2 tygodnie. Kolejną rzeczą, którą my na co dzień stosujemy, jest to hybrydowe zastosowanie druku 3D. To znaczy na siłę nie upieramy się, że druk 3D rozwiąże wszystkie problemy i jest najlepszym sposobem na zaaplikowanie go do każdego przypadku. W momencie, gdy przychodzi do nas klient, interesant, osoba, która chciałaby właśnie coś wykonać, ale ma konkretnie określone potrzeby, staramy się właśnie dopasować to rozwiązanie do tych potrzeb, tak aby otrzymać produkt, który będzie w jak największej mierze realizował właśnie potrzeby naszego klienta. I tutaj mam na myśli w przypadku tego hybrydowego zastosowania, że korzystamy z różnych technologii, tak? Czyli łączymy druk 3D z technologią konwencjonalnej obróbki materiałów, przetworzyw sztucznych, ale też i z hydrografiką. Budujemy wewnętrzne ramy, które pozwalają na to, aby właśnie mniej zużywać tworzywa sztucznego przy jednoczesnym utrzymaniu wytrzymałości danego obiektu. Kolejną rzeczą, z którą znany jest ogólnie druk 3D, to jest rapid prototyping, czyli szybkie prototypowanie. I tutaj też gabarytowy druk 3D znajduje zastosowanie w tej postaci, że jeżeli rzeczywiście potrzebujemy coś wykonać, duży obiekt, który potrzebny jest nam w cudzysłowie na wczoraj, nawet pierwszego dnia po otrzymaniu projektu i sprawdzeniu jego zgodności technologicznej właśnie z uwarunkowaniami druku 3D, jesteśmy w stanie już podjąć pracę nad danym zagadnieniem. Nie musimy w tym przypadku produkować specjalnych narzędzi, dzięki którym moglibyśmy coś wytoczyć, potem przenieść to do kolejnego procesu obróbki, czyli załóżmy do frezowania. W tym przypadku praktycznie druk 3D bardzo mocno przyspiesza, przez to też właśnie oszczędzamy energię i jesteśmy proekologiczni. I mamy taki slogan w sumie, który jest dosyć nowy, ale on mi się potwornie spodobał. Tworzymy sztukę z duszą technologii. I w toku naszej pracy zauważyliśmy, że rok do roku jest sobie nierówny, natomiast to, co zaczęło się pojawiać, to zaczęła się pojawiać potrzeba wśród naszych klientów, aby wydruki 3D wyglądały jak końcowy produkt. Czyli w pewnym momencie te wydruki, które były surowym materiałem, który wyszedł prosto z drukarki, czy pewnego rodzaju półproduktem, stały się niewystarczające albo niewystarczająco zadowalające. Podejrzewam, że to było też związane z tym, że po prostu klienci naszych klientów oczekują czego innego. I jesteśmy w trakcie patentowania sposobu postprocesingu, czyli obróbki właśnie naszych materiałów. W wyniku wielu eksperymentów i wielu lat bycia na rynku druku 3D opracowaliśmy właśnie technologię, która pozwala na tworzenie bardzo realistycznych obiektów. I tu przykładowo jako taka ostatnia rzecz, właśnie realizacja, jest zdjęcie w mojej prezentacji. Chciałem Państwu przedstawić kawałek epitafium, czyli takiego niewielkiego, uciekło mi słowo, obiektu, który znajduje się wewnątrz świątyni, który został zeskanowany w 3D, po czym został wydrukowany w skali 1:4, znalazł się na powrót w tej świątyni i dzięki temu osoby niewidome i niedowidzące mogą przychodzić, dotykać ten obiekt, dzięki czemu widzą, w jaki jest ten oryginalny ołtarz, słowo właśnie wróciło, które znajduje się na ścianie. Dziękuję Państwu serdecznie za uwagę. Jeszcze raz dziękuję za możliwość zaprezentowania naszej firmy. Wierzymy w to, że pomagamy naszym klientom, naszym zainteresowanym tworzyć projekty, które są ich w głowie, tak aby stawały się rzeczywistym obiektem. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, when I have the opportunity to conduct and to host conferences like this, basically scientific conferences, when you do such things, you have to get used to using the vocabulary that you do not normally use on a regular basis. And frankly speaking, it's perhaps the first time in my life that I'm using the word femtosecond in English, but that's what it is. Material processing with femtosecond laser. This is the topic of the speech by Katarzyna Pietrusińska from the company called Fluence, one of our sponsors. Katarzyna Pietrusińska is a sales and marketing engineer at Fluence Technology, Polish manufacturer of femtosecond fiber lasers. She's a graduate of physics at the University of Warsaw, where she was working on modeling, fabrication, and characterization of plasmonic nanorod metamaterial. That was nice. Katarzyna Pietrusińska, the stage is yours. Unfortunately, the computer says no again. Some technical glitches.
Good evening. My name is Katarzyna Pietrusińska, and today I will talk briefly about material processing with femtosecond lasers. I am representing Fluence Technology, which is a Polish manufacturer of fiber-based femtosecond lasers. Our company is based in Warsaw, and we also have an application laboratory in Wrocław. I'd like to start my presentation from the definition of material processing. So, this is a process of developing structural features needed for the product to perform well in its intended application. I'm not an expert in history, but as you probably know, first attempts of material processing date back to prehistory. By the time the methods of processing were improved, still are being improved, as well as new methods are being developed. Main methods of material processing are mechanical processing, such as cutting, drilling, engraving, chemical processing, for example, etching, and thermal processing, such as welding and shaping. The method I'm attempting to introduce to you is, I think, the most recently developed one. It is processing using light, but not just any kind of light, but laser light. Why using laser to process materials? What benefits we can get from processing with laser? First advantage of using laser is that we do not encounter any wear off of the tool. So the process is cost-effective and low maintenance, and the result of the process are repeatable. The parameters of the laser performance are easy to change. Thus, the flexibility of operation is big. And it also means that we can easily integrate the laser and automate the process. Using focused laser beam, we can obtain high process precision at significant speeds. And also the process is contactless, so we do not deal with contamination of the material. There are many kinds of lasers, and we can divide them in two regimes of operation. Continuous wave, where we have constant power and energy output, or pulsed ones, in which the energy and power are delivered in portions over time. Today I will focus on the pulse ones. Light-matter interaction is about photon-electron energy transfer. For certain parameters of the pulse, this transfer results in melting, heating, melting, evaporating of the material. This is the microdynamics of material processing with laser. And as you might see, the results of this processing are not ideal if we talk about nanosecond pulses or longer or CW lasers. The situation changes if we make the pulse shorter, with pulse duration in range of pico or femtoseconds. And why is that? The shorter the pulse, the shorter light-matter interaction. And the shorter this interaction, the less we heat up the material. Other effects occur also, because now the material is not melted and evaporated. Having femtosecond pulses enables us to create plasma and evaporate the material directly from solid state. And this process is called ablation. Using femtosecond pulses in material processing enables us to do it precisely without melting, bar formation, cracks, creating thermal stress, or chemical modifications in the material. And what kind of materials can we process? I'm confident to say that quite all of them. Transparent or not, hard, brittle, heat sensitive, thick, thin. In what way can we process them? We can drill them, cut them, engrave, texture, mark the surface or in volume, do some selective ablation, polymerization, and many more. What's outstanding in femtosecond laser processing is that we can obtain very small features that are complicated, of micro or even nanometer size. Many materials can be processed with femtosecond lasers, but where is it really needed? I'd like to introduce some examples from the industry. The first one is lithium-ion batteries. In this case, we need to cut this electrode with high precision and no heating in order not to affect the battery performance. Conventional mechanical methods are wearable and limit manufacturers with possible shapes and sizes. With a femtosecond laser, we have large flexibility combined with high precision of cutting. Photovoltaic panels can gain better efficiency when treated with femtosecond lasers. Femtosecond pulses are used here, for example, to create some modifications that improve light trapping. We see more and more devices that have flexible screens, and in this application it is crucial that the glass used for these screens has smooth edge with no defects in order not to crack during using the device. Lightweight materials that are considered hard to process, such as carbon fiber reinforced polymer or ceramics, that are widely used in industries such as automotive or aerospace, can be easily processed with femtosecond laser. Miniaturizing PCBs by overcoming mask resolution is also possible. Some indelible marking for traceability and anti-counterfeiting reasons might be realized with some black marking of the surface or some in-volume modifications. Surface structurization for ultra-sensitive sensing or for changing the adhesion properties can be obtained with femtosecond lasers. We can also do very low-dimensional 3D printing for some functional materials or very nanometer-sized optics. And also precise cutting of metal or polymer, for example, for biomedical application like cutting stands, where it is needed that we don't affect the chemical structure of the material and don't have the contamination. Yes, and most of these examples were realized in our application laboratory using our Jasper X0 laser. And as you can see, there is quite a wide range of materials and processes that can be done. And I will be happy to hear more from you about possible applications that come to your mind for femtosecond laser in material processing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And our next sponsor is Lacor. And Lacor is a very dynamic, young but very dynamic brand with a heart and passion for crafting custom-made furniture. The company is run by three brothers, and their tagline says, "We create dreams." And to tell you the truth, I can relate to that because I'm in the process of finishing my new home and buying furniture. Yes, Lacor, you create dreams. That's something that speaks to the person who's just finishing his or her new home. And one of the brothers who run the company called Lacor is here with us today. His name is Dawid Pieciul. So welcome our next speaker. Please take the stage.
Witam wszystkim, nazywam się Dawid Pieciul. Tak jak tutaj Pan wspomniał, tworzymy marzenia, szczególnie kobiet. Jesteśmy właśnie młodą firmą zajmującą się produkcją mebli. Mamy własny park maszynowy. I tak, właśnie firma powstała 5 lat temu. Wcześniej robiliśmy meble za granicą. Później przenieśliśmy się do Polski. Firma założona jest przez 3 braci. I tak naprawdę od tej pory zaczęliśmy się bardzo dobrze rozwijać. Tutaj za Państwem możecie zobaczyć kolekcję mebli dziecięcych. I właśnie w strefie Lacor możecie zobaczyć na żywo naszą kuchnię i garderobę zrobioną specjalnie na tą okazję. Mamy dosyć szeroki wybór naszych produktów, ponieważ oferujemy kompletne wyposażenia wnętrz od projektu 3D poprzez realizację, aż po sam montaż mebli. Mamy własną produkcję, tak jak wcześniej wspomniałem. U nas też można właśnie kupić stoły, stoliki kawowe, krzesła tapicerowane, łóżka tapicerowane i zamówić od razu właśnie blaty kamienne. Tak, tutaj macie Państwo pokazane po lewej stronie projekt, a po prawej stronie naszą realizację. I właśnie tutaj kilka teraz przedstawię filmików z naszych realizacji. Tutaj mamy kuchnię wykonaną z forniru. Fornir jest to właśnie naturalne, można powiedzieć, naturalne drzewo naklejane na płytę. Akurat i później polakierowane na połysk. I tak to się prezentuje. Tak naprawdę robimy w różnych stylach, więc tutaj mamy styl, można powiedzieć, angielski. Detale mają znaczenie dla nas. Tutaj mamy pokazane elektryczne systemy, które ułatwiają nam życie, codzienne życie. Tutaj mamy obrotowy system do przechowywania butów. I tak jak wcześniej wspomniałem, że detale mają ogromne znaczenie. Tutaj jest przedstawiony najnowszy system od producenta Bloom, system chowania całej kuchni. I dziękuję za uwagę.
Thank you. That was pretty impressive and very, very nice, frankly speaking. Very nice interior design. And ladies and gentlemen, these were our sponsors, but it's not the last point of the program of the conference as far as the sponsors are concerned. And that is why Izabela Zglobicka and Dariusz Perkowski are here with me on stage, because, yeah?
Because we are here because of our sponsors. We are very grateful for your support. And yeah, we prepare some small certificate of appreciation for the companies which support this event, organization of this event. So we would like to kindly ask you to come here on the stage, so we will be able to give you this certificate, and after that hopefully we will be able to make some photos with the organizers and all of the sponsors. So if I can ask for the...
Yeah. The first sponsor, basic sponsors, Bulk Yacht. Do you have a representative here? No, not yet. Okay, Fakro. No. Fakro representative is not here with us. Malo. Neotech, Peak Instruments. Yeah, the representative of the company is coming. So we are handing in a certificate of appreciation. And in the meantime, I kindly asked representative of Meble Tobo to join us here on stage. Do we have the representative? Not really. Przedsiębiorstwo wielobranżowe Anmet, Andrzej Adamcio. Okay. Schimpol. Is Schimpol coming? No. So the standard sponsors, Cemex. Fluence, another company. Do we have some person representing Fluence? Fluence, sorry, yes, we do have. This was one of our speakers. And the next sponsor is Horyzontalny Punkt Kontaktowy Polska Wschodnia. That is the name of the sponsor. We have a person here. Polski Klaster Budowlany. Next sponsor. We have a person from Polski Klaster Budowlany, okay. And our main sponsors, Grupa Azoty. Okay, there is no person from Grupa Azoty. A representative was online with us today. Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego. Our speaker had to leave, unfortunately. Technology Applied. Not present. Milar. A person from Milar was one of our speakers, must have left already, and trójwymiarowi.pl. It turns out that some of the sponsors are still here, okay. And Lacor, once again, please join us on the stage. And strategic partners, the first one is Politechniczna Sieć VIA CARPATIA. Professor, please join us on stage. And the second strategic partner, Urząd Marszałkowski Województwa Podlaskiego. Do we have a representative of the Marshal's office still here? No. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. You have a chance to have some kind of photo here right now. And thank you to all our sponsors. Thank you for being with us, for believing in our vision and helping us to make this conference happen. And I know it's kind of late already, but we still have a few words to say and a few presentations to show, because we are heading towards the last part of our conference today, the last panel, the panel called Advanced Composite Materials and Lightweight. And in this panel, you will have a chance to listen to the presentations from key national clusters, industries clusters. The representatives of industry clusters will be having their keynote speeches, and we all know that industry clusters are key institutions when it comes to building the relationships between science and industry and the academic society. Hence, it's a great pleasure to have the representatives of clusters here with us today. And the first speaker in this module, in this panel, is Mariusz Wasilewski. He's the General Director of the Polish Construction Cluster. Mariusz Wasilewski cooperates with domestic and foreign partners, organizations and diplomatic missions, curating the image of the Polish construction cluster in the international arena. Planning, organization and participation in trips as part of international trade fairs and economic missions of construction companies is something that he does on a regular basis. Mr. Mariusz Wasilewski, the stage is yours.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa. Nazywam się Mariusz Wasilewski, jestem dyrektorem generalnym Polskiego Klastra Budowlanego. Dzisiaj opowiem trochę o współpracy klastrowej, która jest kluczem do sukcesu na rynkach lokalnych oraz międzynarodowych. Opowiem Wam, jak to jest u nas w klastrze. Może na początku trochę liczb. Istniejemy od 12 lat. Posiadamy status Krajowego Klastra Kluczowego. W tym momencie ponad 480 członków, w tym firmy mikro, małe, średnie oraz duże przedsiębiorstwa. Współpracujemy w klastrze również z instytucjami otoczenia biznesu oraz naszymi członkami klastra są jednostki naukowe, takie jak uczelnie wyższe, między innymi właśnie Politechnika Białostocka. 24 projekty zrealizowane z partnerami na łączną kwotę dofinansowania około 70 milionów złotych, co stanowi 80% wartości. 5 projektów własnych o wartości ponad 50 milionów złotych. Wspieramy polskie budownictwo od ponad 12 lat. Wspieramy w rozwoju, internacjonalizacji, cyfryzacji oraz wprowadzaniu nowych technologii. Współpracujemy z ośrodkami badawczymi oraz realizujemy projekty międzynarodowe z innymi klastrami europejskimi. Główne kierunki rozwoju w polskim klastrze budowlanym to internacjonalizacja, digitalizacja oraz gospodarka obiegu zamkniętego. Oczywiście pracujemy też w ramach krajowych inteligentnych specjalizacji. Tutaj przedstawiam marki Polskiego Klastra Budowlanego. Są to firmy duże, ale też mniejsi producenci. Jest to branża budowlana szeroko pojęta. Aktywność badawczo-rozwojowa w klastrze. Mogę powiedzieć, że w ostatniej perspektywie unijnej było to prawie 500 projektów zrealizowanych przez 164 firmy z klastra na łączny budżet prawie 4 miliardów złotych i przy dofinansowaniu powyżej 2 miliardów złotych. Oczywiście projekty obejmowały również innowacje produktowe oraz to, na czym teraz głównie się skupiamy w klastrze, innowacje w zakresie gospodarki obiegu zamkniętego. Oczywiście nasze firmy dzięki projektom uzyskały patenty, wzory użytkowe, wzory przemysłowe oraz znaki towarowe. Głównymi projektami, którymi chcielibyśmy się pochwalić, ale też z których korzystają nasze firmy klastrowe, są to projekty internacjonalizacji, czyli promocji polskich produktów na rynkach zagranicznych. Umożliwiamy naszym członkom klastra dofinansowanie do udziału w targach zagranicznych, do udziału w misjach gospodarczych, ale także doradztwo w zakresie certyfikacji, badań pod certyfikację, czy też szkolenia językowe, konferencje, seminaria itd. Tutaj przedstawiam taką mapkę, gdzie jesteśmy na świecie z naszymi firmami klastrowymi. Tutaj wszędzie polskie produkty budowlane już są promowane. W ramach projektu, tak jak mówiłem, ponad 100 wydarzeń targowych na całym świecie, mnóstwo wynajętej powierzchni wystawienniczej, ponad 50 rynków odwiedzonych w ramach misji i targów, zorganizowanych 8 ogólnopolskich konferencji i seminaria i spotkania informacyjne.
Tutaj krótka relacja zdjęciowa, co się u nas w tych latach wszystkich działo, jeśli chodzi o projekty internacjonalizacji. Jak widzimy, tutaj również zapraszaliśmy przedstawicieli z branży budowlanej do Polski, między innymi tutaj do Białegostoku, goście z Singapuru. Mieliśmy misję do Japonii. Tutaj targi widzimy we Francji, w Dubaju, w Niemczech. Oczywiście są to różne branże budowlane. Tutaj jeszcze mamy targi w Moskwie. Tutaj dosyć świeże wydarzenia z 2023 roku. Targi BAU w Monachium, gdzie wiele firm budowlanych, nawet tutaj z regionu, wystawiało swoje produkty. Big Five Arabia Saudyjska oraz ostatnio w tamtym miesiącu Big Race Deck Norwegia, gdzie nasze tutaj firmy z regionu wystawiały swoje stoiska, też w ramach naszego projektu. Oczywiście organizujemy również misje gospodarcze naszych członków klastra, przedsiębiorców z branży na największe wydarzenia targowe na świecie. Tutaj mamy Big Five Egipt w Kairze, Swissbau Szwajcaria oraz Fensterbau Frontale w Niemczech, w Norymbergi. Tutaj mamy misję do RPA w 2023 roku, czy to było dokładnie w marcu, gdzie spotykaliśmy się też również ze stroną rządową i zwiedzaliśmy targi Homemaker Fair. W Bangkoku też oczywiście rozmawiamy z instytucjami, które pomagają wprowadzać produkty na ich rynek. Też sporo przedsiębiorców pojechało, bodajże 30 tutaj od nas z klastra. Hongkong, tutaj były targi bardziej oświetleniowe, branża oświetleniowa. Zwiedziliśmy targi, spotkaliśmy się z ludźmi i niektórzy już oczywiście podpisują również kontrakty na produkty oświetleniowe. Realizujemy projekty międzynarodowe. Tu jeden z projektów wspólnie z klastrami ze Słowenii, Serbii i Rumunii. Popularyzujemy rozwiązania budownictwa blisko zeroenergetycznego. Tutaj krótka relacja zdjęciowa właśnie z udziału w tych projektach. Jako Polski Klaster Budowlany bierzemy również udział w projekcie Klaster Exchange. Są to projekty międzynarodowe, wymiany wiedzy, też poznawania innych klastrów, tak, technologicznych z innych państw. Tutaj mamy Tallinn, Estonia, gdzie spotkaliśmy się w parku technologicznym właśnie w Tallinie z klastrami z Turcji, z Litwy, z Luksemburga. Także też wymienialiśmy się wiedzą. To dosyć niedawno był wyjazd do Johannesburga, do RPA, gdzie uczestniczyłem osobiście w delegacji europejskich klastrów właśnie do południowej Afryki. Spotykaliśmy się tam z delegacją afrykańskich klastrów, też instytucji biznesowych. 3 dni solidnych rozmów i wydarzeń. Tutaj jeszcze chciałem wspomnieć o kolejnym naszym projekcie. Jest to Polskie Centrum BIM. Tutaj skupiamy się na modelowaniu informacji o budynku. W ramach tego projektu, który w zasadzie już kończymy za 2 miesiące, było wybudowanie Polskiego Centrum Kompetencji BIM, w ramach którego właśnie wybudowaliśmy ten modelowy budynek, w którym odbywać się będą szkolenia dedykowane oraz po prostu będziemy uczyć naszych członków klastra, czym jest dokładnie BIM, jak się go stosuje. I tutaj będą mogli również skorzystać z naszego centrum, gdzie również ono będzie wyposażone w stanowiska dedykowane właśnie do projektowania w BIM-ie. W tym momencie odbywają się też szkolenia jeszcze do końca tego roku. Ostatnie grupy. Mamy 6 szkoleń ścisłych związanych właśnie z technologią BIM. Dla naszych klastrowiczów, ale i nie tylko, zapraszamy firmy spoza klastra. Tutaj mamy tematy, z których można się dokształcić. Koordynator BIM w organizacji, czy też konstrukcje budowlane w BIM, zamówienia publiczne w BIM. Tego w tym momencie uczymy właśnie w Polskim Klastrze Budowlanym. Oczywiście chciałem pokazać, że spotkania w klastrze są na porządku dziennym. Był taki czas, kiedy prowadziliśmy webinaria. Oczywiście czas pandemii, gdzie te spotkania jednak nie były możliwe. Na wszystkie tematy, tak? Czyli od tematów prawniczych poprzez networking, po budownictwo zeroenergetyczne, tak? Poprzez też właśnie gospodarkę obiegu zamkniętego, ale też często spotykamy się właśnie na konferencjach, które organizujemy. Są to duże konferencje, gdzie przyjeżdżają klastrowicze z całej Polski. Zapraszamy wspaniałych gości, też mamy część networkingową, gdzie też cała branża się spotyka razem i rozmawia, także jest sporo tych wydarzeń. Mamy teraz przyszłe projekty, które rozpoczynamy w przyszłym roku. Czekamy też na nowe konkursy. Będzie się na pewno bardzo dużo działo w naszym klastrze. Zapraszam do współpracy i to będzie na tyle. Dziękuję.
Thank you very much. A representative of the next cluster has significant achievements and impact on education in Podlaskie region. I'm talking about Sebastian Rynkiewicz, who is the president of the Center for Promotion of Innovation and Development and coordinator of Evoluma Industry Cluster. Since 2016, he has been developing this smart Superfactory 4.0 concept in a distributed team through the use of Industry 4.0 technologies with domestic and international partners. And since 2015, he has supported industry education in the Podlaskie Voivodeship, promoting industry schools and techniques for the professionals and competencies needed for Industry 4.0. He is the direct originator and implementer of Smart Education for Industry 4.0, the project whose objectives are to support filling the competence gaps of current employees of companies in the machinery industry, as well as to support dual system education of students and pupils of industry schools and techniques. A person with huge achievements in terms of building cooperation between industry and education sector. Ladies and gentlemen, Sebastian Rynkiewicz.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really glad that I have occasion to meet with you and short presentation because our conference today is quite intensive. So I think that we have also the dinner today, so we need some time to rest and prepare to the last final stage. Today, big or small question, Industry 5.0, new or old challenges. And I would like to show on the one example on our international European projects. We think about European enterprise transformation and what is really important in the framework of the theme of our conference, lightweight materials, that we need skills and good competence and prepared our workers and also management to new challenges. And these challenges are new or old. During the first panel, I would like to put the question when we see on the twin transition with the green challenges, with the Industry 4.0 challenges, we are ready or not, or we are on the competitive level on the global market or not at the moment, because with support of our politics and projects on the EU level, probably we have the same situation. But on the level on the global market, when we would like to competitive with China, and we look for the China politics against Lithuania, for example, it is a little bit different point of view, in my opinion. So maybe some question is without answer, but let's start. What is really important that we are active on the European level since more than 10 years, and some challenges, in my opinion, are different and in fact the same, because through our projects we fill the gap, and a lot of gaps, but the advanced technology is so speed up in so quick rhythm that it's impossible to be on the level at the time with the human skills. In fact, we prepared workshops, training session. We have a lot of intensive cooperation with our international partners, but technology, in fact, moving on every weekend, every month, and every year. So we would like to fill these gaps through collaboration with partners, and in fact we start to think in our cluster level. Previous, our name was the Metal Processing Cluster, at the moment Evoluma Industry Cluster, because of, in fact, develop of our members, in fact, and this company, which 5-7 years ago was engaged in metal processing business, at the moment are engaged also in robotics, with big data, with automatization. They prepared parts to the cosmic aerospace projects, and it's the reason why we are also interested in lightweight materials, because that is necessary to prepare. And in fact, most of our projects at the moment we plan in virtual reality, and after that we have to prepare our project also in physical version. So not only the IT solutions or big data are at the moment important, but also we know that if in theoretical point of view or virtual point of view something works, it also have to work in physical matters. So undoubtedly that is a really huge gap. And what is really important, we have today occasion to sign an agreement between construction cluster, composite clusters, because we need cross-sectoral competence at the moment, and a lot of inspiration we receive from different sectors like agri-food or healthcare. And also we would like to looking for good practice and also bad practice. For us it's really important that not only good or best practice, but also to find some bad solution that is not necessary to moving on in the wrong path. In fact, if somebody have some problems, make some mistakes, that is also for us really valuable experience, how to in fact doesn't make similar mistakes. That is from our point of view really important value of international cooperation. So you see here our network. In fact, Europe-wide, that this network is not only for this project, that is the consequence of the projects when we concentrate on matters with 4.0 cases. And also what is here important, that we would like to create national networks and infrastructure for 5.0 value co-creation. In fact, in previous projects, we find experts, we find specialists. At the moment, we would like to build network on national and European level, similar like we see in the previous projects. And for us, it's really important this cross-sectoral factor, which shows us, should show to us the new perspective and possibilities. And also we would like implemented a cutting-edge learning method, so have also developed a European open badge certification that it doesn't matter if somebody study in Kaunas, in Berlin, in Chemnitz, or in Białystok, that we should have similar skills and competence with one certificate. If we see for some objectives in detail, you see that it will be quite intensive activities, and that is quite important. 480 decision makers certificates. So it should be true network, people with the concrete name, surname, with the skills, and which can develop our work. For me, 3 weeks ago was quite nice when we was with experts from Białystok University of Technology in the headquarters of KUKA in Augsburg, also in Chemnitz in Fraunhofer Institute, and we try to have some date with our experts, Darek, which was engaged in Dresden in the same time, and that is really important that during the same time our experts are in different projects, in different paths, and we can crossing our paths and exchange our point of views. That is in fact really nice. And also we have occasion to meet our partners in Hanover Messe and in global industry in Lyon or in Paris, or we have contacts in Alytus, Kaunas or Vilnius, and have some meetings with friends from Limpra in different ferries. That is, for our point of view, really important things. And we would like building this international community and in fact how to be competitive on the global market. Because from our point of view, we try to be faster, but when we see the developing of China, India, Japan, USA projects, in fact, from time to time, we are a little bit fat cats, and that is, from our point of view, that is mission impossible from the Polish side, be competitive on global markets without our EU partners, in fact. Together, it's a question from my point of view that we would like to be competitive or not. So contribution of these projects, what is really important, support sustainable development goal and the European recovery plan. Like I said, I'm not really sure that everybody in China and India are really engaged on zero emission matters. And if we would invest in this direction, from my point of view, undoubtedly we need it. But we will be competitive or not. And how to manage this process to be on right path in direction to be competitive partners on the global market, in fact. And that is, in my opinion, true challenge how to manage and also how to strengthen the European education area. Last week we have in Poland Congress of Clusters. I moderate the panel about Ukraine, cooperation EU-Ukraine. We know that last week European Commission said, okay, give the green light for Ukraine accession, and everybody know what happened at the moment and how support Ukraine business and also European business, probably in some day. In fact, it starts already with rebuilding of Ukraine economy. and how to manage it and how to improve, in fact, because when we see on the huge global conflicts in Iraq, Afghanistan, and so on, after these conflicts, the European position was not so strong. And in fact, we are engaged a lot of manage this crisis, and in the global point of view, probably we lose competition with other partners in this process, and also not only invest the costs and engagement during the crisis, but also use to effect with the recovery or rebuilding or reconstruction plans, in fact, and we need collaboration. So our innovation approach, we would like to collaborative value creation process, also convergence of digital innovation and green skills. From my point of view, in our cluster, when we see for ecosystem of more than 15,000 of workers, how many of these people have right awareness of these challenges and how to implement in the business matters. In fact, we discussed before this panel, is really Green Deal interested for our companies? And the answer is yes, but not for the political reason or meritical reason, but from the point of view cost of energy at the moment. And that is the main trigger, main factor of interest of companies, because in 1 years ago, the cost of energy in Europe are growing up twice or triple, and that was, in my opinion, true test in engagement of these problems. And of course, in this case, light materials, value of this new solution are growing, and that is easy, but from my point of view, really okay, because we faster this process, and that's all. And key dimension of 5.0 organization, green, undoubtedly, in our cluster strategy, that is one of the main pillar of our activities, resilient, and also human-centered. 5, 6, 4 years ago, technology has a lot of gaps, mistakes. At the moment, from our point of view, technology from month or week to week is better. And at the moment, the biggest challenge are the people at the moment, in fact, and how to improve skills in so effective way with a lot of challenges, engagement, and also work-life balance, and so on, the really important trends in Europe, and how to improve these matters in reality. Of course, in our projects, we discuss bridging the gap from Industry 4.0 to 5.0, but in reality, a lot of companies are still on the level 3.0. So how to make one step to levels, also fostering a competence ecosystems, and ecosystem, in my point of view, is trigger to find solution without collaboration between different sectors. That will be slower process. And also, we are in the process building an international community for innovation, but it's true that it's not so easy when we look for Europe. So easy, in fact, trigger like a language is still a problem. We have some meetings with our partners from Denmark, from Germany, and Spain. And from time to time, I heard proposition, please use English, not German in Germany, not Spanish in Spain, because these people need the challenge to how to prepare together projects. And in fact, in my opinion, bad English should be used, in fact, because should be most popular language in Europe, because without communication, we will have still problems in competition process on the global markets. So from my point of view, thank you very much, and I would like to discuss during the dinner and tomorrow day, and also probably during the panel.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the last speaker today is Andrzej Czulak, leader of the Polish Cluster of Composite Technology. Andrzej Czulak possesses over 20 years of experience in the composite technology industry. He focused on designing and manufacturing technologies for composite structures, including in the areas of hydrogen, transportation and storage. And he's a member of the Polish Academy of Science Committee in the field of materials engineering and metallurgy, as well as the Małopolska Innovation Council. Since 2023, he has been the president of the Małopolska Center for Innovative Hydrogen Storage and Transportation Technologies Limited. Andrzej Czulak, the stage is yours, and have a nice last presentation of today's day of the conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the really nice introduction, but I am very happy that we have invitation for this beautiful event. My name is Andrzej Czulak, and I am representing the Polish Cluster of the Composite Technology. And today we have opportunity to sign the agreement together with the other national key cluster in Poland. And I hope the will be start of our collaboration in the future. And of course, I hope we can also prepare the offer for the collaboration with the international partner. I have no possibility, I will say I am last, but I hope not least, to present some information about our cluster. And I saw the many people which we have now on this room. I hope that we will see also possibility for the collaboration, not only with my cluster, but also with the cluster from my colleagues. We are quite young cluster in Poland because we are established in 2017, and in 2021 we obtained the status of national key cluster. This is so-called in German Spitzencluster. That means we playing now in the group of the I hope the best Polish cluster, like the colleagues from the previous presentation. And we have in this moment more than 120 members from the area of the composite materials. And of course, we dealing with the innovation, ecology, and green energy. And we have, of course, very good, like also here, cooperation with the regional administration, because we are located in Kraków. But I will say this is quite good way between the Białystok and Kraków, because this is far away from here, but the way was only 5 hours. And we are not so big cluster, but we are very motivated cluster. Our revenue, this is almost 5 billion of the Polish zloty. And already we have, if we calculate all employees in all members institution, this is over 15,000 of the employees. And of course, we are very open for the international cooperation, and I hope from our motivation we will also representative in the Polish government who will be responsible for the composite materials, advanced material, and in the future we will be right partner for the collaboration with the Sweden, with the Germany, and playing on the same level like playing you. And of course, if you will see the red dots here on this our map, they are location of our members. And here you can see some logos of our members. That means this is not 120 members, but really any months we have a waiting list for the companies which they will. Sorry, I hear you. Your logo will be on the next presentation. And of course, we have a waiting list for the new companies because today the composite materials and of course the new technology, new solution, advanced materials, they are really, really interesting for the Polish market, for the Poland. And of course, we are not only producer of the composite materials. And our members, of course, producing the composite elements, but we offer also the development, the testing, the recycling, the repairing of the composite materials. That means we have in our cluster the completely value chain of the production, manufacturing, testing, using composite materials. In our cluster, we have also more than 10 research institutions which dealing also with the composite materials. But this is very important. The composite materials, they are not only for composite market. That means composite materials, composite solution, they are development for the different branches. That means our companies deliver the product, the services, also for the building construction, also for the automotive industry, also for the aircraft industry. That means maybe in Poland this is not the strongest industry, but we will see that especially now, for example, the branch which is connected with UAV, that means so-called drones, they boomed already, and really many institutions developed the solution for the helping of the Ukraine. And our collaboration, this is we are very open for the international collaboration, and especially we collaborated here with the National Key Cluster in Poland, exactly with the colleagues from the previous presentation. But also we are responsible for the organizing and co-organizing the biggest events about the composite materials in Poland. Such event was exactly 1 month ago, exactly 4th, 5th of October. That means after our analysis, this event visited more than 1,000 visitors. We have also the delegation from the different countries. I will also present on the next slide. And we are very active in the European Cluster Collaboration Platform. We have many contacts and some cluster from the whole area of the Europe, and we looking for the partners for the international project. We are also very active in the Vanguard initiative. That means from the Vanguard initiative, the Vanguard initiative is predestinated for the special area of each country. For example, in Poland, it's only the Małopolska region. But of course, if we are here, all our members can using the opportunity and be part of the project in Vanguard initiative. And of course, this is last but not least, very important for us. This is collaboration with the international and European cluster, and of course the best collaboration we have with Composite United, because this is our, I will say, brother cluster. They doing similar things than we. But what is very important, they are our neighbors. That means we're thinking the collaboration, especially with the neighbors, they bring huge opportunities for our members. That means Germany, Ukraine, I will explain later, and also we're looking for the partners in the Baltic countries for the collaboration, and I hope also with the Sweden or with the other Estonian cluster we can find also the collaboration proper opportunities. And some development of the collaboration with Composite United. We started with the sign of the cooperation agreement exactly last year in Paris on the GEC, and there was really great meeting, and this idea brings us to possibility to create a collaboration or better collaboration between us. And last year there was a joint stand between the Composite United and the Polish cluster of the Composite Technology in Krakow on this composite event. Then there was really big pleasure for me make short presentation of the event which organized Composite United in Brussels. It means exactly no European green without lightweight. And then we understood exactly why our branch, our technology is very important also for the future of the whole Europe. Then we organize joint visit. The colleagues from the Composite United were also with us in Lviv in Ukraine. We spoke about the collaboration between the Poland and Ukraine, but also between Ukraine, Poland, and Germany. And last but not least, the event LightCon in Hanover. We visited Hanover Messe with the 15 companies from Poland, and we started also with our vice ministry and the representative of the PIH agency. And there was also discussion about the development or acceleration of our collaboration. And similar with our East partner, East neighbor. That means collaboration with the Ukraine. We started with the collaboration in Kosice. There was the meeting of the European cluster, where we met also the other Polish key cluster, and we started the discussion about the possibility for the development of the collaboration with the Ukrainian cluster. And we organized visit in Ukraine. First of all, we visited the economic zone Gorodok, and then we have the conference in Lviv. This is Joint Reconstruction Ukraine Vision of the Future of the Recovery. And during this visit, first of all, we organized some B2B meetings. That means there was very important that not only the cluster will start the cooperation, that for us was also very important that company will discuss directly with the company and find the problem which will be solved, for example, in Poland or in Germany. And then we have a meeting in Poland, in Krynica, in last September. We started dialogue with the Małopolska region, because the Małopolska region, this is exactly the first region which is so good connected with the Ukraine, or directly with the Ukraine. And on this meeting, we decide that this year we will organize for the Ukraine partners the joint stand on the Composite Expo event, where they can present solution or offer services, and they can also present on the panel the needs which could be solved in Poland or in the international clusters. In the frame of this event, we also signed a collaboration agreement with the Key Carbon. This is the Korean cluster of the carbon composite technology. And we decide that together we can create such business technology roadmap. That means with this business technology roadmap, we can create the step-by-step our collaboration steps. And I hope, and of course, if we saw on which level they are, the colleagues from the Ukraine, we invite also the other cluster to support us for the presentation of better offer, of better ideas for the creation of the collaboration with the Korea. During this event, also we organized the meeting between Germany, Composite United, Korean cluster, Polish cluster, and also Ukraine cluster. And I hope there will be also maybe first step, but also huge motivation for the future collaboration in the topic composite materials in the recovery or rebuilding of the Ukraine. And this is some slide about the development of the Polish composite market. And of course, it's very late now. And but I will say the composite materials, they have a huge potential in the Polish market, because many companies decide to go into this advanced technology, advanced material, and they're looking for the solution for the lightweight product to save the energy. And our market develop quite good if we compare with the European market. Also, we have some, I will say, pillars which presenting the development of the composite market in Poland. And how I said, the aerospace industry, we have more than 25 companies, and the production volume is 2.8 billion of Europe. If we're talking about automotive industry, we are quite strong in this area because we have more than 300 companies, and this is the production volume is over 35 billions of euro. Then maritime industry, this market developed very fast in Poland, especially in the north part of the Poland. This is the production volume. This is 0.5 billion of euro, but it's over 200 companies which dealing with the composite materials for the maritime industry. And of course, renewable energy industry, this is the market, this is really huge potential for the development of the composite solution materials for this industry. We have over 200 companies, and the production volume is 2.7 billion of euro. And as a cluster, this is maybe more interesting for the future members. We offer the helping of the implementation of the industry 4.0, especially for the production of the composite technology, of course, digitalization and automatization and optimization. Internationalization, this is our main goal for our members, because the Still, we observe there is some problem with the internationalization of Polish companies. Market analysis, legal advice, support in forging contact, and of course acquisition of the financial resources or grants and technology and management and training. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any question, we will, I hope, meet on the in the evening. That means I am open for each discussion, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Let's not leave the stage, just have a seat, because we are going to have a panel discussion in a second. Yeah, we'll make it short, but we can't miss the opportunity to ask some questions. So I would also kindly invite Mr. Mariusz Wasilewski and Mr. Sebastian Rynkiewicz to join us on stage for just a few minutes of a panel discussion. And I don't know if there are any questions in the room. If there are, do not hesitate to ask them. Obviously, just raise your hand. You have a while to think about the question, and before we have some questions from the room, let me ask mine. Gentlemen, because you all represent various clusters, and it's a general question to all of you, so in case anybody wants to answer first, do not hesitate. In the face of technological disruptions and market shifts, how does your cluster adapt its strategies to remain relevant and resilient?
And in fact, we are ready, in fact, every day, because when we look at the last few years, the number of black swallow was so huge that nobody was ready for this, with the COVID, with the Ukraine, at the moment Middle East. So in fact, the world is so, in fact, quick in new challenges that our strategy, in fact, we monitor every half a year. That is 2 weeks ago we've got European Secretariat of Cluster Analysis from Berlin, and that was a little bit discussed. That is good idea to make monitoring twice, because we've got General Assembly twice a year. And my answer was, in this condition, that is not possible to be slower, in fact. And in fact, we are looking for the indicators. 2 or 3 years ago, we've got discussion, we need green pillar or not, because we've got internationalization, industry 4.0, so society 4.0, and 4th pillar was the green matters, and at the moment no discussion in this case. So we should be ready every day, in fact.
Okay, gentlemen. Mr. Wasilewski, maybe. Yeah, sure. Feel free.
This is, of course, a very difficult situation in the world. In this moment, we will try to be agile. I will say we will be adaptive for such situation. That means we will try, first of all, talking with our members, and first of all, find the problems, try create the solution, but also very important for us is discussion with our colleagues on the frequently meeting together with the other Polish cluster which have the status national key cluster, because sometimes we don't understand the situation in our market, but the older colleagues help us for the preparation of the solution for the next future.
Okay.
Okay, I always speak in Polish. For me it's better, yes. Tak jak tutaj kolega powiedział wcześniej, my na bieżąco rozmawiamy z naszymi klastrowiczami, tak, jeśli chodzi o całą sytuację w branży, w budownictwie. Staramy się też budować wszystko na zaufaniu w klastrze, także najważniejsze sprawy, które dotyczą gospodarki, czy też dotyczą rozwoju budownictwa, czy też problemów, które napotykamy, bo w tym momencie sytuacja jest różna, jeśli chodzi o firmy budowlane. Dlatego też na bieżąco staramy się dobierać kierunki rozwoju w klastrze oraz też kierunki wspierania naszych przedsiębiorców wspólnie właśnie z członkami klastra.
Okay, perhaps maybe there is a question from the room. Yes, there is one. The microphone is going to you.
Thank you very much. You have described the situation globally, and you said that there's a lot going on in the world, especially Asia and North America. I do agree. So my question is, what is the European answer? What should we do about it?
In fact, I think that we should be a global player, and from my point of view, we like a Polish cluster, all cluster, we are not enough competitive to beat with huge corporation from USA or Asia. In fact, when we would like to be player, we should more training together and be ready for new challenges. In fact, we try to do this. I show the project Codemo, but we've got also other projects which should propose new products, new services for the markets on North America, Asia, and we should build new networks. And in fact, we are after 2 calls, and not too many companies from Europe are interested in it, in fact. So, like we discussed today with Andrzej and Mariusz, we try to prepare some spaces in IT solution. Andrzej talked about his platform, but we also need the space like tonight dinner to discuss how to make it and shows our possibilities. And of course, from time to time use also the artificial intelligence and other solutions which suppose us new paths, maybe not perfect, but prediction, anticipation of some trends are really important. And for example, in our case of our cluster, we've got quite an interesting tool, barometer, cluster barometer, and we try to prognose some trends. And for us, what was really useful, because during the COVID time, the artificial intelligence shows that first wave of illness should be finished in June. And our companies were ready for June with the huge potential of production. And through this anticipation, the fact and figures growing more than 30%. And that was nice, quite nice try to be more competitive, because our partners from Italy, North Italy, Lombardia, gives us information, do not close the factory. We do that, and at the moment we have a huge problem because we have no idea when we'll be ready to start with the production again. And they give us their contacts from other continents, because don't lose the clients, in fact. And in my opinion, that should be scale up good practice to be competitive on a global level.
Thank you for the answer. Ladies and gentlemen, it's quite late, so just one final question and short answers, please. General question to all of you. Looking ahead, what are the key priorities and future plans for your cluster, and how do you envision its role in the evolving landscape of your industry?
To może ja zacznę tutaj. Jeśli chodzi o główne takie plany klastra na przyszłość, to idziemy mocno w kierunku właśnie cyfryzacji w budownictwie. Bardzo skupiamy się, aby firmy nasze w klastrze skorzystały tylko z tego, tak? Także nasze projekty, które realizujemy w tym momencie, pomogą naszym firmom przejść tą cyfryzację łagodniej, tak? Wiemy, że nie każdy jest do tego jeszcze mocno przekonany, ale to już się dzieje i musi się stać teraz, tak? Niedługo już wszystkie przetargi czy też rządowe zapytania będą musiały być zrobione w BIM-ie. Także jeśli chodzi o właśnie modelowanie na przykład informacji o budynkach, tego już uczymy w klastrze, tak? Także cyfryzacja. Druga rzecz to oczywiście zielone technologie, które musimy cały czas rozwijać i cały czas się ich uczyć, tak? Dlatego też jako klaster spotykamy się też z klastrami właśnie zielonych technologii, czy to w Norwegii, czy też właśnie ostatnio w Estonii, czy nawet o tym rozmawialiśmy ostatnio z klastrami w RPA, żeby te nasze firmy po prostu w tym kierunku dążyły. Utworzyliśmy w Polskim Klastrze Budowlanym też taki odłam klastra z firmami właśnie z odnawialnych źródeł energii, gdzie te firmy wspólnie razem tworzą taką radę właśnie do rozwoju technologii odzyskiwania energii. Kolejna taka rzecz to oczywiście gospodarka obiegu zamkniętego, no i też oczywiście materiały kompozytowe. Staramy się, aby nasze firmy czerpały wiedzę też z takich wydarzeń jak właśnie to, gdzie spotykamy się konkretnie w konkretnym celu, ale też żeby ten biznes bardziej podszedł do takich wydarzeń, może z chęcią właśnie trochę też nauki o kompozytach. Nie każdy z tego korzysta jeszcze. My staramy się bardzo wprowadzać produkty na bazie właśnie materiałów kompozytowych do budownictwa. Mam nadzieję, że coraz więcej firm z naszego klastra, czy też z branży budowlanej tutaj z regionu również pójdzie w tym kierunku. Także może, żeby nie przedłużać, takie trzy cele wymieniliśmy.
In our case, this is of course the same. Digitalization, because this is not only important for the, I will say, the preparation of the offers, but this is really necessary for the development of the composite technology and composite materials. The second, this is automatization, because we made the analysis in our cluster in the factories of our cluster members, and we observed that the automatization of the production of the composite materials in Poland is quite low level. That means this is necessary to improve. Third, internationalization. That means we will create the strong partnership with the all cluster which dealing with the composite technologies. That means they bring us the knowledge transfer, they help also our members to go outside of the country and find the B2 business partners. And last but not least, I think the composite technology and composite materials, they are solution for different branches. And we see how we are here together we will see that we can join our strongness and create also some product, some solution for the outboard for the other country, and we will be right partner for the future development of the Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've already talked about fourth pillars of our strategy, but really important are two horizontal space. One is the cross-sectoral, like Andrzej said, and that is absolutely also proposition and not only invitation but realization with our EU partners, not only EU, but because we've got partners from different continents, and also quality services and management. That is also really important, how to be ready and faster than reality. And like I said before, the reality is really fast at the moment and is a huge challenge, but we tried.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your opinions, for your views, and for your answers in the discussion panel. Thank you very much to all the audience for lasting for so long today. We're here with us. We had a fruitful day of many interesting discussions and panels and speeches. So I do hope to see you again tomorrow. And this is the end for today. Perhaps not the end, but the final part of our day is like a kind of relaxation and kind of a party. So let's see you in the evening at a place called Grazia. It's Towarowa 5B Street in Białystok, obviously. So do not leave the town, do not leave the city, and
Country.
or the country. And see you there at 7 p.m. because that's the hour. That's the hour our gala dinner starts. See you there. Thank you for today. And have a nice evening.